Summoned in another world's dungeon with my class. Survive as a shaman that couldn't become a hero. Volume 11. By Hishi Koge Diary. Translated by Foxaholic. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Act 15. Yamata no Orachi Subjugation Battle. Chapter 230. Yamata no Orachi Subjugation Battle 1. The time had come. Today was the day we were going to execute the Yamata no Orachi subjugation plan for real. We, 18 students of classes 2-7, recovered enough and had all of our equipment ready. We gathered in the frontline headquarters, looking at the gargoyle resting on the rocky mountain. Everyone, are you ready? Everyone replied in unison, albeit with a slightly strained voice upon being asked by class rep. Okay then, let's go. Let's defeat Yamata no Orachi and most importantly, survive with everyone. The one who gave the motivational speech wasn't me, it was Soma-kun. Well, this was indeed the job of the hero. Boo! Everyone shouted as the subjugation plan commenced. Firstly, everyone moved together in the eastern direction, the right side of the frontline headquarters. As long as we were marching in two-column formation inside the trench, the gargoyle wouldn't come to disturb us. This part went according to the practice without a hitch. There was no need for class rep and me to interfere. Everyone was already aware of their duty and moved accordingly. That's a co-op play for you. Everyone get ready. Mei-chan, ready whenever you are. Yes, see you later, Kotaro-kun. The first vanguard of Yamata no Orochi's subjugation was my guardian deity, Berserker Futaba Maiko. Mei-chan leapt out lightly from the trench and ran straight toward the rocky mountain that became Orochi's nest. Guo. And it appeared immediately. The one who got beaten up the most by us this far, the first head. The first phase, one head. The moment this fella made his appearance, everyone started running out from the trench at once. Because Mei-chan was the one in the lead, Orochi's first head was locked onto her, opening its maw as it rushed toward her. Maybe because it wanted to swallow her whole along with the ground beneath her feet, Orochi's head was closing in toward Mei-chan as its scale shaving the ground beneath it. It almost looked like the scene of a human about to be overrun by an electric train. Alas, the one standing before them ain't a normal human. She was a superwoman with the power of Berserker. Ha! Mighty strike! Mei-chan leapt up as she put her black tower shield forward, and used the momentum of her jump to land a strike on Orochi's nose with her martial arts. Mighty strike, otherwise known as shield bash. Raising the striking power when attacking with shield. It seems she learnt this skill before she realized it. The power that used the spring power of her entire muscle exploded, and stopped Orochi's charge. Just how much power was packed behind that strike to be able to stop that charge, even smash a few scales around Orochi's nose? But that was all it did. The other party suffered almost no damage from bleeding. Orochi's head that collided with Mighty Strike was stunned for a few seconds. But those few seconds were enough time for us. Now, the first head. That's obvious, ain't need you to tell us about that. The ones who approached Orochi from the sides were Hiro Soma Yuto and King Tendao Ryuichi. The shining holy sword in the former's hand was truly befitting the name of the hero, while the king was holding a bulky and massive black sword befitting his title. Their timing was perfect. As expected of childhood friends and bosom buddies. Torn to shred, Nero lightning. Devour it, nether vortex. Soma-kun fired a blinding white godly slash. Tendao-kun created an eerie vortex of darkness. Each magic and weapon struck at Orochi from both sides in a flash. GOA. As expected, even Orachi was howling in pain upon receiving simultaneous big skill from both of our aces. There was a huge wound on the right side of the head from the brilliant slash, the left side on the other hand was gouged as if the meat was twisted before being torn up by force. You could say that the only way for Orachi to take the damage was by giving it a critical wound. But this fella would recover immediately after that. So we couldn't afford to stop the attack for the time being. That was why we had to use this opening. Minomi, it's your turn. Kenzuki, don't mess up. Leave it to me, Ryuko-chan. Be quiet, Randu, you'll disturb us. The one who made the next move as they passed the king and hero who just unleashed a big skill was thief Natsukawa Minomi and twin swordsman Kenzuki Asuna. They had been chosen to execute the plan's next step on Orachi, who had already been on the verge of death simply because of their speed. The thing they held in their hands wasn't their weapon. In Natsukawa-san's hands was a 2-meter-long ice lance that glowed with pale blue light. On Kenzuki's side was another lance around the same size made from metal. Sealing Lance Frozen, lance made from ice crystal, crystallization of advanced ice attribute made with class rep's freezing alchemy formation. But its real worth was when she invoked her ice magic into the ice lance. Sealing Lance Black Gold, lance with a golden pattern made on its body as a result of Tendakuan's alchemy on ultra-pure earth attribute light or made with Randu-san's iron or alchemy formation. This one also showed its true power when Randu-san invoked her magic with it. Both Kenzuki and Natsukawa, who held Sealing Lance in their hands, were running like a gale toward the head of Orachi, who had lost the power to even lift its own head. Natsukawa-san's target was the crown of the head, right above the eyes. Kenzuki's target was right behind the nose to shut Orochi's mouth. That was our previous arrangement. It took a few dozens of seconds before Orachi recovered. The duo had plenty of time to nail the lance with their full power. Ryoko-chan, I did it. Randu, you cannot miss this. After confirming that both lances were nailed properly, Class Rep and Randu-san ran toward Orachi with their enchanted weapon in hand. Ice Fortis Sagitta, Freezing Spear. Terra Fortis Sagitta, Rock Spear. Both invoked advanced rank magic. It was their strongest spell at this point, but its power raised even further due to the effect of the Sealing Lance. The magic circle that became the starting point of the spell was right on top of the Sealing Lance. A giant, freezing icicle appeared from the magic circle of CE Fortis Sagitta, Freezing Spear. Crash. Along with a loud breaking sound, the Sealing Lance Frozen increased in size. It became twice as big as before. That was only natural since the ice crystal that became the material for the Sealing Lance Frozen was more than enough for Class Rep to cast Ice Fortis Sagitta, Freezing Spear, a few more times. And that amount of magical power was put into the invoked attack magic. The same could be said for Randu-san. She could cast a few more Terra Fortis Sagitta, Rock Spear, without breaking a sweat. Not to mention that it wasn't a rock, it was jet black steel that was nailed into Orochi's head. Okay, everything's been perfect so far. In short, a Sealing Lance was a disposable item made to enhance the effect of magic. Both Class Rep and Randu-san had splendid offensive magic, but their spell was too small to nail train-sized Orochi's head on the ground. Not to mention that both of them couldn't use such powerful skills in succession. Thus, the head might have fully recovered if they were to use their skill normally. That's why we needed to nail the head to the ground first. We had done many experiments to see if we could strengthen the spell with the prototype of the Sealing Lance, but the quality couldn't be compared with the real thing. The downside was the fact that it took a lot of time and materials to make Sealing Lance. And yet, they kept breaking upon use, making them pretty much a disposable weapon. Thus, we couldn't do too many tests. Though the small prototype worked really well, I was still skeptical whether the real thing would work just as well, but it turned out to be baseless worry. Aoaar. Orachi raised a wail akin to a crushed frog when its head got nailed to the ground with steel and ice. The two Sealing Lances pierced the ground from above that huge head as advanced rank magic. The Ice Lance pierced through Orochi's crown of head, while the Iron Lance sewed its lower jaw and upper jaw, sealing Orochi's maw. Eternity. The linchpin that completed this plan was Eternity, which unleashed immediately, a magic that converted objects made from magic into corporeal form. Sealing Lance success. Bring in the anchor. Here we go guys, it's your turn. Ooh. The vanguard led by Ueda raised war cries, and they started running toward the head that got crucified with two Sealing Lances. They picked up a lance, or rather, a giant harpoon that was placed along the way. The harpoon with thick chains connected on its top made a deep sound as it dragged along the ground. Himeno-san did her best to create those anchors. Since we had already placed the anchor in this place beforehand, all that left was stabbing the harpoon into the head to complete this part. We even marked the sealing point to drive in the harpoon beforehand. 30 seconds until the next head comes. Momokawa, yeah, slave driver. We're doing it. Despite their complaints, Jurameri drove in the harpoon with fluid combination upon hearing my reminder about the time for the next head to appear. Juri's role was to stab the harpoon, and Mary would drive in that anchor with Shaman brand sledgehammer. Since the harpoon had a huge barb, pulling it out wouldn't be that easy. After driving that harpoon into Orachi's left eye, Jurameri moved on to the next point to drive in another anchor. The right eye side was left to Ueda and Nokai. In another place, Nakajima was working together with Yamata to nail the anchor. Great, so far it is going according to the plan. Thanks to our repeated practice, after defeating the first head, we could calculate the second phase where the second and third heads appeared. The estimated time was 45 seconds. We had to drive in the main ceiling lance within 15 seconds and use the rest of the time to drive in the secondary restriction with the rest of the time. At the same time, the other members would prepare themselves for the second phase. The next step of the plan was pretty much the same as the subjugation plan of a giant monster-type superboss in RPG games. As long as we understood the behavior of our opponent, we could defeat them with timing and countermeasures. Well, if Mosoru were alive, we wouldn't waste so much time to come up with a subjugation plan and countermeasure. Regret only comes after we lose someone. 10 seconds to go. Screech. TCH, it was only at this moment they appeared earlier. 3 seconds earlier than the previous record. 2 heads appeared from the rocky mountain while raising a cloud of dust. Maybe they got pissed off since the first head got insta-killed. Well, we should be the ones to get pissed off by its cheat-like ability though. So Makuan, Tendao-kun, it's your turn. The next vanguard was the top 2, the king and the hero. The gist was the same as before, cornered one head until it was on the brink of death with powerful skill, then nail the ceiling lance and anchor into their head. Nero lightning, nether vortex. The second head got beaten up to a pulp by the combination attack of light and darkness. Without wasting any moment, Natsukawa-san and Kenzuki rushed toward the second head with sealing lances in their hands. By the way, the one who gave them the 2 sealing lances was Himeno-san, escorted by Sakura. By the way, though the sealing operation was completed without a hitch, 2 heads appeared in this second phase. That's why if we focused our attack on one head, the other head wouldn't stay still either. War. Cry. The one whose roar shook the ground was none other than Mei-chan. The third head was moving to save the second head, but it suddenly turned around and charged toward Mei-chan, maybe because it felt threatened by her presence. War cry, a roar to attract the monster's attention. Though it was really useful hate-gathering support skill for a tank in MMORPG, I had never expected that such a skill would come in a package with Berserker in this world. I mean, not even Yamata no Orachi could ignore Mei-chan when she roared while using this skill. Come here. The 2-road head rushed toward Mei-chan, who was fully prepared with her shield and halberd. Okay, she managed to attract their attention. Mei-chan could divert their attention for a few seconds. Oi Sakura, do your job and give Mei-chan some covering fire. You're the only one available for that job now. Raise the ceiling speed of the second head. We don't know how long Mei-chan can attract their attention. Who knows when the capricious third head would go back to the second head? Even if the ceiling spear was materialized with eternity, it could be destroyed if another head crashed against the sealed head. We invested a lot of materials to create a ceiling lance, but we didn't prepare enough spare. Ice Fortis Sagitta, Freezing Spear. Terra Fortis Sagitta, Rock Spear. Great, the second head had been sealed with a sealing lance. The position was perfect too. Now it was time to fix it even further with an anchor. Class Rep, Randu-san, give Mei-chan covering fire. My eternity is. Takanashi, bring 2. The third head is heading toward the first head, prepare concentration fire. Simply put, Randu-san was supposed to apply her eternity on her own iron spear, but there was a change of plan. To think that bastard's third head was coming toward the first head who got sealed first instead of the second head. But, this was within the margin of error. Himeno, Ice to Ueda, Iron to Juri, Natsukawa, Kenzuki, attack the third head, and use poison. We need a certain level of firepower to incapacitate the head. With covering fire from Class Rep and Randu, Natsukawa and Kenzuki could securely incapacitate the third head. Where's Ueda-kun and Nonomiya-san? Oi, over here, hurry up. Run Himeno, run. Though Himeno-san got flustered by the sudden change of plan, all she had to do was hand over the spear to them. They had been trained to stab the spear in all kinds of situations. As expected, only Soma-kun and Tendao-kun can beat one head without a hitch. Both of them are already heading to their next post. That's why we had to seal the third head without their support. But since the first and second head had already been sealed, the third head had been literally checkmated. Once we were done sealing the second head, the third head would be at our mercy. If it was just one head, the vanguard could handle them without Mei-chan's assistance. Mei-chan's huge halberd created a local storm as she pulverized the third head. Her attack smashed their scales, ripped their meat, and definitely caused damage to the head. With support from the spellcaster, the members of the anchor team plus Natsukawa and Kenzuki could join the fight against the third head. As for the said third head, forget about worrying about the other head, they were already beaten black and blue. Enough with the beating, move to sealing formation. At this point, there was no need to change the plan. Thus, Natsukawa and Kenzuki held the sealing lance in their hand again, and the anchor team already prepared to nail the anchor spear and chain to complete the sealing. Ice Fortis Sagitta, freezing spear. Terra Fortis Sagitta, rock spear. With a loud explosion, the third sealing lance exploded safely, and the third head sewed to the ground without a hitch. Yamata no Orochi's second phase had ended, with all three heads nailed on the ground. The moment we entered the third phase, it would start using breath attack. First phase of the plan was completed without a hitch. Be prepared for the second phase. And then when everyone was running to their posts, a loud roar resounded, the signal for the appearance of the fourth and fifth head. But, since we have three heads sealed over here, they wouldn't come out from this side. Nice timing, Soma-kun, Tendao-kun. Those two had already been circling around to the other side to control the head the moment they made their appearance. Their job was to prevent the other head of Orachi from approaching the area where the three heads were sealed. The plan was to fight the remaining 5 heads on the opposite side of this place. And, it's time for the infiltration team to make their move. Chapter 231, Yamata no Orochi Subjugation Battle 2. I've been waiting for you too. My twin shadow greeted the king and hero duo who arrived at their designated spot at tremendous speed. The plan to subjugate Yamata no Orochi was divided into 3 main phases. The first phase was climbing to the peak of the rocky mountain to destroy Orochi's main body, its core. The second phase was making the east side the place to seal the first 3 heads. And lastly, the third phase was on this side, making the west side the sealing place. The remaining 5 heads would be gathered on this side, meaning that this place was about to turn into a stormy battlefield with breath attacks coming out like there was no tomorrow. Meaning that after this place turned into a battlefield, I had prepared my offshoot created with Twin Shadow to give command from afar. As long as my offshoot was there, both the Vanguard and Infiltration teams could monitor each other's progress. In the worst case, when we had to evacuate from the Rocky Mountain, Soma-kun and Co. could provide a backup for us. How's the progress of the sealing, Momokawa? We're hammering the lance right now. So the third head got sealed too. Yes, do your best, it's a race against time. Soma-kun nodded and ran out in haste. Tendao-kun was following sluggishly. I left the timing of the west side to both of them. Right after the third head was sealed, this duo would ensure that the rest of the heads would appear from this side. If we got the timing wrong, the rest of the heads would appear on the sealing site in the third phase. When that happens, this plan could be considered as failed. That was the reason I let both of them go all out from the very beginning. Azure Blazing Flame. Red Breath. Azure Blazing Flame, the advanced fire attribute magic learnt by Soma-kun. The azure flame was really hot. Well, it might be because the color was blue or maybe because it was the effect of the hero, its firepower was no joke. The magic swordsman Nakajima was left in tears upon seeing such an overwhelming firepower. Red Breath, it was Tendao-kun's favorite magic. I had no idea if this was a projectile type or explosion magic though. It seems he learned this magic after defeating the fire dragon aka the salamander. Firepower aside, it was user-friendly too. He could be using a black greatsword right now, but it seemed this magic was more powerful when I saw him using this magic with a red greatsword during our first encounter. That's why he changed his greatsword to the red one for now. The duo's magic gathered at the tip of their swords and then unleashed toward the rocky mountain. Their magic drew two colored trails and hit the mountain, exploded before transforming into crimson radiance and vivid blue flame. Foo foo foo, come out now, idiots. The explosion awakened the gargoyles, followed by two heads that came out while raising a roar. Those two heads were heads number 4 and 5. Well, we'd already noted beforehand that they would appear on this side without fail once we attacked this side. It truly had a game AI-like pattern. Without that, we might not be able to subjugate this bastard. It's going to be a pain in the ass if we let them use their breath. Let's crush them swiftly, Yuto. Yeah, let's go Ryuichi. As expected, Tendakuin was truly reliable when push came to shove. But man, seeing them like this, I had to agree that Somakuin's best partner was Tendakuin and vice versa. The difference was pretty obvious between when they fought with their party and when they fought together. Maybe because Somakuin would definitely protect his comrade, and despite what he said, Tendakuin wouldn't really abandon his party either. For both of them, their party members were nothing but shackles. That's why they were always very careful in their presence. But such limitation didn't apply when Somakuin and Tendakuin fought together. There was no need for them to worry about the other party since both parties acknowledged each other's strengths. Since there was no need for them to protect their party, they could go all out, focusing only on the enemy before them. And yet, their movements were still in sync. I've seen both Somakuin and Tendakuin fight until now. According to my observation, they were strongest not when they fought in a party or solo, but when they fought together. Seeing this fight, why were Sakura-chan and class rep, the two girls closest to the duo, not dating already? That way the world would be at peace a lot faster. I watched the duo's brilliant tag battle while thinking about such stupid things. Sumakuin overwhelmed the fourth head with his extremely swift strike that sometimes weaved with magic and slashed with the sword of light. Meanwhile, Tendakuin literally brute forced the fifth head with his exploding fireball combined with a combination attack of the great sword that transformed between red and black. Somakuin was superior in terms of speed. He also had the ability to jump thrice in the air, giving him an aerial advantage. Tendakuin was superior in terms of power. The force contained within every single swing of his great sword was truly overwhelming. Not to mention that he was also protected by the black scales that covered him until his shoulders. Could he actually stop Orochi's tackle in that state regardless of the difference between their weight? In that way, both of them overwhelmed the two Orochi heads without allowing the latter to use their breath attack. Whenever Orochi's throat shone red or blue, it meant that it was about to use its breath. Whoever created this monster, you have my gratitude for such an obvious trait. The fourth and fifth heads' throats were shining red and blue respectively, meaning that they were about to use breath, but Somakuin cleverly used that opening to unleash a deadly attack, while Tendakuin suppressed the breath with overwhelming firepower right before it fired. Depending on the circumstance, both of them would switch out their opponent after unleashing an attack that stopped the other party's breath, a truly marvelous combination. They were in perfect sync. It's about time to beat them down. Both of them seemed to agree with me. Somakuin readied his sword in an Yi stance. Tendakuin raised his great sword high above his head. A powerful skill left a huge opening. During the first phase, their sole duty was to unleash powerful skill. They could raise the curtain of battle without hesitation. But now that each of them had to handle one Orochi's head at a time, they couldn't carelessly unleash powerful skill. That's why I left the timing to them to use their powerful skill. Nero Lightning. Nether Vortex. A shining sword of light bisected Orochi's huge head. A vortex of darkness pierced Orochi's crown, breaking its scale from above. Both the hero and the king strikes crushed the head of the giant monster. Fu finally can catch some breath. Don't let your guard down, they're about to come out soon. Both of them sheathed their swords while heaving a sigh as Orochi, who lost its head, fell to the ground. Once the head was killed, it would take at least 5 minutes for it to be healed. Even if we attacked while it was regenerating, it wouldn't be that effective. Since its current state was similar to that of a corpse, attacking it during this time was a fool's errand. Do you need a potion? Ain't need one. Water is enough, we're not injured after all. After Tendao-kun finished one cigarette and Soma-kun drank a bottle of water, Yamata no Orachi finished regenerating. Rumbly. The last head appeared, standing taller than the previous one. Finally, come out her. Yeah, from here on. Finally feels like a real challenge. This fella really has 5 heads. The one that appeared while roaring to heaven was 3 heads. Yamata no Orochi's 6th, 7th, and 8th heads. Finally, all of the 8 heads were out. This was the reason we were evacuating during the field training due to the danger involved. That's why this was the 3rd phase that no one had ever experienced. But, we're fully prepared. The first 3 heads had already been sealed. Now that all the 8 heads had come out, we had to make sure we wouldn't confront 8 heads at the same time. 3 have been sealed, and 2 are in the middle of recovery. Only 3 left, but you can't afford to let your guard down. Roa. Maybe Orachi was truly pissed off right now since we managed to crush 5 of its heads in succession. Its roar was even louder than usual. And naturally, the 3 heads had finished charging for a breath attack. The throats of the 3 heads were glowing red, blue, and purple respectively, and their muzzle opened wide, ready to unleash their breath. Leave the right one to me. I'll take the left one then. Both Soma-kun and Tendao-kun moved together towards their respective positions without being flustered to stop the incoming breath attack. But, even with that, they could only stop 1 each. 3 heads prepared to fire breath. Meaning that the 8 heads, the one positioned in the center, could fire its breath unhindered. Ominous purple light could be seen from the opened maw of the head in the center, and the next moment. Kenzuki style. 100 falling petals. Kenzuki appeared out of nowhere while spinning in the air, striking the cheek of the 8th head while scattering brilliant flashes. The Kenzuki style, whatever its name, was a technique that unleashed consecutive strikes while spinning hundreds of times in the air. It wasn't the kind of technique that could be used by your average Joe Earthling. That was definitely your own original technique. I held back from retorting, but when that technique was unleashed by adept twin swordsmen, I had to admit that it was truly a terrifying technique. Orochi's head got sent upward as blood splattered from its gouged cheek. And then, when its muzzle faced the ceiling, a gigantic purple-colored breath scattered countless sparks towards the ceiling. As expected of Asuna. Sorry, Soma. I almost can't make it in time, Kenzuki said to Soma-kun as soon as she landed on the ground, as the breath attacks fired. The background looked really splendid from my position. You become really lively when Mei-chan isn't around, eh? Tendao-kun. I'll be your backup. Coming after Kenzuki was Jurimeri Kombi, but Noir finally arrived. Damn it, that's too far. Even further behind were Ueda and Nokai, and lastly, Huff, Huff, Huff. Himno-san, who was seemingly about to take her last breath. Okay, everyone has gathered. The only thing left to do is buy time. We gathered everyone available to fight the 5 heads. Even if there were only 5 heads, things didn't look pretty good when all of them could fire their breath at any given moment. But we had plenty of leeway if it was only against 3 heads. Especially Soma-kun and Tendao-kun, who did a really great job in knocking out 2 of the 5 heads. In this way, as long as we could keep 2 of the 5 heads in the state of resuscitation, we could theoretically buy as much time as we could. Until we, the infiltration team, destroyed Yamata no Orochi's core, its real body. The real thing begins from here. Section. The real thing begins from here. From this point on, retreat won't be as easy as before. In the first stage of the plan, in which all we had to do was seal the head, we could retreat immediately in case of failure. Even during the second stage of the plan, when all heads had already come out, it was still possible for everyone to retreat immediately. But the third stage was climbing onto the rocky mountain, meaning that we had no choice but to defeat Yamata no Orochi once and for all. We had to be completely prepared, and that went for everyone and me. We would even use Goma's drug in case that wasn't enough. Everyone is already present, right? After sealing the 3rd head, we, the infiltration team, gathered at once in the trench. Currently, there were Mei-chan, Randu-san, Shimokoa, Yamata, and Sakura-chan. Included in our team was Rem First Form Dark Knight, Rem Second Form Arachne, Rem Third Form Alpha, and Rem Fourth Form Minotaurs. Are you ready? Yeah. The only one who nodded calmly was Mei-chan. The others obviously couldn't hide their anxiety. I guess the same went for me. I have rushed ahead to my death countless times with my twin shadow, but I couldn't help but get cold feet when it came to the real deal. But I had to go. I'm not alone. As long as my comrade was with me, I could definitely do this. We will overcome this crisis. That's why please let the difficulty adjustment of this raid boss be beatable. Shimokoa-kun. Roger. Ice Mist. The Aquamancer Shimokoa released water mist like usual. The thick mist covered our surroundings immediately, covering our field of view with white color. The gargoyles residing in the Rocky Mountain would rush to attack us the moment they saw us. That was the reason we were using a smoke screen from the get-go. Moreover, even by some off chance, I wanted to avoid being detected by Orachi's head along the way. We could have some leeway during the practice, but they would attack us as soon as we stepped on the mountain. Even if everyone was working to stop them, we should consider the what-if scenario. In fact, this ice mist was improved a bit for today's operation. It was obvious when I touched it since it felt warm. The mist was just the usual mist. The modified version had a temperature. Shimokoa was working hard in order to control its temperature. Now one shot of spell from him would allow us to have a nice hot bath. As for the reason we were raising the temperature of the mist, it was to deceive the heat sensor. Yamata no Orachi was a snake after all. It might have 8 train-sized heads, but its appearance was obviously that of a snake. That's why it might have a pit organ in its nose just like that of a snake. And speaking of the pit organ, it is an organ of the snake that detects heat. It isn't the sense of smell, sound, or color, but the sixth sense that enables it to sense the change in temperature like a thermograph. It seems that the majority of snakes are nocturnal creatures. That's why as long as they had their pit organ, they wouldn't have any problem detecting rats even in the dark night. Speaking of Yamata no Orachi, we humans might look like mice to it. It might be able to find us easily if it had a pit organ. I've tried to confirm that and the result was almost positive. This guy has an organ to sense temperature. In addition, it might be able to sense magical power too. Temperature or magical power, it might be one of the two. That's why I came up with the idea of masking our temperature with this thermal protector called ice mist. Okay, let's get going. Our infiltration team walked in the trench while being shrouded by the mist. Chapter 232 Yamata no Orachi Subjugation Battle 3. After trial and error using my twin shadow, we found the best route toward the Rocky Mountain. Since even my shadow and Rem's spare body could reach the Rocky Mountain without a hitch, we should be able to reach that mountain too. Aura get wrecked. Lux Sagitta. The gargoyles who happened to slip into the mist were mostly killed by Randu-san or Sakura-chan. It felt really nice to see those small fries get slaughtered with a long-distance attack. With this cane, even I can kill those gargoyles in one strike. Aqua Sagitta. Yup, even Shimokoa with his moderate skill could play an active role in this. The magic of water attribute might not have powerful offensive spells, but as long as the user has the right cane, they can take down gargoyles in one hit with a low-rank spell. Kelpie Rod, a long cane made with kelpie materials subjugated in the lake. Their horn was the organ to manipulate the water attribute magical power. Their skin and bone had excellent conductivity of magical power. This was the magic cane of water attribute that Shimokoa had been waiting for. Since we made the best use of the entire materials, a tennis ball-sized water ball formed on the pointed tip of Kelpie's horn, which then released as high-pressure water like a laser, something similar to a water jet. The water jet pierced through the chest of the incoming gargoyles and cut their wings as it was. Though the spell could pierce a gargoyle's stone-like body, it couldn't bisect them. But it had enough power to cut through their thin wings. That attack couldn't finish off the gargoyle, but making them lose their flight ability was the same as killing them. Thanks to the trio of spellcasters' anti-air spell, we arrived at the Rocky Mountain without a hitch. By the way, we walked in 2 lines with the following arrangement. In the lead, Shimokoa Dark Knight. Behind him was Randu Yamada. In the third row was me mounted on Alpha and Mei-chan. In the fourth row was Arachne. And lastly, Sakura Minotaurs. Sakura-chan made a really displeased face when I assigned the Minotaurs as her bodyguard, but it couldn't be helped since the only one who could be sacrificed in this mission was Rem, whose body could be replaced. Mei-chan and Yamata were irreplaceable. Be very careful from this point since the gargoyles might attack us from the ground too. Understood. My turn has come, eh? The 3 spellcasters, to keep the incoming enemy at bay, were enough on the way to the rocky mountain. However, from this point on, we needed Mei-chan and Yamata as vanguard due to the overwhelming number of our potential enemies. We stepped firmly on the slanted ground and began our ascent. We stepped into the gargoyle nest. They would attack en masse once we were discovered. TCH, can they actually see us? Their number keeps increasing, said Shimokawa as he bisected the body of a gargoyle who rushed toward us while screaming loudly. Well, their number is actually less than usual. The smoke screen is working. Are you kidding me? This kind of raid is less than usual. Gujn. Rem the Dark Knight brandished her great sword to kill the gargoyle who was creeping on the ground with its 4 legs. Yup, this guy was the fastest when creeping on 4 legs on the ground. When on the ground, they moved like monkeys. The chance of our vanguard encountering the wandering gargoyles increased as we walked. Though the surrounding area was enshrouded by Shimokawa's mist, the density of the gargoyle did rise the closer we were to the peak. Momokawa, how far are we from the top? Just a bit more. Randu-san complained as she adjusted her slightly erratic breath. It seems I had to let her ride Alpha. Are we really heading in the right direction? It's okay, just follow the landmark. I had left markings along the shortest route toward the summit. Once upon a time, I had an extremely tough experience of beating a mountain-sized monster where I had to ride a car and ended up losing along the way since I didn't know the direction. I thought that slip could be faulted to the developer since the guiding beacon didn't function properly even though there was a special route. That was by no means because I had a poor sense of direction, but it didn't mean that I had great intuition or sense of direction either. I mean, everyone would lose their way if they walked around unfamiliar environments for the first time. And this rocky mountain of Yamata no Orachi was exactly that kind of place. Even though we only needed to reach the summit, there was some place that was simply blocked since it was literally a steep cliff, and the most dangerous place of all was the place with giant tree-like stone on which the density of the gargoyle was simply overwhelming. Thus, I marked the shortest route to the summit while making sure that we stayed away from such suicidal spots. Honestly, it was truly a thrilling experience to mark the place with paint as far as possible as Rem's spare body fell one by one back then. It was a race against time. This was the place where I left a mark as the lower body of my clone got eaten by the gargoyle. We are about to arrive. Get ready, Randu-san. OOU. Despite her half-hearted reply, she always did her job perfectly. When it came to earth magic, Randu-san had never betrayed my expectations. She did well during our training. Thus, I knew that she would have no problem finishing her job. Okay, we have arrived. The huge X mark painted on the ground indicated our goal. Right below this mark was the source of Yamata no Orochi's endless life force, its real body. Shimokawa-kun. I'm gonna spread it. Everyone gather around me. Shimokawa raised his kelpie rod to manipulate the ice mist. We took an encamped position with mist surrounding us. Since we were only staying in one place without being able to escape, we wanted to avoid the big gargoyle, at least staying vigilant to guarantee our safety. The inside of the white mist cleared up, revealing the dreary surface of the summit of the rocky mountain. By using the kelpie rod, the ice mist could be spread as far as 500 meters in diameter. Thus, the area around the summit was surrounded by the mist. The only place visible inside the dense mist the size of a gymnasium was the place where we should dig. And once the mist around this area got dispelled, it revealed the crowd of gargoyles who had already been nesting in this place, all of them glaring at once toward us. Everyone get ready. Let's take over this place first. Mei-chan didn't waste a single moment to plunge into the crowd of the gargoyles while raising a war cry. Her brandished halberd hit the ground along with a loud explosive sound. The sheer might of her attack killed a few gargoyles at once, shredding them to pieces. It seems she used martial arts, rupture, to create a shockwave. Don't forget about me. Though less powerful than Mei-chan, Yamada's defense was truly remarkable. He worked together with Dark Knight and Minotaur Rem to kill one gargoyle after another. Momokawa, you should at least join the fight too. I'm already giving my all here. The lack of Shaman's firepower became more evident during this situation. And since I was being surrounded by my allies, I couldn't use my rotten bog either. The only thing I could do in this situation was harass the gargoyles with black hairbind combined with poison. Thank you, Hinajuku-san. On the other hand, as much as I hate to say this, Sakura-chan didn't stay idle either. She sniped one gargoyle after another. Did she just shoot through 3 gargoyles at once with one arrow? Ain't that like a super transcendental skill? How sly. Why do such skills have to be given to Sakura-chan? I hope I can get Saint Skull. Were you by chance just thinking something really shady just now? They might be just a small fry, but you can't let your guard down against them, Sakura-chan. Yup, we took control of this place. We met no problem since our party had both vanguard and rearguard. We had enough power to eliminate your average gargoyle at once. How's your fare, Randu-san? Ready at your command. Great. Making her adjust her breathing during the occupation battle was a correct choice after all. Now everything had finally fallen into the proper place. Everyone was safe and sound when we gathered around the mark for the digging spot. Okay then, she is yours. Sure thing. Behold my true power. Terra Rampart Defense. The spell she used was an advanced rank of earth magic. Randu-san fired in all directions with her golden revolver emitting a magic circle. Rumbly. A large earthen wall rose up surrounding us along with some tremors. The reason for the tremor was that it was around half a meter thick. This slow-forming formation kinda reminds me of her first Terra Chris Sagitta, Rock Lance. In the first place, magic didn't always show immediate effect. The reason Randu-san's magic invocation was so slow was simply because it consumed a lot of magical power to form. She only needed a small amount of magical power to launch Terra Sagitta at high speed like that of a bullet. Thanks to the revolver made by Tendao-kun, she seemed to be able to control her magical power in those parts, but when she infused a lot of her magical power, the manifestation couldn't be done instantly due to their sheer size. Meaning that she went all out when invoking this Terra Rampart defense. Gyagya. Gargya. The gargoyles were rushing toward us. Maybe they detected our presence. Or maybe because there were too many of them around us, their number was close to innumerable after all. The shelter has been completed. Defend it with your all. The first point was to build a shelter to ensure the safety of our excavation. The design was similar to that of a bunker. It took quite a lot of time since we made it bigger than the bunker to ensure our freedom of movement. Randu-san had undergone intense training to build the strongest possible shelter within the shortest amount of time. Firstly, she built each of the 4 sides of the wall with Terra Rampart defense. Though it took quite a long time compared to building 4 sides of walls at once, the overall time needed to build the shelter was shorter and consumed less magical power than when she built all 4 sides in one go. Randu-san had to be really focused on invoking her spell during the process. That's why everyone had to protect her during the process. The one who acted as protector by her side was Sakura-chan, who could use Oracle Field to protect Randu-san from unexpected ambush. Since the barrier could be expanded to protect several people at once, it also acted as our last line of defense. That's why we stopped erecting barriers around ourselves. Standing around her was Shimokoa, Arachne Rem, and me who acted as the rearguard. We were supporting the vanguard like usual. Lastly, our vanguard was composed of Mei-chan, Yamada, Rem Dark Knight, and Minotaur's Rem were raising a killing spree on the gargoyles who headed toward us. Since I had gotten down from Alpha, she was free to kill the enemy too. We only finished half of the wall. We needed to hang in there for another minute. But the number of gargoyles didn't increase either. Well, thanks to that our vanguard could still fight with some leeway. The effect of Shimokoa's mist was obvious. Bringing him along with us turned out to be right. Don't let your guard down, another batch is coming. Shimokoa raised his cane to fire water jet into the sky while rousing everyone's vigilance. Though imperfect, the flying gargoyles proved to be a really annoying opponent due to their number. If our opponents were just Gomas, all we needed was a wall to keep them at bay. But no amount of wall could stop the flying monsters. I could see the silhouette of the gargoyles falling down from above the mist as their wings fluttered in the air. Those sneaky bastards. We can barely cope with their air raid. Yes, we were having a hard time knocking down the gargoyle in the air. Well, I doubt that something like anti-aircraft gun would work on them. My weakest genre was FPS, where you had to aim at the airborne enemies. That's why I looked up to people who aced clay pigeon shooting. Nevertheless, since they're overcrowded, Shimokawa was getting flustered seeing the number of shadows in the sky above us. I released my beloved weapon, the Fool's Cane, mounting it on my shoulder, preparing to launch its air launcher function. The thing I used as ammo was a grenade made from firelight ore. Goo. Crimson flower bloomed along with a loud explosion that erased my war cry. Ooh, it hit them right in the face. WAH, it's hot ain't it, Momokawa. A single grenade killed a lot of gargoyles, but their smashed body that got heated up ended up raining down upon us. Sorry Shimokawa-kun, I'll be very careful next time. Why are ya the only one who got protected? Man, Arachne Rem immediately moved to protect me from the falling hot splinter. Since Arachne Rem was in charge of carrying our luggage, she carried our spare weapon too. She was quick-witted and took out a shield to protect me the moment she saw the rain of hot splinter. Yup, loyal servants are the best after all. What are you talking about? Good grief, even though they're weak enemy. Lux Sagitta. Sakura-chan shot down one gargoyle after another with her bow and exterminated the descending gargoyle with a magic blast. This damn saint was unexpectedly equipped with powerful offensive magic. Huff, the wall is done. Okay, move on to the next one. Yeah. The completed Terra Rampart defense formed a splendid 5-meter tall wall around us. I wished she could finish the ceiling as fast as possible, but since we needed to erect a pillar to support the ceiling of the gymnasium side, making it stronger. Since it was an amateur design, the strength of the ceiling would be lacking without the support from the pillar. Terra Chris Sagitta. The one used to build a pillar was one of her earliest skills, Terra Chris Sagitta. But the current Randu-san was much stronger than she was back then, and thanks to the assistance from her revolver, her skill materialized faster than before. Befitting of true offensive magic, a thick and bulky rock pillar rose at once as if it wanted to pierce the sky. Ah, the gargoyle who happened to descend got struck by the rising pillar. Vanguard, gather around us, you have to deal with the enemy that is falling from above. Since we'd already erected a wall on 4 sides, those walls were more than enough to hold back the enemy on the ground, meaning that we only needed to worry about the gargoyles who swooped down from above. The rearguard's main job was to intercept the air raid. I was a little anxious, but then Remdark Knight changed her weapon to a black hornbow, raising the number of anti-air personnel. Being able to handle both close-range and long-range weapons was Rem's biggest trait. I'm going to close the ceiling, Randu-san shouted while pointing her revolver above. After she erected the pillar, she moved on creating the last piece of the shelter, the bunker. Terra Alma Shield. The ceiling was made using intermediate rank defensive skills. As expected, it seemed that forming something away from its source was different from when forming it close to its source. That's why making it part by part was the optimum solution. We have to be very careful when making the ceiling to prevent it from falling due to incidents. They're such a hindrance. Maybe because they knew that their only way to attack us was about to be blocked, the number of gargoyles in the sky increased at once. Even Randu-san started to shoot them with Terra Sagitta when they got in her way. Just a bit more, do your best. Already doing my best here. Just one piece of ceiling in the middle that needed to be closed and the shelter would be completed. The gargoyles were rushing ahead toward the only hole left. Grenade. After shouting an FPS-like warning, I fired a grenade when those guys formed flocks. Whoa, not this again. Despite Shimokawa's cries, the effect of the grenade was imminent. It felt good to blow those pests in one go. Randu-san now. Terra Alma Shield. The stone ceiling formed at once the moment she pulled the trigger, and completed it in one go. Sakura-chan Illumination. Noisy. I'm doing that. Lux Elemental Summon. Once all sides were closed, It was only natural that the inside of the shelter was dark. Sakura-chan's light spirit was truly convenient in this kind of situation. I still remember how useful it was when we were exploring the insect cavern in the past. Not to mention that we needed to avoid kindling fire in this kind of enclosed environment. We would be a laughingstock if we ended up dying due to lack of oxygen. So tired. Good job, Randu-san, said Randu-san as she plopped sloppily on the ground. I knew that she deserved a break after finishing such a large construction, but now prepare for the excavation. Huff. Can't be helped. Randu-san stood up lazily as she took the bottle containing honey lemon that I offered to her as minimal appreciation for her previous work. Since class rep cooled it with her spell, it was still ice cool. Boah, not bad, ain't cha-cha. Randu-san walked to the center of the shelter with a revolver in one hand, chugging half a bottle at once. Well then, all that was left was burrowing at once. The natural bedrock layer was left to Randu-san, and the hard shell of Yamata no Orachi beneath this was up to me. Honestly, I had no idea how long it would take to drill through this shell. Everything from this point was something that we couldn't verify beforehand. I was both confident and anxious at the same time. Well, my feeling was more inclined to the anxious side, but seeing that we reached this far, there was no going back anymore. The only thing we could do was move forward. This would mark the start of the 4th stage of Yamata no Orochi's subjugation plan, and also the longest one. Chapter 233, Yamata no Orochi Subjugation Battle 4. The installation of the magic circle for excavation has been completed. A magic circle, about 3 meters in diameter, spread on the flattened ground below us. We weren't writing the formation, we just laid out the ready-made one on the ground. I mean, making it from scratch would take a whole lot of time. So we chose this method, otherwise known as the scroll method. All we needed was to spread a magic circle that had already been drawn on a huge cloth and spread it on the ground. This was the plan to reduce the time needed to complete the plan as much as possible. Is this really going to work? Said Sakura-chan without even trying to hide her suspicion. That was because this was the first time I showed her this handmade scroll of mine. Well, like hell I'm going to show my magic item to someone like you. That's like giving free information to your potential enemy. He's not bringing it for no reason. This ain't charm. The one who guaranteed its effect was none other than Randu-san herself, the one who dug it. We did numerous experiments with drawing magic circles while building a bunker. The best magic circle design was the one that glowed in orange light similar to the flash of the muzzle of Randu-san's revolver. I took a picture of the most ideal magic circle with my smartphone and then copied it on the cloth. The thing was what kind of magic circle would appear when invoking a spell, its effect, or its meaning. None of the users was aware of it. And since my hexagram formation only worked on curses, I also couldn't understand it either. But then, I realized that we didn't actually need to make it too powerful. It was enough as long as the spell was strengthened even just a bit. Thus, after copying the Earth magic circle, I used outlaw decoding to add various kinds of effects by trial and error, and somehow completed this Earth magic for excavation. The magic used was intermediate rank defense magic, Terra Alma Shield. It was the leading candidate spell for construction jobs since that spell was truly a great help when building a bunker. Randu-san's expertise in this magic rose rapidly after she started using it for construction jobs. This means that using this magic to dig a hole with the assistance of a magic circle would allow her to dig an even deeper hole. The only problem was the number of shots of this magic that she needed to dig all the way to the shell of Yamata no Orochi. Momokawa, I'm ready. Do it, Randu-san. Terra Alma Shield. She pointed her revolver toward the magic circle and started the excavation job. Oh, Momokawa, we're also working on this part. Roger that. I'll be there in a second. After being called by Shimokawa, I looked around for a few seconds and saw that everyone was starting to do their assigned job. They pasted scrolls on the ceiling and the wall. But it wasn't Earth magic circle, it was the hexagram that I was familiar with. Rot away in the water of rotten red. Rotten bog. Though I used the full aria, the bog didn't appear anywhere else. It was only natural that the bog didn't appear. It was because I set the bog to appear on the other side of the wall and ceiling instead of on this side. Good job, Shimokawa-kun. Okay, here we go, old pals. Acid Shield. The spell that I invoked for the scroll that was pasted on the wall by Shimokawa was our commemorative first fusion spell, the Acid Shield. It was something that I came with during the operation to keep Reina's sacred beast at bay. In the end, it couldn't give significant damage to the sacred beast, but both Water Shield and Rotten Bog were still working just fine. That's why I thought that this fusion spell might be able to buy us some time against those flock of gargoyles. Can you feel the situation? They're swarming outside. Those idiots are plunging themselves to death into the bog. This seemed to be working wonders against zombie-like gargoyles who could only charge ahead. Though I knew that Randu-san's Terror Rampart defense was really tough, Nick and Chips would appear if it kept receiving non-stop onslaught from the gargoyles. And it might have broken if the big one was attacking it. Randu-san could fix it, of course, but now that she was focusing on digging, we shouldn't waste her effort on another job. Thus, I came up with the plan to create another hindrance on the side of the wall that was facing outside. Shimokawa-kun, keep it up. Oh, leave it to me. The others can take a break for the time being. Are you sure? This is going to be a long battle after all. We should preserve our magical power and stamina as much as possible while we can. So far, everything had gone according to plan. But I still had no idea whether Yamata no Orachi would really let us drill a hole all the way into their real body, their core. I hope that we can deal with any unexpected situation with our current lineup, but since the part about this was completely unknown territory, I could only pray that everything would work just fine for us. Please bless us with your divine protection of the curse, Ruin Hilda-sama. Momokawa, how's the situation on Big Brother's side? Sakura-chan suddenly asked during our break time. The only one who knew the situation on Soma-kun and company's side was me, who used my shadow as a communication relay. Since I knew that everyone was really busy fighting outside, no one would be stupid enough to contact us just because Sakura-chan was worrying about her big brother. Yeah, Soma-kun is leading everyone to beat the crap of Orochi's head. Well, no need to worry, he's almost unsker. Soma-kun. What is happening to Big Brother? Everyone is safe and sound. They're taking turns replenishing their body fluids right now. MOMOKA where? Clark, calm down, lass. That was a joke to break the tension. Good grief. This saint is riddled with landmines. Her holy attribute is truly questionable. Momokawa, this ain't the time to make that kind of joke. Yamata said with a rather dumbfounded face. Humph. It's exactly at this kind of moment that we need some jokes to break the tension and regain our composure. I'll be convinced if you're not saying those words while hiding behind Futaba-san. I mean, look, that bitch Sakura is already knocking an arrow of light on her bow. Like hell, I could survive if she suddenly went trigger-happy. Don't worry, Yamada-kun. Protecting Kotaro UN is my job. Please choose your job more carefully. Unacceptable. Mei-chan is my guardian deity after all. Moreover, even if I couldn't see her wonderful boobs from behind, her delicious butt was showing its majesty before me. It was the huge butt that bounced me up from the collapsing classroom. So, the situation on Ryuko's side? Aren't you curious about your big brother? Enough. Just answer my question. Sure thing. Well, since I'm also curious about the situation on class rep's side, let's try to contact her. Since I didn't have enough power left to create another shadow, I had to use my smartphone to contact her. The recipient was Takanashi Kotori. Though I had my doubts about whether she would function properly as a relay personnel, I had no choice since she was the only available personnel during the sealing operation. I dialed Kotori's number, which just got registered the other day with my outdated phone. Piahara, piahara, piahara. That bitch better not hang up on me. I should have told her during the training that she had to answer the phone within 2 rings. After Yuto and Co. headed east to face the remaining 5 heads, there were only 4 people left at the sealing site. Goo, as expected, the real thing is really exhausting. Ice Fortis Sagitta, Freezing Spear. The cornerstone of the sealing operation, Kisaragi Ryuko aka Class Rep unleashed another advanced rank spell to reinforce the ice sealing spear that started creaking. Though the 3 heads were sewn on the ground to seal their movements, every single one of them kept trying to break their binding thanks to their almost infinite source of power. If they were left unattended, they would break the seal in 5 minutes. Minomi, I'm done with this one, now to the 3rd head. Roger that, Ryuko-chan. The one moving freely and dexterously was her best friend, Natsukawa Minomi. Her duty was to inflict more damage to the head that was about to recover to delay their recovery. Even if their target was immobile, since most of the vanguard was dealing with the other 5 heads, Ryuko and Ko had to keep inflicting injury to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd head to prevent them from recovering. That's why Minomi received an exclusive weapon to accomplish this job. There, be a good kid. She ran toward the 3rd head like a gale and held 2 kodachis in her hands with a reverse grip. The one in her right hand had black and purple color. The one in her left had a rather gaudy design with gold lines drawn on the black blade. Death Stinger, a short sword made from the extremely poisonous tip of the tail of a huge and poisonous scorpion-like monster, the Deathstalker. A scratch from it was enough to incapacitate its target due to the extremely powerful neurotoxin within. Yellow Paralyzer, knife whose blade is latched with Spyfrog's paralysis poison, made from a combination of yellow frog and Arachne's poison. Thanks to the alchemy, the blade could release paralysis poison depending on the magical power of its user. Both blades were latched with powerful paralysis poison. Both were powerful weapons that specialized in neutralizing the enemies rather than killing them. Since it was made from extremely poisonous materials, Takanashi Kotori was forced to make it, regardless of her cries, under the strict supervision of Kotaro. Minomi wielded those dangerous short swords as if they were her own limbs and delivered a stab into Orochi's head. Since it had extremely troublesome power and mobility, Minomi kept injecting paralysis poison into Orochi's head to keep it incapacitated. Yup, it's paralyzed. Nakajima-kun, I'll leave the 1st head to you. Roger. The other person who was selected to keep the 3 sealed heads at bay was Nakajima Haruma. He was a dual-wield user just like Minomi. But unlike Minomi, who wielded her knives by relying entirely on her instincts, he learned the proper orthodox dual wield from Kenzuki style, which had been around for hundreds of years. Though the silver iron sword in his right hand could only fire magic, it was plenty enough for a user of Kenzuki style like him who was relying on the sword. Kenzuki style. Twin cleave. 2 consecutive attacks with 2 swords. The first attack unleashed with the silver iron sword smashed the scales that were about to regenerate again. And the second strike followed right below that place with the sword in his left hand. Cool Cutlass EX. The enchanted sword made by adding the ice crystal made by Class Rep into its material to increase the power of the ice attribute. The attack from Magic Swordsman Haruma maintained the ice seal for a while longer. The reason he was chosen to help Minomi maintain the seal was because of his power as the magic swordsman and his dual wield. Please take care of the iron lance too, Nakajima-kun. Yuma nodded upon hearing Ryuko's instruction and headed toward the steel sealing lance that had already started to crack. Terra Fortis Sagitta used by Kyuko couldn't be maintained by Ryuko since it was made from earth attributes. Though the giant black iron lance was far tougher than Ryuko's ice lance, it almost reached its limit. The only one who could maintain the lance was Haruma, the magic swordsman who could use multiple attributes. He returned his silver iron sword back into its sheath and drew another sword. Kuro Tetsumaru, a sword made by Takanashi using the same material used to create the sealing lance black iron. Though this black katana was really heavy, the earth magic invoked with this katana would be powerful enough to turn into metal. Ha! Terra Blast. It wasn't a range attack with low-rank offense earth magic, it was a stabbing attack from point-blank range. By spending twice the amount of magical power than normal Terra Blast, the thorn he unleashed transformed into black iron. And then, as long as there was black iron made by similar earth magic near sealing lance black iron, the latter would absorb the magic to repair itself. This effect wouldn't be possible without Kotori's enchantment, and special trait granted by Ryuichi's ability. It was a special effect that was added after Kotaro begged Ryuichi, much to the latter's annoyance, finally added the special effect because it was necessary. The Terra Blast of black iron fired by Haruma finally got absorbed by the sealing lance, restoring the cracked lance that pierced into Orochi's meat. Huff. It's still fine for now, but... The magic consumption is quite intense. This was the first time Haruma had participated in such a long battle. Haruma had been using Cool Cutlass EX and Kuro Tetsumaru until he became adept in using both for the sake of this operation during his dungeon exploration, but when it came to the battle of attrition, he could finally see the limit of her magical power. But, I have no choice but to do this. I have to accomplish this job even if Kenzuki-san doesn't see me. There was a dissatisfaction with the fact that he wasn't assigned to the same unit as Asuna in this subjugation battle of Yamata no Orachi, but, because the enemy was too powerful, no one could afford to cut the corner. Thus, Halma ended up jumping around between 3 heads along with Minomi and continued doing his job to ease the burden of the other team. Oh no, the second head almost recovered. Everyone suppress at once. And naturally, Ryuko, who was in charge of command in the ceiling site, was mustering and focusing on her magical power that kept decreasing with time, in order to prolong the sealing time even by a second. Takanashi Kotori was looking at the trio who fought desperately to prolong the sealing. Yes, she was just looking. She had no job left after applying eternity to the sealing spear that pierced the 3 heads. Or giving things such as potion or water to the trio who returned temporarily to replenish their water. She just looked at the trio's fight while sitting on the chair built in the western bunker. Pia-ha-ha, pia-ha-ha, pia-ha-ha. Suddenly, her smartphone started to ring. She took the phone out of her pocket immediately, and the moment she saw the name Momo Bastard displayed on the display, her finger stopped mid-air. Pia-ha-ha, pia-ha-ha, pia-ha-ha. After a long time, Kotori finally tapped the screen, albeit with a reluctant face. Geez, don't call Kotori when she's so busy, Momo Kawakuan. Chapter 234, Yamata no Orochi Subjugation Battle 5. East of Yamata no Orochi's Nest. This place was the most intense battlefield against 5 heads for the other classmates. The 4th head is charging its breath. Jurimary stop them. The 6th head is about to recover in 30 seconds. Momokawa's scream resounded along with the piercing roar on the battlefield. Damn it, make it IN time. Oreo Reora heavy smash. Jurimary combi struck the side of the head of the 4th head that started to gather an ominous glow in its mouth with its respective martial art. The moment the head slanted upward, the bright red flame breath got unleashed upward. Breath attack was Yamata no Orochi's killing move that couldn't be controlled even by the Orochi themselves. Thus the only way to stop it was by forcing them to release their breath to the sky by hitting Orochi's head. But, the head had to be attacked at the correct time. It was a tough challenge that rarely succeeded. The 7th head's breath incoming. Dodge at all costs. The 7th head opened its maw and fired a huge lightning pillar as countless electric sparks surrounded its jaws. A torrent of the enormous magical power of thunder left scorched marks on the ground along with a blinding flash and loud explosion rivaling dozens of thunderbolts. The breath only stopped around 10 seconds later. Any casualty? Everyone is safe. Soma Yuto quickly replied after making sure that everyone was safe. Though no one got hit by the breath attack, their formation was disturbed due to the said breath attack. And even if they managed to avoid a direct hit, the aftershock alone left tingling pain on their skin. The 4th and the 7th are entering cool down. 5th is charging. Tendao, take care of that ONE with Kenzuki. Though none of them replied, Ryuchi and Asuna rushed as fast as they could to deal with the 5th head attack. Ueda, come back. Your sword is about to reach its limit. Nokai, get some treatment for your scratches. Both of you fall back. I'll fill in for you. My bad. Take care, Soma. Seeing Yuto running to deal with the 8th head by himself with his sword of light, Ueda and Nokai retreated to the trench where Kotaro had been waiting for them. Ueda, your pace in changing weapons is too fast. Use your next weapon more carefully. That snake scale is tough as hell. Ueda had received the new silver iron sword from Kotaro. He dumped his cracked sword on the ground, then sheathed his new sword into the scabbard hanging on his waist. Nokai, you take too much damage. Since we have a limited number of shields, better not switch it with a new one. The shockwave of the breath is too damn strong. Didn't make it in time to dodge it. Kotaro sprayed the uncorked potion on Nokai, who had just taken off his wolf vest. Tell Jurimary that it's time for them to resupply. Once you have done that, Regroup with Kenzuki to stop the 6th head. It's already revived. Roger. Geez, you're such a slave driver, Momokawa. Despite their exhaustion, both Ueda and Nokai rushed toward the battlefield immediately. Damn it, we can really barely hold on. Kotaro cursed under his breath upon seeing this situation. They managed to somehow keep the 5 heads at bay with the current lineup, but the battle was really tricky and the party barely held their ground. At first, he intended to entrust the battle to the fighters, but it turned out the party had a hard time seeing the condition of each of the 5 heads and attacked them at appropriate timing. Though they gained the upper hand when the 8th head appeared, they slowly lost that advantage as the battle went on. When all 5 heads could move, they could only do their best to dodge the breath attack. He realized that it was a mistake to leave the baton of commander to Soma Yuto. While it was true that he contributed the most in this battle as an ace and understood the movements of everyone in the party, telling him to give appropriate orders while watching the state of each of the 5 heads of Orachi was a tall order. Thus, Kotaro decided to take back the baton of the commander and took charge of the formation on the battlefield. Because his twin shadow was placed in the trench to contact the party, he was the only one with the leeway to see everyone on the battlefield. Though it was an unexpected situation, he had memorized all of Yamata no Orochi's attack patterns thanks to the field exercise. He had noted everything, from the movement pattern before using the breath attack, its charging time, its cooldown, regeneration time, etc., etc. Thus, he could act as an impromptu commander for them. We can still keep them at bay for the time being, but the heads starting from the 4th until the 8th, not even in the game had we experienced such a mind-boggling rush of remembering each pattern and giving appropriate instruction on time. From giving out short but precise orders to numbering each head and calling his classmates. He gave only the necessary instructions to the necessary person as fast as possible while making it as simple as possible. Even then, he was racing against time to give instruction. Kotaro himself believed that the reason he could give such precise last-minute instruction was simply because his senses were heightened during the battle, which enabled him to see the situation. But, soon enough, he wouldn't have such leeway either. I might not be able to give instructions once the shell has been broken. Kotaro had to continue using his curse to break Yamata no Orochi's shell. Naturally, the stronger the curse he used, the more brain capacity he needed for that. The information processing in his brain already doubled. At this point, it wouldn't be strange if he suddenly collapsed with a nosebleed due to overexerting his brain. The blood vessels in his brain might rupture before he runs out of magical power. Still, I have no choice but to do this. Because he knew that the infiltration team in the middle of the mountain would be annihilated for sure unless he supported the raid team here. Though he had a sense of responsibility since everyone's life depended on his plan, never had he expected their life to completely depend on his command in the battlefield too. It was truly an unexpected situation. Bring it on. I'll make sure that we succeed no matter what. Section. Uwu, my Terra Alma shield can't dig anymore. We reached the shell. At that moment, Randu-san's magic had finally pierced the bedrock. The hole dug with Terra Alma shield was dug vertically like that of a water well. The hole had a diameter of 2 meters. It was big enough for humans to pass. But the hole wasn't just dug, the inside was reinforced to the point that it became as tough as concrete. We did so by compressing the excavated soil and stone to harden the surrounding. In this way, we didn't have to waste our time removing the excavated soil since it was directly used to reinforce the wall of the hole. Okay, my turn has come. Kotaro-kun. Be very careful, said Mei-chan to me as if a mother seeing off her son to the battlefield. Don't worry, I've practiced the art of landing, I replied to her while equipping the lifeline around my body. After this, I would go to the bottom of the hole dug by Randu-san to invoke Rotten Bog. Are you really sure about this? I can afford that much. When I peeked into the hole, it was so deep that I couldn't see its bottom. Yeah, deeper than I thought. In fact, I was already getting cold feet just by seeing this seemingly bottomless hole. But I had come prepared. This wasn't the time to back down. Oh, this like super deep, you know? Are you really sure about this? Be careful, Momokawa. Shimokawa and Yamada bid their goodbyes to me who was about to descend into the hole. Get down quickly. Don't forget that Big Brother and Co. are betting their life to buy time for you. Shimokawa-kun, Yamada-kun, watch over Sakura-chan. Make sure she doesn't do anything suspicious. I won't. Go in quickly. I stepped into the hole without being able to erase my suspicion toward Sakura-chan. Here we come or nothing. I'll leave the rest to you, Mei-chan. Leave it to me. Mei-chan nodded while holding on to my lifeline. The way to descend was by using a pulley like the one used in the well. Even if it were not Mei-chan, Rem, and Yamada could pull the pulley for me. The pulley was made with my own alchemy brought by Orachi. The frame of the pulley was made by combining a steel rod using Randusan's magic. The assembling works were done without a hitch. Afterward, they just needed to lower the bucket I rode in toward the bottom of the well. Gulp. But just as expected, I couldn't help but break into a cold sweat as the bucket was lowered dozens of meters below the ground. In the worst case that the bucket fell, the lifeline that tied up around my waist would prevent me from crashing straight to the bottom, but honestly, I wouldn't do this if Mei-chan wasn't the one holding my safety lifeline. I was completely hanging in the air, but the burden on my body wasn't that big since the rope that was tied to my body was connected to the vest-like gear that was strapped on my body. It was a gear used in spy movies when they came down from the air duct to prevent them from touching the floor. Naturally, the vest was personally made by me. I made every piece of gear that was directly related to my safety with my own hands instead of relying on Takanashi Kotori. The issue of whether she wanted to kill me or not aside, I wanted to be spared from having to wear safety gear made by that capricious bitch. Around halfway to the bottom, I was enveloped by total darkness. Even with Sakura-chan's light spirit floating above me, it barely had any effect in this situation. That's why I made Kintera in anticipation of that. Honestly, Sakura-chan's light alchemy formation was a disappointment, but there was nothing more useful than this Kintera if it's only limited to making illumination. Anyhow, all we needed to do was put tiny light spirit into the Kintera to make it shine bright white light. I finally reached the bottom of the well by relying on the illumination of tiny light spirits in the Kintera. I've arrived. I screamed as loud as I could so that the people above knew that I had already reached the bottom. The depth of the hole was around 30 meters. When I looked up, its height was around a 10-story building. Fortunately, my voice might have been able to reach the people above without having to use the tool that I brought with me. We will send the luggage down Kotaro-kun. Roger. A treasure chest tied up with rope came down along with Mei-chan's voice. All the tools that I needed were crammed into this treasure box. I'll start the preparation to melt the shell. Take care of the defense above. Yeah, leave it to me. The defense would stabilize as long as Mei-chan and Randu-san returned to assist the defense. There was no need for me to worry about them. Now it was the time for me to do my job. This part was also the biggest issue in my plan. In the first place, I doubt that rotten bog alone was enough to tear through the thick shell. And I had no choice but to do the actual field test after we arrived this far. There was a limit to how much I could confirm with a sample of the scale. That was the reason for my doubt. Not that I was being pessimistic, but if I couldn't destroy the shell, I doubt anyone else could. Ruin Hilda-sama. Grant me power. I recited a prayer before I took the challenge. The human already did everything. All that was left was leaving it all to the mercy of God. First is the scroll. I spread open the giant scroll on the pale blue shell at the bottom of the hole, which I assume was Yamata no Orochi's shell. It wasn't hexagram formation's scroll. Crammed inside a huge water droplet-shaped formation was the combination of a goma and ancient letter. Honestly, even I had no idea what was written inside the thing. I chose to function as a magic circle with its placement and word. In that way, all that was left was trial and error before I decided on the one with the best effect. This magic circle was exclusive for the rotten bog. The deployment area was constant and it was solely focused on making a deeper hole. I call it bottomless abyss. It would keep drilling deeper and deeper as long as I had magical power. Since I want to finish this in one shot, I've prepared the best offering. Core of Deathstalker. According to its name, this was the big core of a Deathstalker, a giant monster living in the desert area that came to attack Tendakuan. The color of the core was purplish red and had the effect of adding poison magic. Giant poison gland of yellow frog, poison gland of the frog that has the paralysis poison of spy frog. Collected from the biggest specimen we could find, extremely poisonous. Mandragora of various places. Mandragora growing in various places such as the desert, ruined palace, the underworld, resort area. Since I had no idea whether they had different effects depending on the place they grew or not since we had limited specimens, I decided to dump everything. Fourth stomach of Christosaurs. I know that cow has 4 stomachs, but I had not expected that the minotaurs had 4 too, and the same went for its subspecies, the Christosaur. I mean, this fella must have a really strong digestive ability since it ate light or like cracker. Kelpie's big fin, from Kelpie that appeared by chance when fishing on the lake. Though the horn had already been used for Shimokoa's cane, the big fin that grew on its horse body could be used for the offering. It wasn't for water magic, I wanted it to have an effect related to liquid. Freshly severed head of Govu, the head of the Govu who seemed like the village chief of Goma village that we destroyed to gain control over sugar and honey. I ambushed that guy on their secret route to catch him. It must have cursed me even after death since I killed its wives and children before its very eyes. Moreover, since it became guinea pig for my poison and Hypnosan's healing magic every day. Its grudge literally shot through the roof, which made it an extremely suitable offering, thus I killed it with my own hand this morning. And even the ugly face of the Govu became even uglier as it showed the expression of pain and hatred that I'd never seen before. Even now, its tears of blood had yet to dry. Poor guy. Thus I arranged the best possible offering on top of bottomless abyss. Thus, I roared as I invoked my sorcery. That said, I'd done everything I had to do. This shell is your last line of defense. It's checkmate. I raised my right hand which was covered with Shaman exclusive glove, curse the hex. As soon as I activated the hexagram formation embroidered on the glove, blood gushed forth from the palm of my hand. And it wasn't just your usual blood, it was the fresh blood of a shaman. Inheriting the meaningless trial and unfortunate fate. If you're chosen by fate, carve it with your own feet. Black blood. Man, it's been a really long time since I used this aria. This was a sorcery that enhanced the effect when casting Rotten Bog. I've used it properly without forgetting about it. And then, when a droplet of the black blood dropped into the bottomless abyss, creating a ripple. Rot away in the water of rotten red. Rotten Bog. I'm not done yet. I invoked another sorcery to enhance it even further. The blood-like poisonous pool then boiled up as it overflowed from the magic circle. It spread into a circle and swallowed the offering. The diameter was around 1 meter. It was smaller than usual. But it certainly was digging deeper and deeper into Yamata no Orochi's shell with uncanny efficiency. And the depth it reached right after its invocation was around 1 meter. Damn it, this is going to take a lot of time. Chapter 235, Yamata no Orochi Subjugation Battle, Unforeseen Situation. 15 minutes had elapsed since Kotaro descended to the bottom of the hole and started drilling the shell. Ah, my bad, I can't do this anymore, said Kyuko, drenched in cold sweat, pulled the trigger of her golden revolver. She constantly repaired the earth defense spell that looked like it was on the verge of breaking. To her horror, there was more than one path she had to repair. She had to fix every side of the wall along with the ceiling. A loud roaring sound of impact from the outside could be heard from the cracked places. Damn it, the mist not gonna work if those fellas were this ferocious. That sound could be heard every time the gargoyle had almost managed to break the wall. And those noises ended up calling their comrades. The plan started spiraling out of control. Not to mention that they had no way to fight back except with Shimokoa's acid shield, and the situation had only been worsened by seconds. But, even this situation had already been included in Kotaro's prediction. In the place where it was possible to intercept, everyone would do their usual job. He decided on this place because this place would give them more advantage in terms of keeping the gargoyles at bay. In short, the situation in which the gargoyles managed to destroy the wall had already been included in the plan. Hurry up, Momokawa. Calm down, Soma-san. I'll exercise my right to stop you even by force if you're trying to disturb Kotaro's job. The matter of them being besieged by a gargoyle army from all sides had been anticipated, but it was actually predicted to happen in the final phase of the plan. Had it been according to his plan, by the time this happened when they were still drilling the shell, the plan might have failed. If even one gargoyle interrupted Kotaro, who invoked the spell in the bottom of the hole, it could be said that the plan had failed. Once they lost the only way to pierce Yamata no Orochi's shell, it only meant that they wouldn't have another way to pierce Yamata no Orochi's defense with its invincible defense. They would fail, and there was no need to say what was going to happen to the infiltration team who got stranded right in the middle of the enemy's crowd. I won't do that. But this situation will affect the success of our plan. You still don't get it. The one to decide that isn't you. Maiko replied as she glared back at Sakura. When she was a staff in charge of everyone's meal, she would look at everyone with a warm smile on her face as they ate the meal she cooked. The expression on the current Maiko was the exact opposite of that gentle Maiko, but everyone knew that once that smile disappeared from her face, Maiko would turn into an extremely dangerous berserker. And the Maiko that transformed into a berserker was a cold and ruthless person. Come to think of it, I suddenly feel famished. Shimokoa, who saw the tension between Maiko and Sakura was about to turn into a fight that would spell doom for their entire plan, suddenly shouted loudly so that everyone could hear his voice. We had no time for internal conflict. We were surrounded from all sides. Yeah. It can't be helped, we're going to risk our lives after this. Even the thick-headed Yamada realized that he couldn't allow the situation to worsen and agreed with Shimokoa. Quit it already, Soma. I've never said that I don't trust Momokawa's plan. She just thought that some part of his plan might have gone wrong. No, that is also wrong. It wasn't like everything would go according to the plan. But she couldn't erase her doubt after Kotori said Momokawa Kotaro might betray us. Or, I beg you to quit already, this ain't the time to spout such nonsense. Yamada is absolutely right, we don't have any choice but to buy time for Momokawa. The wall might break anytime soon. Guys, grab your weapons. Thus, everyone started to ignore Sakura, who started to act like a hysterical woman and stood around the well to intercept any monster that came through the broken wall. The next moment, even Sakura had no choice but to draw her bow to shoot down any enemy that might come from the broken wall. Thus, an eerie silence descended in that space. The space was dominated by the scream of the gargoyle and the sound of them banging on the wall and roof from outside. But the inside was strangely quiet. The end of the eerie silence was coming literally out of nowhere. Rattle. One part of the wall broke along with a piercing sound. The one who broke the wall was a gargoyle whose size was at least 3 times bigger than the normal gargoyle. The wings that were supposed to grow from its back were replaced with a pair of arms as if to emphasize its being specialized in attack. This was the gargoyle that Kotaro dubbed as Big Type. It destroyed part of the wall with a charging attack that made full use of its huge frame. The giant gargoyle that rolled on the ground raised its body immediately and opened its mouth to roar upon seeing the figure of the human hidden in the building. Hurried. Only to get its body bisected by the berserker right before it raised a voice. The axe blade of the berserker's halberd split the big gargoyle's body in half from the crown of its head all the way to its crotch, killing the latter in a single blow. Randu-san. Terror shield. Kyuko patched the hole in the wall immediately. The rest of the gargoyles tried to rush into the hole in the wall, however. The hole was patched up immediately. Naturally, that was only a stopgap measure, not a real solution to their problem. Maiko moved immediately to the place that was seemingly going to break next and swung her halberd again. Randu-san, I'll block this place. Please deal with the big hole over there. Leave it to me. The moment Shimokoa used his water shield to prevent 1 or 2 small-scale breakthroughs, a huge crevice formed on the opposite side. Maiko's reaction was delayed on this one. This time, 2 big gargoyles broke through the wall along with a rattling sound. It's my turn. Rem, let's Geo. Bumoa. The ones who dealt with it were Yamada and Rem the 4th, Minotaurs. Though they couldn't insta-kill Big Type like Maiko, they had no problem in defeating them in one-on-one combat. And while the 4th and Yamada were dealing with those 2 gargoyles, Rem the 3rd, and Alpha cleaned up the one that had been sneaking behind the 2 with their claws, fangs, and tail. I need 20 seconds to seal such a big hole. Do something to prop the ceiling in the Mianti-ime, Kyuko shouted while telling everyone the current condition. The hole in the wall that got torn up forcefully by two big gargoyles was too big to be sealed with one shot of Terror Shield. And while she did her best to seal that big hole, the ceiling that had been rattling since a while ago would collapse for sure. And only a few of them could deal with airborne foes. Lux Chris Sagitta. Suddenly, Sakura unleashed her intermediate offensive magic with her Saint Harmonic Bow. A beam of light tore the darkness and pierced the skull of the enemy who broke the ceiling. The one who destroyed the ceiling wasn't your average gargoyle either, it was another big gargoyle. It had an eerie appearance like a combination of a bat with the beak of a bird. And the moment that beak glowing with crimson light broke the ceiling and peeked out, Sakura's Lux Chris Sagitta, brilliant arrow, pierced that beak. The light arrow broke the tough beak and pierced its head, instantly killing the gargoyle. The corpse of the gargoyle fell weakly and sealed the hole at the same time. It was a blessing in disguise since that coincidence bought more time for them. Did its corpse get stuck? Ignore it for now, just seal it up like that. Only then did Kyuko realize that Sakura's remark made sense. They had no leeway to get rid of the corpse that got stuck in the hole. And unexpectedly, the sealing process went without a hitch, sealing everything except the beak. Next one. Futaba, take care of the wall over there. Roger that, Randu-san. Maiko readied her halberd as she headed toward the wall pointed out by Kyuko. They managed to seal the hole. The classmates were working together really nicely. Everyone exhibited their forte to their fullest. But they would eventually reach their limit. It was only a matter of time before they reached their limit. Even Maiko shuddered, imagining such a never-ending battle. Don't worry. I'll protect this place to bitter end. She promised so even if she was the only surviving member, knowing very well that Kotaro had also done his best to drill the shell. That's why she couldn't afford to back down. Different from when she was in her uncontrollable berserk state, the current Maiko felt as if she was brimming with omnipotent power. But even as she completely focused on defense, there was another battlefield. Since the entire surrounding had turned into a battlefield, it was only a matter of time before their defense breached. Guo. At that moment, the war cry of Yamata no Orachi came from the cracked ceiling. Not to mention that it wasn't just the roar of a single giant serpent's head, there were 3 heads roaring at the same time. And then, 3 kinds of lights shone brightly from outside of the wall along with a roar. Right at Maiko's place. Orochi's breath. Oh no, that direction. Could it be? Maiko immediately guessed the direction of that light, which couldn't be missed no matter what. The breath headed toward the western battlefield. In short, the 3 sealed heads had fired their breaths to the sky, meaning that the seal had been broken. Section. Countless cracks ran along the ceiling lance of steel and ice before it got smashed to pieces. But the 3 heads were still sewed on the ground, unable to move an inch. Kotori. How's the situation? Momokawa-kun sighed. Momokawa has already been drilling the shell, but it seems it'll take some time. Ryuko felt dizzy upon hearing the report from Kotori, who replied with a smartphone in her hand. It'll be all right. Keep going, all is well. Though they had to keep their job to maintain the seal, it was almost impossible for the plan to go smoothly. Kotaro had finally started drilling the shell, meaning that their victory was guaranteed as long as he managed to break the shell. Minami. Nakajima Kun. The drilling of the shell has begun. Do your best. Just a bit more. Roger, Ryuko-chan. Roger that, class rep. Minami and Haruma replied with a lively voice while swinging their weapons. It seems both of you still have some stamina left. The problem is my magical power. The consumption of Ryuko's magical power Ice Fortis Sagata had been really intense since the start of the battle. Though she had been drinking MP potion during the downtime to recover some of her magical power, the consumption of magical power was too intense. All they needed was to buy as much time as possible. Even Ryuko's cloudy mind couldn't come up with a solution due to the mental fatigue after overusing magic. I beg you, Momokawa-kun. Please succeed before my magical power exhausts. Ryuko-chan. Ryuko was suddenly taken aback and raised her face upon hearing Minami's exhausted voice. What's the matter, Minami? The head feels funny for some reason. Despite what she said, there seemed to be nothing wrong with her physical condition. Though there were cracks in the ceiling lance, it wasn't enough to break in one struggle. Even the head of the giant serpent could barely move. I don't know which part of me feels funny though. In short, Daya. Minomi stabbed the death stinger in her right hand till the base of its blade. And sure enough, the blade that was coated in poison sunk easily into the flesh under the tough scale. As I thought, it lacks the fleshy response. What do you mean by lacks the fleshy response? Class rep, I agree with Natsukawa-san. I also felt the lack of response when I slashed at it with my sword. With both vanguards reporting the same thing, Ryuko ended up pondering about this matter while invoking the next Ice Fortis Sagitta. Lack of response, does that mean its flesh became softer? Or we simply lack the damage? But, even when she looked at the three heads, they looked the same as before. What in the world is actually happening here? Ice Fortis Sagitta. She used her magic to reinforce the most tattered ceiling lance in the first head for the xth time while pondering about such a thing. The cracks on the ceiling lance closed up for the time being and the lance firmly held Orochi's head again. What the, is this really lack of response? The moment Ryuko used her magic, she also felt the outer-feel sensation described by her comrades. Though she didn't use weapons like Minomi and Co., she also felt something like a response whenever her spell hit her enemy. When her ice spear struck a fatal wound on the Goma, or when her spell got repelled by the tough skin of the boss, the response she felt just now was different from those two. Ryuko thought that such a phenomenon might happen because the spell still maintained some sort of connection with its caster, but the response she felt just now felt as if it hit a mere corpse. I'm sure that I stabbed the head, and yet, could it be, just when she came with a possibility, something strange happened. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ Minomi, who stabbed the top of the neck, got startled and jumped down immediately when she felt the flesh beneath her vibrating. Haruma, on the other hand, was vigilantly watching the head that was making a different move from before and retreated immediately. The heck, they are already perfectly recovered. The question is, why do we feel something off when attacking them? The reason was simply that they were literally just hitting a corpse. That was the reason why Minomi's poisonous sword and Haruma's magic sword weren't really effective. The reason Ryuko's magic didn't work was simply because the ceiling lance didn't pierce Yamata no Orachi. Naturally, appearance-wise, the three heads were the same as before. The reason, the change happened inside of the head. Crackle, 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 crackle. A huge crack spreads from the back of the three heads along with a loud crackling sound. Then, a slippery, huge white frame broke out from inside the scale and carapace. You gotta be kidding me. It's shedding its skin. To think that it used such a method to break free from the ceiling spear. Haruma and Minomi were raising their heads, looking at the new Orochi's head that was just shedding its skin with a shocked face. Maybe because it was just shedding its skin, the color of the new head was paler, softer, and covered in mucus. The part that got thrown out wasn't just the scale and skin, some flesh was also sacrificed, thus the new pale head was one size smaller than the old head. The skull part was entirely abandoned. The new head had a sharper angle, and was made under the old head that couldn't move due to the ceiling lance, thus it was smaller. The white head that just shed its skin was visibly smaller, thinner, softer, and weaker. But, the three heads had regained their freedom, and opened their jaws, each compressed a bright red, blue, and yellow glowing light. Minomi. Haruma Kun, Ru-en. The next moment, a torrent of light exploded. The three heads unleashed their breaths as if it were their first cry. The three breaths gouged the ground in their wake and rose up to the sky. The three pillars of light allowed the other classmates who were fighting on other battlefields to know that the seal on the three heads had been broken. Chapter 236. Yamata no Orochi Subjugation Battle, Collapse. The seal has been broken. Yuto looked at the three pillars of lights rising to the sky from the other side of the mountain. That sign alone had convinced him that the three sealed heads had already been set free. Are class rep and co going to be all right? Though he was worrying about the safety of his classmates for a moment, His focus instantly returned to the continuation of the plan right away. Man, ain't that like a bad news? If all the 8 heads are present, we're toast. Ueda, Nokai, calm down. Don't let your guard down before your enemy. Everyone knew from the moment they saw the pillar of lights on the west side that Orochi's sealed head had already broken free. Though both Ueda and Nokai couldn't hide their agitation during the battle, they realized that Yuto was right. This wasn't the time to worry about that side. Not when their side just barely managed to hold back the 5 heads. A little bit of carelessness was all Orochi needed to tip the balance. What shall we do now, Soma? The breaking of the seal means that Guy's plan has failed, you know, said Asuna, who landed by Yuto's side right after she unleashed mid-air combo on the head of Orachi. Surely, Momokawa Kotaro's subjugation plan was composed of 3 phases, sealing the 3 heads, keeping the 5 heads at bay, and destroying Orochi's core. Lacking any of the 3 meant the plan was a failure. Everyone knew very well just how difficult it was. But they agreed since this plan was the plan that had the greatest chance of success. Yuto, we should withdraw. Like hell we can do that. What's gonna happen to Sakura and Ko over there? We can retreat with everyone as long as we assist them. Properly speaking, there's no retreat plan for the squad that infiltrates into the mountain. In fact, with all 8 heads present, they might have a hard time in retreating safely. But, if they decided to abandon the plan and use their full force to save the raid team? No, we have to hold our ground here. It'll be too late if there's a victim. We can still make it in time, Yuto. Should they continue with the original plan even after the seal got destroyed? Or bet everything so that everyone can return alive? This was an important choice that might affect the life or death of his classmates. There was no time to hesitate. No need to do as Momokawa said in this situation. We can still do this again. As expected, Soma, you should have led everyone. Aye. He didn't doubt Kotaro's plan. Yuto himself knew very well that Kotaro's plan was the best plan for them. But he couldn't help but hesitate upon hearing Asuna's remark. He unconsciously thought that his duty to keep his classmates safe was pushed on Kotaro. Properly speaking, he should be the one who bears that weight. I can't protect everyone. He might even forget such simple things. Otherwise, he might even forget the reason he got the hero vocation or its power. That's right, Soma. Please protect me, and everyone. Aye. He had to do something, choosing the best option to save everyone under this condition. At that moment, he gained a flash of inspiration. Everyone continue with the plan. An order came down that interrupted Yuto's train of thought. I repeat, continue with the plan. The seal of the 3 heads has been destroyed, but we're just one step away from breaking the shell. Kotaro's offshoot walked out from the trench and gave such an order. Please hold on for a while longer, Momokawa, you. Please, Soma-kun. It goes without saying that Kotaro's offshoot then exploded into black mist as he finished those words. He cancelled his own skill. That's just how much he focused on drilling the shell with his curse. Soma, are you still going to do as he says? Asuna, I, by no means, trust him. But, we can't ignore the possibility of success. Because he knew that Kotaro was the kind of man who wouldn't hesitate to shout "Save me," if the situation was truly hopeless. He didn't have the pride of the strong, nor was the kind of person who would fuss over a victory. He was a coward, timid, and the worst shaman, but even that coward had yet to give up. Knowing that, how could he allow himself, a hero, to give up? Snap it out, Yuto. This one is getting all fired up. It's about to do something. Ryuichi fired a destructive blast with fire magic towards Orochi's head and bared its fangs while shouting at his buddy. Coming right up, Ryuichi. Hold on everyone, just a bit more until the core is destroyed. We might have to face 8 heads in the end, but we have to stand our ground here. He made his choice. Roger that. Damn it, bring it on. I'll show them the guts of the warrior. Like hell we will back down when Tendakuin is still fighting. Yeah, I'll do night crawling once we have won this fight. Everyone, do your best. And his classmates seemed to be fully prepared for a more difficult battle of attrition. Though both Ueda and Naki were pretty beaten up, They still raised their weapons. Shiromine didn't stop despite their erratic breathing, and even Himino Hairi was firing her Lux Sagitta. Continue with the plan. Soma. Asuna, I won't tell you to trust Momokawa. But, please trust me. Yuto rushed toward the enemies after saying those words. He had no hesitation in continuing the fight. There's no time to hesitate. Let's go all out. Cross caliber. The hero's sword glowing brightly, it grew larger and brighter. Yuto's duty in this plan was to keep the 5 heads at bay, not to defeat the enemy quickly. If it were just to beat the enemy that keeps regenerating non-stop, he just needed to minimize his output enough to do the job for a long time. Now that he didn't have to hold back any longer, he could finally go all out. Thus, he never used Nero Lightning he used to speedily defeat the first and second heads before sealing them. But if they were so close to defeating them, there was no need to hold back anymore. Not to mention that Yamata no Orachi could unleash its full power when all 8 heads were together. Definitely not the kind of opponent that he could beat while holding back. Beat them up before the 3 heads head to this place. Oh time to go all out, eh? Just like Yuto, Ryuichi had also prepared to go all out. The 2 aces wielded their sword, then decapitated one Orochi's head after another starting from the closest. Hell yeah, WE can't afford to lose against them. Just a bit more. Ueda and Nokai mustered the last of their stamina. On the other hand, Shiromine had already been rushing toward another head. Momokawa is seriously saying that. Just a while longer. They thrust their weapon in desperation while shouting at the top of their lungs. The morale was high. No one was giving up. Yuto, newcomers are joining the fray. I can see from here but there are only 2 heads. 2 heads of Orachi came from both sides of the rocky mountain. The heads were smaller in size and had pale color. Though they had no idea how the 3 heads were destroying the seal, they knew that the seal might have weakened. The other head might be heading toward Momokawa's place. Yup, that's what happened. We can't do anything about that. Sakura. Don't worry. They have Futaba over there. 1 head won't be a big deal for her. It could be said that Kotaro's side was lucky that not all heads were heading toward their party. The berserker Futaba Maiko could handle 1 head with ease. The situation wasn't as hopeless as they expected. I'll take care of the right head. Ryuichi will take care of the left one. That white head looks more fragile than the normal one. We can take it easy. Yuto and Ryuichi dashed forward to intercept the heads that came from the sides of the rocky mountain. Naturally, there was no way the heads would miss the small figure of the 2 humans that made a beeline toward them. Also it was supposed to be, yet they ignored them for some reason. What the? Where are they aiming to? As if to say where the biggest threat was, the white head looked up while raising a roar. Yamata no Orochi's combat pattern was pretty simple. It just attacked opponents on sight, searching for the opponent that went into hiding, targeting the weak, and luring them in. It would target the opponent that hit it last. It would keep dishing out one attack after another without a moment of delay to the opponent before them. It used powerful attacks including breath, but all of those were simple attack patterns. That's why both Yuto and Ryuichi had a bad premonition upon seeing Orochi's mysterious pattern at such a time. Rather, it wasn't a mere premonition, it had almost become a reality. Oh no. Yuto followed his instinct and retreated at once. He turned around and got away from the white head as fast as he could. Roar. It wasn't just its mouth. Orochi's head fired a breath attack as its entire body glowed. The breath that fired from its mouth toward the sky was in the shape of a shining pale sphere. The spherical breath broke the cloud in the sky, stopped for a moment, then sent down countless rain of light like incessant downpour. AoE attack her. That attack was akin to vast number of Lux Sagitta bombardment. And that attack didn't just aim at Yuto and company. The downpour of Lux Sagitta bombarded over a vast area. The area that received the most Lux Sagitta was right below the light sphere, and the number decreased the further away from the sphere. Had Yuto kept charging forward a moment ago, he would have been bombarded with countless Lux Sagitta and might have been incapacitated immediately. The number is too overwhelming. Lux Shield. He wasn't directly under the sphere of light, But even with that, Yuto couldn't fully dodge the downpour of the light arrow. He tried to get away as far as possible while using the defensive skill that he rarely used in normal situations to protect him from the downpour of light arrow, and taking down the rest of the arrow in the gap. Sup Yuto, you managed to get away too, eh? It used an attack that we have never seen before. Maybe this is what happens when all the 8 heads are present. The sphere of light kept firing light arrows. This new skill prevented Ryuichi from slipping through the gap between the light arrow that came down like a downpour to decapitate the head. Naturally, Orochi's head that fired the light arrow was also exposed to the downpour, but there wasn't even a scratch on its scales since the light arrow was weaker than its scale. But the same couldn't be said for the human with vocation. The light arrow could still wound him. Unless the other party was a heavy warrior who specialized in defense, normal humans wouldn't get away unscathed if they took an attack from light arrow with their flesh. And no one present was a heavy warrior. Damn it, at this rate everyone is going to. Arg. A grief-filled scream resounded for the first time since the battle began. When Yuto looked at the source of the scream, he saw Ueda collapse on the ground. Go Yuto. Leave them to me. Being told to take care of the rear by Ryuichi, Yuto ran toward his fallen comrade. Ueda. Hang in there. En Nokai. Goo, this hurts like hell. Nokai, who arrived faster than Yuto, called out to Ueda. Orochi's head approaching from behind, although covered in wounds, was filled with fighting spirit. Nokai, bring Ueda back to the bunker. Himeno-san will heal him. Am I bad? Let's move on. Ueda, can you walk on your own? It's so damn painful. Yuto saw that Ueda had been hit by a light arrow on his leg and shoulder. It was a small wound that could be healed with a potion or healing magic, but serious enough to incapacitate him for the rest of the battle. Simply put, Ueda should be skilled enough to dodge the light arrow at this distance. Yet he couldn't dodge the arrow. He had a hard time coping with the attack of Orochi's head. He had been able to dodge Orochi's head, but couldn't dodge the incoming light arrow. Damn it. Not to mention that even Yuto himself had a hard time dodging the downpour of rain. Nokai, who escorted Ueda to retreat, wouldn't be able to return immediately. Before he noticed, he was already facing 2 Orochi's heads at once. The head that he crushed back then revived immediately. And not good, can't let them attack. 2 aside, even one of them was already troublesome. But he wouldn't let them attack at all cost. As if it had tracking ability, the light arrow chased after him, grazing his uniform. Rather, he had already forgotten how much light arrow had grazed his school uniform. He was forced to focus solely on defense. But his buddy, Ryuichi, had already been suffering under a much fiercer attack. You guys can't fight anymore. Back down. Don't worry, we can still fight. Yes, we're not due. You're just a hindrance. Back down. Ryuichi shouted as he stopped the charge of Orochi's head from the front. Behind him was the figure of the duo Julia Maria, injured by a light arrow just like Ueda. They kept wielding their weapons and had yet to give up, but they were obviously forcing themselves. They were out of commission too. Uwu. Ryuichi unleashed a fierce attack toward another head as he raised a war cry, distracting the 2 heads by himself. Julia and Maria held back their tears as they retreated until the trench. With this, only Ryuichi, and Kenzuki style, wild cleaving, Camellia, and another person, Kenzuki Asuna, who kept fighting Orochi even under such a situation. She had trained in swordsmanship since her childhood wasn't just for a show. For people were already too exhausted to continue the fight, and as expected, 1 head was already too much for them. But that wasn't the case for Yuto and Ryuichi. Even though both of them could single-handedly suppress the head without the assistance of their comrades, their stamina was about to reach its limit. Kenzuki style. She boldly closed in even when an arrow of light grazed her skin. But, maybe because her focus was disturbed for a moment, or because she hit her limit, or maybe because the accumulation of small damage finally bore its fangs. Asuna's martial art failed to execute perfectly. To be exact, her slash could only manage to graze the scale instead of decapitating the head. Such fatal blunder was the perfect chance for a counter. A body blow, or headbutt to be exact. Yamata no Orochi shook its giant head, sending Asuna flying in the air. Asuna's body was blown in the air by a super heavy, almost impossible to dodge ramming attack, then rolled on the ground. You. Goo. Asuna shook her head, trying to stand up immediately. Fortunately, no light arrow hit them. But, even after she managed to slip through the indiscriminate attack, she was by no means safe from a direct attack that was directly targeting her. Asuna raised her face again, only to see one of Orochi's head was already staring before her with a lump of crimson light in its mouth. Asuna, run! Yuto shouted as he rushed toward Asuna, who was just standing dumbfoundedly in her place. Chapter 237, Yamata no Orochi Subjugation Battle, Final Phase 1. Asuna, run! But I knew that even if I shouted like Teacher, Asuna wouldn't move fast enough to get away from the range of attack. The breath was strong enough to evaporate everything that got hit directly by it. Asuna would die for sure if she received a direct hit from that blazing red vortex. It wouldn't even take 10 seconds till the attack was unleashed. And the current me wasn't strong enough to save her either. Uwu. But I still ran. I invoked both Grand Walker and Ground Shrink. I ran with my full power toward Asuna until it felt like the muscles of my legs were about to be torn. I barely arrived in time, but I had no way to cope with this situation. Even his defense magic wouldn't last more than 3 seconds before a breath attack. Perhaps I should take Asuna out of the range. No, that was impossible. Yamata no Orochi's breath had a big range. It had a vast range of attacks, but it could be dodged since it didn't have the precise aim. But the head was clearly aiming at Asuna. This attack wouldn't miss its target for sure. Unavoidable attack. My sixth sense warned me that I wouldn't survive an attack of that scale. The sixth sense that had been sharpened by the training of Soma style ever since my childhood, and boosted by my hero vocation, told me of my own certain demise if I took such attack head-on. That's why it kept ringing non-stop in my head, warned me unceasingly as I charged toward the unavoidable deadly breath attack. It kept telling me that was dangerous. And I'm going to die. I had no way to block the breath attack. I would die. My current action of jumping in front of a breath attack was akin to suicide. Whether I made it in time or not, Asuna would die for sure. Asuna would die, and I would be killed in the most stupid way too, without a corpse. Nothing would be left. I wouldn't be able to protect anything. But still, I couldn't abandon my comrade even if I knew that I couldn't save them in time. Kensuke Asuna was my friend, maybe more than just a friend. I wouldn't let her die, not under my watch. That's why please make it in time. Even if a certain death was approaching, Asuna was still alive right now. When I found Reina, she was already dead. I couldn't protect Reina. I couldn't be there for her, to protect her when she died, even though she was my cherished childhood friend. But not this time. I'll protect you for sure this time. I ran. The breath had already been fired, and the gigantic red vortex of magical power was fast approaching. As if to serve as a last warning. Another step and you're dead. What should I do? Asuna. He reached out with his left hand toward her, and that hand shone with a brilliant silvery light. Whoosh. There was a blinding light before me, and the thunderous sound prevented me from hearing anything. My body shook, and I lost sensation. Did I get blown away, standing in my place, or become dust? But I should have arrived at Asuna's place, to protect her. I am still alive. Soma, you. Alive. We are alive, for some reason. Asuna was quite surprised, but I guess the same went for me. What's this shield? Uwu, what the hell is this? I only noticed after hearing Asuna's exclamation. There was something like a shining silver shield attached to my left arm. Second unique skill. Seraphic Aegis, Star Shield of Heaven Hero Shield, within sealed the divine protection of star that protects the heaven. Explanations flowed into my brain as usual. This shield was the newly awakened power of the hero. It's a unique skill that should be on the same level as Cross Caliber. The name of my first unique skill was Cross Caliber. Skill other than that was classified as acquired skill and growth skill. And the name of my second unique skill was Seraphic Aegis. No matter how I looked at it, this was clearly different from your average skill. This was the exclusive skill of the hero. This shield can block breath Such powerful defensive power. But when did you learn such an amazing skill? Maybe it was invoked right before the breath hit us. What? So you're jumping in without thinking about anything? Asuna was completely flabbergasted, as if she had just seen the most idiotic creature. Unfortunately, she was right on the money. And my body just won't move on its own. You fool. Ain't that just plain suicide? But I couldn't abandon you. All I thought was I wanted to protect Asuna back then. What are you talking about? Now isn't the time to say something like that. Asuna turned away bashfully, as if she could feel my honest feelings. Maybe it was just my imagination that her cheeks were flushed due to the light that was flashing around us. I agree that I did something really stupid, but I have no regrets. And that stupidity saved Asuna. Ah, right. You really saved my life this time. Thank you very much, Soma. I'll return this debt of gratitude. That matter aside, I got the power to resist its breath. This is the chance to commence a counterattack. Can you stand, Asuna? Oh, of course. It's thanks to you that I'm unscathed. Great, let's go. Section. This is bad. I was hit by a sense of despair since the melting rate was much slower than I expected. I knew that Mei-chan was fighting a desperate defensive battle right above this well. The gargoyles seemed to have managed to break the wall and enter the fortress. They wouldn't be able to fight for too long. I was saved, but since the shell didn't melt that easily, we ended up in a pretty precarious situation. Damn it, I'll be screwed for sure if we fail. I was responsible for the distribution of the personnel for this plan. I wouldn't have any excuse left if we failed here. I might be burned on stake like that of Witch Trial, or Shaman's Trial in my case. Damn it, for me to be so mentally pressured like this is just. I single-mindedly focused my attention on Rotten Bog while pressured by anxiety and impatience. I could create a deep and extremely powerful bog thanks to the best offering. But even with that, it would still take a lot of time to melt Yamata no Orochi's shell. I'd been on the 3 meters mark, which made me wonder just how many meters were left to dig. If it's as thick as bedrock, then I won't be able to finish this until the evening. This was a critical moment where every second counted, and yet I could still talk carefreely like this. But there was really no other way but to use Rotten Bog to drill Orochi's shell. Maybe it was my fault for not melting it fast enough. Or everyone's fault for not being able to buy more time. Or the fault of this damn shell for being so thick. I even started to think about who should be responsible for this. Man, I must be really cornered by anxiety this time. All that is left is how much time the people above can buy for me. I've said again and again that there is no going back, but depending on the situation, we would face total annihilation if we didn't retreat when we needed to. I shifted my attention a bit to see the situation on the eastern battlefield where the 5 heads were suppressed. My offshoot woke up, peeping from the trench to see the situation on the battlefield. After I started my part of the excavation job, I turned off the control with this offshoot to focus on my job. But the situation on the battlefield was the same as before. At a glance, all was well and there were no casualties. Everyone was doing their best in their aforementioned position. But they were surely starting to get pushed back. Orochi's head didn't have to worry about their stamina. Just as I had expected, the balance tipped against us since the last time I saw the situation on the battlefield. The only silver lining was that there were no casualties. The silver lining was that there were no casualties. Was something that I regretted immediately. The seal has been broken. The breath of the 3 heads could be seen from the western sky. Seriously, man. How can they break the seal? Class Rep was guilty. Is Class Rep and Co going to be alright? Man, ain't that like a piece of bad news? If all the 8 heads are present, we're toast. Ueda, Nokai, calm down. Don't let your guard down before your enemy. The moment I thought so, everyone started to make a ruckus. Well, the same went for me. The core part of our plan had collapsed. This meant all Yamata no Orochi's 8 heads were present, and they finally entered their final form. What shall we do now, Soma? The breaking of the seal means that Guy's plan has failed, you know. I know that this was a desperate situation. Asuna said something to Soma-kun, but I guess it was something along the lines of, look, Momokawa's shitty plan has failed. Yuto, we should withdraw. Like hell we can do that. What's gonna happen to Sakura and Co over there? We can retreat with everyone as long as we assist them. Soma-kun and Asuna had an argument. She must be thinking that the shitty shaman Momokawa and the crazy bitch Futaba must have used this chance to escape. This was the best chance to get rid of them. No, we have to hold our ground here. It'll be too late if there's a victim. We can still make it in time. Yuto. No need to do as Momokawa said in this situation. We can still do this again. As expected, Soma, you should have led everyone. Aye. Nevertheless, you could say that the moment the three heads broke from the seal was the best moment to withdraw. Obviously, everyone was barely hanging in there. Currently, the rotten bog had reached 4 meters depth. I can't protect everyone. That's right, Soma. Please protect me, and everyone. Aye. Should we retreat? So far no one had died, and we could do this again. As long as we prepare for another challenge. Everyone continue with the plan. But not now. We cannot cancel the plan yet. I repeat, continue with the plan. The seal of the three heads is destroyed, but we're just one step away from breaking the shell. I shouted a lie from the trench, even though I still had no idea how far I had to dig. I mean, I couldn't even feel it, it's just melting. I said those lies to everyone who fought with their life on the line. I was fully aware that this was the worst kind of lie, but we had to persist as long as there was the chance of victory. It was true that we might be able to retreat and refine our subjugation plan, but I had no idea if the class would be as cohesive as it was now, or whether I could recover from the slump after realizing that the plan that I put my heart and soul in had failed. At least, I knew that Sakura would blame me for sure, and some people might support her. Losing everyone's trust meant that I wouldn't be able to make a subjugation plan again. I might even lose the right to command. Even if by chance everyone forgave me, I doubt Yamata no Orachi would allow the same tactic. The only thing that was constant about this fella's pattern was everything from phase 1 of the plan, right from the appearance of the first head. We only used those patterns to get this far. The problem being how long this fella would maintain such a pattern. I had climbed the Rocky Mountains so many times in suicide attack with my offshoot to find the best location, but never once did I try to dig. Meaning that this was the first time I dug so deep into the Rocky Mountain. We couldn't do this in field training for safety reasons. On the other hand, not being able to do that had also become the reason for my anxiety. Meaning that we had no idea how Yamata no Orachi would react if we truly aimed for its true body. Yamata no Orachi might suddenly change its patterns and thwart all of our tear-jerking efforts. In the worst case, the 8 heads might ignore everything and only focus on defending the mountain. In that situation, all of our training would be for naught. The reason we could climb the mountain was simply because the 8 heads had been restrained. Naturally, there was also the possibility that Orachi wouldn't change its patterns. This fella might be just like an AI that follows a simple program and wouldn't do anything else. However, I doubt that was the case. Yamata no Orachi might focus on defense. There was a possibility that I might have to take the command again. And just like that, we might be able to strive a while longer for victory. Every single possibility appeared in my head. But the possibility was only a possibility. There was no such thing as 100% possibilities. In that situation, I had to choose the option with the highest possibility. And that option might need me, rather than everyone, to bet their life on the line. Please hold on for a while longer. Momokawa, you. Hold on a while longer. My rotten bog about to reach 5 meters deep. Let's cross that threshold. Once I broke through this goddamn shell, victory was ours. However, if there was still no indication of breaking through even after it crossed the 5-meter threshold, we would need to prepare to withdraw then. No reason to risk everyone's life beyond this point. Rather, some might try to escape first. Moreover, this was just a gamble. I couldn't do anything but bet my life on the line to ruin Hilda-sama. Please, Soma-kun. I cancelled Twin Shadow after I said those words. This should enable me to be more focused. Do your best for a bit more, Mei-chan. I couldn't see anyone when I was looking up, but the loud sound of the defensive battle could be heard all the way to my place. There was a thunderous sound along with a tremor. One of the 3 sealed heads could have broken free and headed toward our direction. Mei-chan should be able to do something if it's just one head. But she would be in a pinch if she had to fight the numerous gargoyles at the same time. A single mistake might cost her life. By now, Sakura must be on the edge and shouting non-stop to the top of her lungs. But please hold on for a while longer. This was my last bet. Please, pierce through. No matter how much I prayed, the encroachment speed of the rotten bog stayed constant. There was no change at all. It just slowly but surely dissolved the super tough shell. This might be what the gambler feels when he goes all or nothing. After coming this far, I entered a state akin to enlightenment. I couldn't think of anything and was constantly worrying. And then it happened in the moment that felt like an eternity to me. No doubt about it, there was a change. Suddenly, I felt that the bottom of the rotten bog expanded. It felt as if the obstacle that blocked the deadly poison had finally gone, and replaced by the feeling of dissolving the enemy's flesh. Did I manage to break through the shell? That was the only possibility. This felt like I had broken through the shell and entered Yamata no Orochi's flesh. I won the bet. Hellway. I did it. I fucking did it. Ream. The moment I raised the victorious roar, the rope came down immediately. I grabbed the rope and pulled out from the hole immediately and had Sakura attack the core to finish them off. We won. We won. We won against Yamata no Orochi. Chapter 238, Yamata no Orochi Subjugation Battle, Final Phase 2. The shell has been broken through. Sakura shoot. I shouted as soon as Arachne Rem pulled me out from the hole with her rope. You did it, Kotaro Kun. Did you do it, Momokawa? The first ones to greet me as soon as I got pulled out were Mei-chan and Randu-san. But since they were too busy with maintaining the line of defense, they couldn't rush toward me. Orochi's head really did come here. The awfully white Orachi head was handled by Mei-chan, who acted as the vanguard, and Randu-san, who supported the former as rear guard. The others were fighting the gargoyles that came from the hole along the wall that had already completed its role. Maybe we wouldn't even last for 3 minutes in this kind of situation. What are you waiting for, Sakura? Move it. I'm preparing it now. Don't rush it, Momokawa. Seeing that she was as hysterical as usual, I reckoned Sakura-chan was still alright. At least she still had magical power left for coup de grace. I'll leave the last attack to you. Don't miss it. I won't, not when the hole is just straight down. I passed by Sakura's side to switch our position while telling her that. Though I've been using it like there's no tomorrow a while ago, let's do it once again. Rotten bog. Randu-san was giving her all to make sure that none of Orochi Head's attack hit us, so the only one that could protect the wall was Shimokoa with his meager defensive magic of water attribute. Though his efficiency became better thanks to the Kelpie cane, it was far from enough for this kind of situation. That's why, as soon as I returned as the rearguard after switching place with Sakura-chan, I unleashed the rotten bog on the ground beneath the feet of the gargoyle to hinder their movement. It's easy to trap them when they're so overcrowded like this. I threw a grenade with an air launcher toward the crowd of gargoyles. There was no need to save our ammo in this situation. I also unleashed poison using the fool's cane installed with Shaman's skull in my left hand while beating the gargoyle that was on fire. Since it's time to go all out, I used Black Hair Bind to meddle with their vanguard. If it was a defense battle against the enemy that was coming toward us, there was no need for me to give an instruction, we just needed to fight with all we got. Moreover, we still had to buy some time for Sakura-chan to charge her arrow to deal the final attack. Hold on for a while longer, we have to keep fighting, victory is right before us. This is the end. Lux Fortix Sagitta, brilliant white arrow. And then, the moment of truth came. The giant, dazzling white arrow shining brightly like our beacon of victory had finally unleashed into the hole that was drilled into Orochi's body. Both the bedrock beneath us and the shell had already gone. All that was left was to get rid of those flesh. Even if Sakura wasn't gifted with extremely cool vocation called Saint, her light attribute spell was already overpowered. And then, once she fired Lux Fortis Sagitta, an advanced spell, it would pierce Yamata no Orochi's bulky flesh, and destroy the core that was supplying infinite magical power. Ahoaar. The eerily bright red light fired by Sakura entered into the hole along with a heavy and eerie sound. Maybe that red light came from destroying the core, which then followed by Yamata no Orochi's death wail. Rumb Lee. At that moment, the ground beneath us shook. Woah. What the heck is this? An earthquake. The tremor was very violent to the point that we couldn't stand properly on the ground. Even as someone who lives in Japan, a country that is familiar with earthquakes, this was the first time I'd experienced an earthquake of this magnitude. Kotaro Kun, watch out. At the same time as I heard Mei-chan's scream, cracks formed at the ground before me. By cracks I mean a lot of them. Without ground, this rocky mountain would break apart for sure. Woah. Unable to stand properly in this situation, I was forced to miserably crawl on the ground. Crap, the cracks were getting closer and closer. If the bedrock collapsed, I would at least fall from a dozen meters' height. I would literally fall to death from such height. Esha. Arachne. Good job. Arachne Rem, the only one who could stand stably with her 4 legs in this situation, grabbed me who almost fell into a crevice with her string while clinging on the pillar that grew from the ground. Anyhow, this was my lifeline. Save Randu-san and Shimokoa too. Kisha. The top priority was the rearguard who wouldn't survive from free fall. Mei-chan might have no problem surviving falling from this height. The same went for Yamata, who specialized in defense and had the right skill for this situation, and Sakura had her barrier. Randu-san and Shimokoa were the only members who could die if they fell from this height. The spellcaster class was truly at disadvantage in this kind of situation. Ooh, this is Remchin's thread. That was a close call. Arachne Rem caught the 2 without a hitch, the cracks spreading further and becoming even bigger with each passing second. The Rocky Mountain is split into 2. Yes, the Rocky Mountain split into left and right with the hole we dug as its center. The cracks expanded toward the east and west direction for as far as I could see. The width of the crack already reached 10 meters. At this point it was already a valley instead of crack. Due to sudden environmental change on the Rocky Mountain, the gargoyle army was running down to the foot of the mountain in a hurry. However, a new problem appeared. Is that the core? I looked at the bottom of the valley while hanging loosely on a Arachne thread that was wrapped around my abdomen. It was right there, shining brightly in red color at the bottom of the valley. A gray-colored outer shell could be seen beneath the bedrock. And even though I had gone through all of those troubles to make a hole in the shell, it split open just like that along with the Rocky Mountain. The giant core revealed from beneath the cracked shell. It looked like a crimson gem that was embedded on the ground. Its diameter was around 5 meters, and the surface was smooth, not even scratch on it. Sakura-chan, has your arrow missed its target? I'm sure my arrow hit its target, but I felt no response at all. This core must be really a tough one, Sakura-chan screamed from the other side of the crack. I wouldn't say that it was an unsightly excuse. It's just as she said, the attack did hit the core. As a result, the ground cracked and the mountain split. For Yamata no Orochi, its only weakness was its core, their true body. That's why it was only natural for the core to be really tough. Damn it, the core's toughness was beyond expectation. I thought it was a weak point, and forgot to factor in the fact that it might be the toughest part. Once again, Sakura-chan, Randu-san, Shimokoa-kun, matched the timing to attack the core together. Roger. Oak. Kill in one hit. This was the moment when the spellcaster class showed their true prowess. The gargoyles were already gone. Orochi's heads had already been gone some time ago too. Time for saturation attack. Fire. Lux Fortis Sagitta. Terra Fortis Sagitta. Aqua Overblast. Advanced attack magic of light and earth attribute, and intermediate attack magic of water attribute poured down at once toward the core. I also fired a grenade with my air launcher. Dark Knight pulled her Blackhorn bow with a grenade tied on its arrow tip and fired at the same time. These lineups should be able to deal massive amounts of damage. With nothing to protect the core, our attack hit the core, but unscathed. After the barrage of powerful skills, the core remained unscathed. What shall we do about this, Momokawa? What shall we do? I couldn't say anything immediately to Randu-san. This was completely beyond my expectations. I mean, I had no idea that the core would be such a tough nut. No, wait a second, there's still a possibility. The one we used just now was the strongest firepower of my party lineup, not the strongest firepower in the class. The gargoyles have retreated, and the 8 heads of Orachi have also vanished for some reason. Let's wait until Soma-kun and Tendao-kun arrive. You're a genius, Momokawa. Time to make a call. Wait a second, I'm doing it now. Then I took out the thing in my pocket in a hurry. Never expected that I'm the one getting the call instead. When I was wondering who was calling me at this time. Momokawa. Soma-kun. Nice timing. I'm heading towards your position right now. The moment I heard Soma-kun's harsh voice, I got a really nasty premonition. Tell me the detailed situation. Everybody on my side is safe and sound. I skipped the details, telling Soma-kun that everyone on my side was safe and sound, and asked for a detailed explanation about his situation. We received a report from Takanasha-san that the core is about to explode. Explode? The heck, that sounds like the hideout of an evil secret society. That's why get away from that place now. Wait a second. If that core explodes, does that mean we have defeated Yamata no Orachi? If its final ace in the hole was suicide bombing, then sure, let's get out of here. But if this was just another Yamata no Orachi attack, the core's explosion was something like an offensive spell. It wouldn't hurt the core itself. In short, the core is just a substitute for magic wand. The worst pattern. The core exploded to kill everyone nearby. So the reason the gargoyles fled was that they knew about this method. Get away from that place, Momokawa. Both the gargoyles and the 8 heads are already gone. Yeah. It can't be helped. This situation is truly beyond our expectation. Let's retreat now and refine our plan. Surely, retreating was the most viable solution. No one would blame me even if we retreated right now. We just needed to challenge it again after seeing the effect of its final attack. Yeah, that was the right judgment. The safest option, which allowed us to make another attempt. No, we have to defeat Yamata no Orochi right now. I won't escape. I will destroy the core. What in the world are you talking about, Momokawa? This isn't the time to be so obstinate. Calm down. I don't have such an upright character, you know? I'm different from you, Soma-kun. Then, I have a plan to destroy the core. This silence might express just how much faith Soma-kun had in me. I had never expected him to trust me so easily though. Rest assured. Everyone shall retreat immediately. That's not the problem here. It means that you'll be left alone here by yourself, Momokawa. I won't allow a such sacrifice. Even if it was only lip service, it was Soma-kun's virtue to be able to say those words immediately regardless of our conflict. I mean, this was the most convenient situation in which Reina's killer died on his own. Not to mention that he took Yamata no Orochi along with him. You're supposed to be overjoyed since this was a 1 in a million chance. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Sorry, but I'll take the last attack. Wait, Momokawa. I cut off the call immediately. Keo Kotaro-kun. That talk just now. Whoopsie, Mei-chan had already come back to my side before I realized it. Her gaze on me was really overwhelming. It's just as you heard. I'll stay behind to finish off the core. How are you going to finish it off? We're running out of time since the core is about to explode, but... I cast a glance at the core on the bottom of the alley. It kept blinking ominously as if it were charging its magical power. Maybe when it blinked even faster, it meant that it was on the verge of exploding. I'll stay with you. This plan is a plan with my own survival in mind. Mei-chan, lend me the droplet of life. That was the key item to destroy the core. Kotaro-kun, don't tell me. This is insurance. Just in case the bomb goes wrong. I read the atmosphere and took out the bomb that I had prepared beforehand from the cargo carried by Arachne. This bomb was made in the same way as the grenade. The core and the firelight stone were fused together with alchemy. But the core I used to make this was a huge core. I had the exploration team provide me with a big core to make a sealing lance, but I snitched one of them to create this bomb. Why did I have something like this? I had prepared this to destroy the core just in case Sakura betrayed us at the last moment. In reality, Sakura-chan really did her job and fired her Lux Fortis Sagitta. My worries ended up as nothing more than a worry, but I hadn't expected that it would be used for this kind of situation. Trust me, I have no intention to die in this place. Yes, I trust you. Mei-chan nodded, albeit looking really reluctant to do so. That showed just how much trust was between us after we had overcome all kinds of obstacles to arrive at this point. Not everything went according to my plan, but we somehow managed to overcome the obstacle by using my wits and luck. And the same went for this time. There was no guarantee that this plan would succeed, but I had to try until the bitter end. We're running out of time. Everyone leaves this place, now. Everyone seemed to have guessed that the core was about to explode anytime soon. Oi Momokawa, are you really going to stay behind on your own? Don't worry about me, I've got a plan. Alpha, take care of Randu-san. KWAA. Randu-san was used to riding on Alpha's back from the school tower to the Rocky Mountain over and over again. She was unexpectedly dull-witted when it came to escape-type events like this. She hadn't even ridden on Alpha's back yet. Wait Momokawa, she had this the heck you're talking about, face, but I had Alpha forcefully throw her on their back and run as fast as they could. The moment they ran, they descended the Rocky Mountain at breakneck speed. The others followed in a similar fashion. I'll be waiting, Kotaro-kun. Yeah, I'll be back once I'm done. I told Mei-chan, who seemed to be about to cry anytime soon, with a reassuring smile. Then, after patting her cheeks, Mei-chan also descended the Rocky Mountain following everyone. Also I thought before she looked back, and ran toward me. Does she want to send me flying or something? But contrary to my fear, something touched my lips. I'll be waiting, that's why you have to return. You're mine after all, Kotaro. Then she descended the mountain at breakneck speed before I could give her a reply. I have no intention of sacrificing my life though. The accumulating death flags suddenly turned into survival flags. Rather, my chest wouldn't stop pounding loudly unless I was thinking about something stupid like that. We had such a moment, but this was the first time we kissed. And it was my first kiss. When we did it, my emotions were a mess. I wish I hadn't banned romantic relationships. I made Mei-chan worry enough for her to kiss me. Since that was the case, let's finish this quickly and go back to everyone. Time to give this stubborn raid boss a coup de grace. Chapter 239, Yamata no Orachi Subjugation Battle, Final Phase 3. I leaned forward to look at the core that blinked with an ominous red glow inside the crevice. Man, I've never thought that they're really going to use suicide bombing. I knew that no one mentioned it until now, but in fact, there was an easier way to defeat Yamata no Orachi. Namely by sacrificing me. Due to the effect of pain return, I might be able to drag Yamata no Orachi along with me to the abyss of death. Or simply take one head. Anyhow, compared to putting everyone's life in danger, which involved a lot of preparation, sacrificing a shaman was simply the simplest method. Naturally, it was only if everyone was willing to give up on me. I do believe that after coming to this world, I lived a pretty selfish and filthy life more than everyone in this class. Fortunately, self-sacrifice is out of the question. And betting on Droplet of Life was clearly a reckless plan. The content of the suicide bombing tactic was simple and clear. Yamata no Orachi explodes. I die. Then resurrect, thanks to the effect of the Droplet of Life. As a result, only Yamata no Orachi dies and I survive. However, I had this feeling that it wouldn't work that easily. I mean, I already knew that the Droplet of Life could heal even someone who was on the verge of death. This had already been proved by Sujino, who survived Mei-chan's sneak attack. The problem is, can I be really revived from the full-powered blast that Orachi would use as its final line of defense? There was a possibility that I might literally evaporate due to the blast, and when that happened, not even the Droplet of Life would work. It felt like I bungee jumped with a rope that wasn't tied up to the base. That's just how uneasy I am right now. And I even lied to Mei-chan. The matter of core bomb that I told Mei-chan was a big fat lie. Well, I did have the bomb, but I doubt it would work on this fella. I mean, Not even everyone's attack magic could leave a scratch on this fella. In the first place, this bomb was prepared in case Sakura-chan's Lux Fortis Sagitta didn't work. Its power was equal to advanced offensive spells. Since Sakura-chan's attack didn't even leave a scratch on the core, I doubt this bomb would work on it. I had prepared to use the suicide tactic the moment I asked Mei-chan to give me the droplet of life. I lied and told her that I'd prepared a bomb. I was about to run out of time. This is the moment of truth, to do it or not. Crap, my hand won't stop trembling. The right hand that held the droplet of life was trembling non-stop. Scary. I'd long since been aware that death was scary. There was no way I wouldn't be scared of death. Which made me wonder if I was really going to do this. I mean, it's not like I had a self-sacrifice mentality, or felt responsible to command this subjugation operation. But if I don't defeat it here, everything will be for naught. My gut had been warning me about this ever since this core appeared. Retreat and try again next time. My logical circuit screamed that this was the most correct choice for now. However, a part of me that I neglected in normal situations, my sixth sense, or should I call it my intuition, urged me that this was the only chance. Backing down here would make me lose the last chance to finish off Orachi. As for why I felt like that, even I couldn't understand myself. Perhaps because Yamata no Orachi had been cornered to the point that its core was exposed and attacked, it might learn how to put a more powerful defense mechanism next time. That might be just groundless assumption. Yet, why did I feel that this was my last chance to defeat Yamata no Orachi? No matter how much I tried to reason or think about it, all I could say was that my intuition strongly warned me about this matter. I might regret if I die because of this. Though I couldn't understand the reason, I decided to choose this. This reminds me that this was the first time I felt so uncomfortable like this. I had overcome numerous crises, but every time that happened, I managed to pull through at the last minute, or was blessed with last-minute fortune, and survived. I chose the best possibilities on my own regardless of the situation. That's why I'd been acting like an idiot this time. In fact, even I failed to realize that my mind has been in such strange state. It was as if there was part of me that was lost. If I had to worry about this, I would be more determined if Ruin Hildesama gave me an oracle telling me to sacrifice thyself. Yet, I hadn't even been summoned to God's dimension even at this point. Wait, I might really go over there if I died due to the explosion. Honestly, being alone in the dark space with a reaper-like chic skull deity was really awkward. No good. Worrying about that won't change the situation. Rather, I should use the remaining time to make a plan to increase my survival rate. That had always been my way. I had to think of a plan that allowed me to revive even if I died due to the explosion. Since I would die for real, not even ash left from my body, I had to think of a way that would at least spare half of my body. Sorry, Rem. You ended up having to accompany this bad master of yours. Gugaga, Gi, Gua. The only one who remained with me was Dark Knight Rem, who was kneeling while bowing by my side. Together with her was her offshoot, Arachne, and Minotaurs. If I survive, let's use Yamata no Orochi's materials to enhance your capability. I caressed Dark Knight's helmet. Her shiny, jet-black armor felt cold on my touch. This might be my last order to you. Rem, be my shield. Gugaga. She raised a cry and moved at once. That corner is fine. We were heading toward the corner of the crumbling earthen wall. We will use the height of the remnant of this wall to protect us from the explosion. I'll leave the front to you. Kisha, Mu. She gave her shields to Minotaurs and Arachne to stand before us. Now then, excuse me. Then lastly, I went into Dark Knight Rem's armor, which acted as the final line of defense. Dark Knight was originally a living armor. The inside of the moving armor and helmet was hollow. In short, as long as I took out the helmet and unfastened the armor, I could wear it. Nevertheless, since the total height of Dark Knight including its armor was around 2 meters, it was far too big for me, whose height was only 152 centimeters. It felt more like wearing a human-shaped coffin rather than wearing the armor. Now then, Rem, if I died, we will die together. I entered Dark Knight Rem's armor with a sissy remark. Inside the total darkness of the armor, The only source of light came from the opening at the eye part of the helmet. The dark and narrow place didn't feel bad at all considering the fact that I was protecting Rem. Inside the darkness, I held the droplet of life in my hand as the final method left to survive. I prayed and prayed to this magic item whom I entrusted my life to, all for my own survival. Wrong. Wrong. Something feels wrong here. I'm a shaman. I only pray to God of Curse, Ruin Hildesama. In that case, rather than praying, I should rely on the curse that she granted me. My train of thought suddenly calmed down. It was neither reason nor intuition, but I thought so from the deepest part of my heart. I had to use curse. I had to use my curses and struggle until the last moment. Yes, I'm a shaman. What should I use? What kind of curse do I have to use? Do I have other options aside from using pain return to kill each other? Power to kill Yamata no Orachi. Power of instant death. I didn't have something like that. A shaman had no such power. I had no other way left than sacrificing my life. And then the drop of life that could be used to regain my sacrificed Li. The droplet of life can recover someone from damage that will cause instant death. Then, if that effect was reversed. Reverse dance butterfly. Yes, this is it. If I use the reverse dance butterfly by offering the droplet of life, the butterfly born from that offering should have got the power of instant death. Man, I would be toast for real had I not borrowed this. I offered the miraculous magic item that saved my life. Unless it became a deadly curse that took lives, it wasn't worth it. Rem started a dash as soon as she heard my order. I leaped from the corner of the defense and ran along with loud ringing sounds. Ugh. Once again, I strongly gripped the bottle of the droplet of life inside the shaking armor. It wasn't for life, it was for curse. Wings that spread misfortune, fly toward that place. Though I had to grit my teeth due to the intense shaking, I chanted the full aria. The flapping wings are love. The wings of blood-stained butterfly. Some mysterious aria came out from my own mouth. I've never thought of this chant. It was as if my mouth was moving on its own. Their purity and innocence are unparalleled in cruelty. Are they pure-hearted or wicked at heart? Offered love to just one person. Scattered endless death. No need to worry about this. The only reason my mouth was moving with conviction was nothing more than that conviction. Wrapped it up like affectionate mother. Crowded around like plague. Even someone as insensitive as me, I felt a prickling sensation due to magical power from outside. The core was already in a critical state. It would explode anytime soon. But I also arrived in time. Now it was the right time for the coup de grace. I won't run. I won't back down. The droplet of life in my hand vanished as if melting and glowing with a bright red color. At the same time, Rem's helmet came undone, and I crawled up. First, I thrust out my right hand that was glowing with bright red light, then forcibly thrust my head into the opening of the helmet as I propped myself with my left hand. But with only my head and right hand out, I looked at the fissure before my eyes. At the bottom of the valley, the core was shining brightly, and the magical power was so condensed that it became mist that covered the core. Less than 10 seconds before the explosion. Unfortunately, the curse in my hand had already been completed. Let my thought reach you. With love. To the other side. Yes, this was befitting of an aria of me who bet my life to do this. Thank you, Ruin Hildesama. With such belief in my heart, I let go of this curse. The Death Herald Fairy Butterfly. The Death Herald Fairy Butterfly, fairy with wings of a red butterfly. Driven by love, this fairy spreads death. They killed so many that they became the symbol of death. None can escape death whenever they appear. A giant, crimson pillar of light rose up as if it pierced the sky. It kept rising till it pierced the cloud as if it really wanted to pierce heaven. The members of Class 2-7 could only look up at that miraculous spectacle. Keikotaro-kun. Momokawa really did it. Everyone gasped as they looked up. Momokawa did it. The presence of Yamata no Orachi has already gone, said Ryuichi once the pillar of light vanished. Though not everyone could feel the presence, they instinctually knew that the tough enemy had been slain. We did it. We won. We really, 1. Ha, we did it at last. None of them raised a cheer, they just couldn't believe that they won against a seemingly undefeated opponent. Everyone was exhausted. Their stamina and magical power had long since reached their limits. Everyone plopped on their spot like a puppet with its strings cut, completely exhausted physically and mentally. Kotaro-kun, Futaba-san. But Maiko was the only one among them who tried to run toward the rocky mountain. Because for her, Kotaro's survival was more important than winning the battle. Maiko ran toward the base of the rising smoke at full speed. Oi! Then saw 3 shadows descending from the rocky mountain. Thank goodness. You're alive, Kotaro-kun. Rather, since Alpha is safe and sound, it should be obvious that Momokawa is alive. Added Kyuko, who came from behind, riding Alpha that was raising a roar. Since Alpha was as lively as ever when the pillar of light pierced the heaven, Kotaro's safety had already been decided. Mei-chan, Arain Duyu-san. Kotaro had also seen the duo from the other side. He got down from Arachne's back and ran toward the duo, or rather, toward his classmates. You did it, Momokawa. Welcome back, Kotaro-kun. Maiko and Kyuko had whole-faced smiles on their faces. The other classmates were also following the duo from behind while raising a cheer upon seeing Kotaro. Kotaro waved his hands toward everyone as he walked toward them with a rather exhausted look on his face. I'm home. Thus, Class 27 won the raid battle against the toughest enemy they ever faced. Chapter 240, The Chosen Trio. Yamata no Orachi had been subjugated. The final skill I used, the Death Herald Fairy Butterfly, would not be an exaggeration if termed as an instant death curse that broke the core in half upon touch. Instant death sounds like cheat power, but since I needed Droplet of Life to use that, it wasn't the kind of skill that could be used on the go. It couldn't be counted as a trump card unless I had Droplet of Life in hand. Anyway, now that I'd defeated Yamata no Orachi, the magic circle leading to the next area should appear soon. After Yamata no Orachi had been defeated, most of its big frame vanished just like when its head decapitated. Some of its bones, scales, and shell remained. Naturally, it was precious raid boss material that should be collected, but the booty aside, the transfer magic circle was more important. So, it really is appearing in this place just like the normal boss. Yeah, something like that. When the huge frame of Yamata no Orachi vanished, the rocky mountain was left with a huge hollow inside. The caves used by the 8 heads to come out became tunnels to enter the interior of the rocky mountain. Nevertheless, since the rocky mountain had already been split in half, I could see the sky just by raising my face. The space that housed Orachi, the familiar stone wall and floor, were mostly crumbled, but it still maintained its original form. In the center of that open space was the familiar stone room like I'd seen before, where the transfer magic circle was waiting for us. What do you think, Takanasha-san? Can we use this transfer magic circle? We can activate it properly since it reacted to the core. Thank goodness. I was afraid for once that the transfer magic circle might be damaged. Takanashi laughed while glancing at Yuma. Let's gather the materials and head back to the school tower. Are you sure that we're not to use transfer immediately? You want to transfer immediately in our current condition? Are you insane, Soma-kun? We just finished a long and tough battle. Though no one died, Ueda and Nokai had to receive immediate treatment. I mean, we can use the ferry plaza at the teleported destination to rest. Surely, up until now, we had been actually using the transfer magic circle as soon as we defeated the boss. But how much good materials had been piled up inside the school tower? We won't use the transfer magic circle until we're fully prepared because no one can guarantee that we can procure food in the next area. Makes sense. And Mei-chan returned ahead of us to prepare for victory celebration. You actually made Futaba-san cook after such fierce battle. Even I, the MVP of this battle for finishing off Orachi, can't rest on my lapel and have to check the teleportation circle and gathering materials. Got it, sorry for the question. Do as you like. Soma-kun, who always found faults with me, could only heave a deep sigh this time. Though I don't think that Yamata no Orachi was going to pop again, let's leave a watcher, just in case. Got it, we will depart to the next area right after we finish our preparation. Section Victory celebration would be held the next day. Since Mei-chan was preparing it in high spirits, it wouldn't be ready tonight. By the time all of us gathered Orachi's material and returned to the school tower, the sun had already set. Since everyone was clearly exhausted after such a long and tough battle, I decided to talk to everyone after dinner. Thank you for today's hard work. I know that everyone is itching to hit the bed right away, but I've something important to tell everyone. I announced at the start of the class meeting that hadn't been held for quite a while. Since even Tendao-kun didn't ditch the meeting just because he was sleepy, everyone else found no reason to ditch the meeting either. Since I didn't want to waste time, I went straight to the main topic. This is the matter regarding the heavenly gate to get out of this dungeon. My opinion about the 3-person quota. Momokawa, that's. In a certain way, that was an untouchable topic. Everyone avoided this topic during our cohabitation life in the school tower. Everyone knew that a conflict was bound to happen when someone touched this topic. But we had no choice but to face this problem sooner or later. This problem, called the 3-person quota, was akin to a ticking time bomb that was bound to explode the closer we were to the deepest part of this dungeon. If I could slip into this at the very last moment, I could get out of this dungeon safely. At the same time, I am bound to think that someone might backstab me. I mean, I was the first on the list of someone who might betray others at first chance in the hand. Momokawa-kun, we decided to leave with everyone. Why yes, that topic will cause internal conflict. Calm down. I made this suggestion on the basis that everyone can escape together using 3-person quota rule. Everyone murmured for a while, and I waited until they had all calmed down. If it's now, after we subjugated Yamata no Orachi, everyone would most likely agree with my plan. Man, my plan wasn't smooth sailing, but everything went smoothly since Yamata no Orachi was defeated. That's why now was the most suitable time to speak. Okay, let's hear it, Momokawa. Yes, let's hear Momokawa-kun first and make decision later. Everyone finally calmed down after Soma-kun and class rep said so. Yup, I endured for a whole 5 minutes until everyone calmed down. As I've said before, our goal to escape together from this dungeon doesn't change. The preliminary plan is to grope around to find a way to allow everyone to escape together. Well, that was yet to be decided. I think Soma-kun had something along that way. Even if I was wrong, I did think that we had to find a way that allowed everyone to leave this dungeon. But let's not close the possibility that there's plenty enough chance that we might not be able to escape this dungeon at all. Rather, that looked like the biggest possibility. Albeit, under the condition of 3-people quota rule. If that were really the case, those who presented the rule would definitely limit the escape quota to 3 people. And those who manage this dungeon would change the degree of difficulty of this dungeon to ensure that the 3-person quota was fulfilled. Maybe we could tinker with that 3-person quota. But even if that was possible, only the sage Takanashi could do something like that. Sorry, but I refuse to put everyone's fate, including mine, at that girl's mercy. That's why I want to make an escape plan to escape from this dungeon by foot. After cohabitating in this school tower, I could say that we wouldn't have a problem with living a normal life after we get out of this dungeon. In fact, we had already gathered enough ingredients to the point that we wouldn't have a problem with food for a while. We had change of clothes too, and weapon upgrade as long as we had the materials. As long as we didn't get stranded on a wasteland where not even a blade of grass grew, we would have no problem. Since almost all of us traveled the dungeon by foot, we won't have a problem walking until we arrive at the human settlement. On the other hand, let's have the 3 people guaranteed to escape to Astria Kingdom find us. It was explained clearly in the notification mail that we received in the beginning. The announcement about teleportation magic is called the Heavenly Gate, located in the deepest part of the dungeon. And the destination of that teleportation circle was the temple in Saigrun, the royal capital of Atria Kingdom. Since it was called the royal capital of the kingdom, it was definitely not a deserted place. My guess was it was a prosperous kingdom of humans. And it had the technology to send messages to us right after we arrived in this dungeon. According to what we learned up until now, considering the magic ability of those with spellcaster vocation, it was a special ability that required advanced magical technology. And there was no way such advanced technology would have medieval-level civilization. Rather, I wouldn't be surprised if their magic civilization triumphed over the modern Earth. In short, with the assumption that Astria Kingdom owned a really advanced magic civilization, there were plenty of possibilities that they had a way to find our whereabouts without us realizing it. Under the assumption that this other world was the same size as the Earth, it should be possible to get the estimation of our current position based on the environment and star. I mean, the Jungle Tower had the outdoor theme complete with a starry night spectacle. In short, it could be limited based on the climate of the region and humidity. Because there was coniferous forest, we could scratch the region with a cold climate. On top of that, the estimation of our current position should be revealed based on the latitude of the stars. Ooh, that's brilliant, Momokawa. Thank you, Randu-san. Though it didn't feel like praise when she was the one to say it. That's why before the departure, we should gather as many items as possible that could become a marker for the position of this dungeon. For example, plants unique to the region around the dungeon, or flowers that only grow in the region where the dungeon is located could be used to pinpoint the location of this dungeon. Gomas can be found all over the place, and Wyvern is flying in the air. The thunder-breathing T-Rex, Royraps, Jaja that live in special regions can become a clue. Anyway, the first objective was to gather as much information as possible about the area around the dungeon. Specific clues such as vegetation, monsters living in that region, or historic ruins could become important markers. There was a possibility that the architectural style of this stone building seemed to be unique to this place. Fortunately, our cutting-edge technology called smartphones has already been restored. We could take as many pictures as possible that could become clues until the memory of our smartphone filled up to the brim. Once the specific coordinate of this dungeon has been located, the rest is only sending rescue party. I see. Surely, if we expect rescue to come from outside, walking by foot isn't impossible. Yes. Much better than walking without any particular direction. My classmates gave a positive reaction. Everybody's attitude changed 180 after I explained that we form a 3-person team under the assumption to aid everyone to escape. So, who's this trio that you're going to send out? You'll be in trouble if you don't choose properly. Bad politicians gain a lot of resentment, you know. Juramary were right. The 3 people selected by me were important. I choose these 3 since I see them as the most optimum choice. And I'll tell you my reason and get your opinion. So who is it? Soma-kun asked with a resolute face. Everyone waited with bated breath for my announcement. The first person is Tendao-kun. Yup, no one raised a ruckus. No one dared to look at Tendao-kun or said unfair. The biggest reason I choose Tendao-kun is his combat prowess. There is no guarantee that Astria Kingdom is safe. It wasn't just in the dungeon. We had to constantly raise our vigilance even around the human society that we were unfamiliar with. Bad guys are everywhere. No matter how high your aspirations are, you're finished as soon as a third party aims at your back. Not to mention that we had never met people from this world yet. Even if they're the same humans, rather it's because they're the same humans as us, we had to raise our vigilance as much as possible. We shouldn't expect good public order like in Japan either. Surely, there's no need to doubt Ryuichi's combat prowess. Are you sure, Momokawa? You know that I'm a delinquent, right? There's no guarantee that I'll behave myself in that whatever kingdom. I know that I can trust you in this regard, Tendao-kun. If it's you, I know that you won't hesitate to do anything and everything to save your friend. Putting it in a positive way, it was the bond between friends. Negatively, it was hostage. TCH, Momokawa. Please don't glare at me like that. I mean, you also know that you'll be fine even if you are sent alone out of this dungeon, right? Tendao-kun was glaring at me since he realized that I used his friendship with Soma-kun to choose him, but since I was serious about this given his capabilities and personality, I wouldn't back down on this matter. Humph, fine then. So who's the second person? Knowing you, I can pretty much guess who the second person is. As expected of Tendao-kun, you read me like open book. It's Sakura, right? Correct. Why me though? Yes, the second person is Sakura-chan. Seeing her reaction, it seemed she had never expected that she would be chosen. This was the best chance for me to legally expel undesirable personnel. Like hell, I'm going to miss the biggest chance to exile you, the biggest problem child of Class 2-7. Just like Tendao-kun, Sakura-chan would have a reason to do her best to find our location. I wasn't lying. In the first place, aside from her being a saint, Sakura-chan was blessed with beauty and brains. I mean, even back when we were in Japan, I was constantly raising my vigilance against her since she seemed to hate me for reasons that I couldn't understand. Thanks to her high specs, and the fact that she had to rescue her beloved big brother, Soma Yuto, she would have enough motivation to save us. The thing needed for the 3 people who escaped was the motivation to save us even after they escaped to safety. Saying that they're going to save us was easy, but maintaining that motivation was the biggest challenge. And it began with getting accustomed to living outside of the dungeon, in a place called Astria Kingdom. Unpredictable trouble and difficulties occurred repeatedly. Thus, we needed someone who could maintain their motivation amidst all of those difficulties to save us. In this regard, Tendao-kun had his pride, Sakura-chan had her love. That's why they would try their best to find Soma-kun for sure. The only other people with this kind of motivation were Mei-chan and me. But Mei-chan didn't want to leave me behind, nor would I let her go. But I accept this role, Sakura. Ni-san. Everyone might think this is unfair, but personally, I feel at ease. Soma-kun looked at everyone and bowed in apology. Though he expressed his selfish opinion in this regard, no one cursed at him, seeing he was truly sincere with his apology. Please allow Sakura to escape from this dungeon. Instead, I'll bet my life to protect you all. I wonder what would happen if at this point I were to say that Soma-kun was the 3rd person. I kinda wanted to say it, but I had to endure it since I might be killed for real if I spout such joke at this kind of time. There, since Soma-kun's going as far as saying that, it should be fine, right? Yeah. Yup. Since the biggest troublemaker, Totem Pole Trio, forgave him, no one particularly complained about this. This is also my request. I believe that these 2 are the right people in this situation, and we can rely on Soma-kun's protection during our lengthy escape. I also agree. And me too. I feel at ease since Soma is left behind. I have no opposition in this regard. Kotori agrees with this. Even the members of Soma's harem voiced their agreement one after another. I guess this situation is also convenient for them since their strongest rival, Sakura-chan, will be gone with this. What are you grinning about, Momokawa? Well, I just feel happy that everyone is agreeing to my suggestion. That's just how delightful this situation is, Randu-san. There was no way I wouldn't feel elated when everyone was agreeing with me. Then, since Sakura filled the 2nd slot. Who is the last person? Shimokawa-kun. Shimokawa. This traitor. Wait a second. I'm like the worst possible choice, right? Whoops. The last chosen one got backstabbed by Ueda and Nokai immediately. What a good friend they are. Oi, it's Shimokawa, you know? Are you sure that this guy is the right choice? Even Jurameri were complaining about this. I rather have Momokawa-kun go than Shimokawa. Himino dealt the coup de grace while glaring hatefully at me. Well, I worked her to the bone in the workshop after all. Shimokawa's popularity was as low as ever. There, calm down everyone. I understand your worries. Of course, they will complain if I'm the one who gets chosen, you know. You had better explain this properly, Momokawa. Calm down, Shimokawa-kun. I'm about to tell everyone the reason I chose you. Momokawa, you're not choosing the 3rd person with lottery, right? Okay, Randu-san, please be quiet for a bit. I mean, think about that pitiful Shimokawa who is broken-hearted due to constant criticism. Perhaps no one has realized this, but Shimokawa did a really good job in commanding the hunting team. He might not have powerful magic, but he can make up for that with his discreet judgment. The biggest problem with Tendao-kun and Sakura-chan was the fact that they tended to go out of control. If Tendao-kun were to encounter a knight whose job was maintaining public order with rotten and corrupt personalities like Gangster in the movie, he might fight them 9 or 10 times. And he wouldn't stop until he beat them to a pulp regardless of their authority. The same went for Sakura-chan. She would do anything and everything to reunite with her beloved big brother if she was to be separated from him. With those two like that, they were bound to make enemies left and right even in normal situation. That's why as long as Shimokawa-kun is with you, he'll be that barrier that will prevent you from making a big mistake. Really? I know you can do this, Shimokawa. Have more confidence. It's rare for you to get a praise. Shimokawa seemed to think that he was lucky to get the slot to go outside. But I have to remind you that your real duty to act as a barrier for the other two will only begin after you have left the dungeon, you know? Well, he might understand that in a while. Moreover, in addition to Shimokawa-kun who would become a part of the rescue team, the others are necessary personnel to save us when escaping from this place. Class rep would bring everyone together. And Soma-kun would become a pillar of support for our defense when we're still in this dungeon. We can't eat a delicious meal without Mei-chan, and we wouldn't be able to update our equipment without Takanashi. Moreover, even those without special skills, the vanguard such as knight or warrior still had excellent stamina than the rearguard. And that stamina would be put to good use during the long escape. That's why I think this team is the best escape team composition. What Momokawa said does make a sense, but I still feel uneasy about sending just 3 people. Yes. Since we can't contact the other party with smartphone once we are separated by a certain distance. Correct, since Takanashi's smartphone used unrealistically stupid theory called it's connected because the signal reached us, distant communication was impossible. For example, the people in the school tower couldn't make a call with those who went to the resort island via teleportation. And I understand Soma-kun's worry about being only able to send 3 people. The other also expressed their worry, albeit not as vocal as Soma-kun. Rest assured everyone. I'll accompany them as the 4th person. It was already proven that my twin shadow could ride teleportation magic and could still be controlled by me. This was a proof that the communication wouldn't be interrupted regardless of the distance thanks to the twin shadow. Thus, I would include my offshoot into the Heavenly Gate as the Phantom 4th member. It was a loophole in the rule since skill didn't count as human. It was recognized as something like magic. Teleportation magic was definitely not a method to send a killing machine from the future to the past that only sent them naked. We will also send the necessary equipment with them and something like REM along as well. There was plenty enough possibility since there was no problem in sending my offshoot. And then, as long as my twin shadow was in Astria Kingdom, I myself could know the real-time situation outside this dungeon. At this point, I had no problem with moving my real body and shadow at the same time. As long as it wasn't during the battle, I could see, hear, and talk as much as I wanted. In fact, this was the loophole in the rule to send in the 4th person that shouldn't be possible according to the ruler and to communicate with each other. Yes, it's something only possible using the twin shadow. I see. Well, if Momokawa is coming along. Yes, it'll be more reassuring if Momokawa is coming along. If it's Momokawa, then we have no problem. Wait a second, I am getting a bad feeling if Momokawa is coming along. Give it up, Sakura. That guy will stick with us even if he has to crawl. Most of my classmates nodded in understanding when I told them that I was coming along. Kotaro-kun, you have to explain properly to everyone you know. Of course, Mei-chan. I decided on this plan last night after consulting with Mei-chan, and since she gave her stamp of approval, I decided to push it. I was really happy that everyone showed their consent and understanding. All that was left was to enjoy tomorrow's victory celebration to the fullest. Chapter 241, Victory Celebration. The next day, everyone gathered in the ferry plaza on the 2nd floor of the school tower. Well then, to celebrate the subjugation of Yamata no Orachi, toast. Everyone shouted together in the plaza. Since I've used a lot of good ingredients for this feast, feel free to eat as much as you can. Thus, the hungry men greedily devoured the food upon hearing Futaba-san's remark. I was one of those men. However, this roasted steak was more tender than usual. Maybe the one we ate before came from a different part. So, this was what she meant by good ingredients. Big brother. Ah, Sakura. Sakura called out to me when I took a bite of the steak that was made from the most delicious part. She brought green salad with colorful dressing in her hands. She still reminded me to watch over my diet even in this kind of environment. Even though I think Sakura was too thin due to her training in Soma style, I hope she would gain a bit more weight. I hope she follows Asuna's example, who ate a thick slab of steak just like me. Thank you for the hard work. But now is a bit. No, the same goes for you, Sakura. No, I do almost nothing at all. In the end, Yamata no Orachi wouldn't be defeated without your power, big brother. I just got lucky that Seraphic Aegis awakened at that timing. But even if I had dropped out back then, Ryuichi would have done something about that situation. Because just like me, Ryuichi's king's armor had also evolved back then. The jet black armor that only covered his right arm until now covered his left arm too. Different from its right arm counterpart, the left arm's king's arm was bulkier. It not only protected him from Yamata no Orochi's breath, but also reflected part of the attack. Though my Seraphic Aegis couldn't reflect the attack, it could absorb part of the breath and convert it into my own magical power. Thanks to that function, despite being extremely exhausted towards the last part of the battle, I could fight till the end because of the abundant magical power. Both Ryuichi and I could endure the fight till the end since both of us awakened a skill that allowed us to protect ourselves from breath attacks. Nevertheless, the MVP of this battle is Momokawa. I really am no match for him this time. Big brother. Sakura, I hope you also stop trying to criticize Momokawa at every given chance. I know that it's impossible to forgive him, but it's thanks to his plan that we managed to defeat Yamata no Orochi. I had been looking at him with suspicion ever since we started cohabitating in the school tower. I've always prepared in case he tries to use everyone. Though he did act suspiciously, Momokawa did prove that his dubious plan worked with the subjugation of Yamata no Orochi, and no one died during the said battle. That was an undeniable truth. And it wasn't something that I could accomplish with my own power. He brought everyone together, and proposed a plan for everyone to attack together. And even when the last unexpected situation arose, he managed to cope with the situation and finish off Yamata no Orochi. That might be the case. But I'm not saying this solely because I hate Momokawa. Really? Then why? I'm just scared of him. Scared, is it? And I only became even more convinced after this battle. Momokawa led everyone and truly defeated that gigantic Yamata no Orochi. And the person who accomplished that is the same person who killed Reina. We mustn't let our guard down. I understand your worry. But we overcame the deathly crisis together. The entire class worked together to make a plan to escape together instead of fighting for it. Yes, I know that. I have no intention of being overly suspicious of him. Sakura's mien cleared up as if a weight had lifted off her shoulders. Maybe she still regretted the fact that she didn't make that much contribution during the subjugation battle. In fact, Momokawa single-handedly destroyed the core that she couldn't destroy with her strongest spell. When I asked him how he had managed to destroy the core, the person himself didn't give a clear answer. But that's just typical of Momokawa. Fret not, Sakura. Now is the time for celebration. Yes, we might as well enjoy it. And then, Sakura cut the tip of the steak that I ate, placed it on her own plate and returned to Asuna's place. Good grief, her desire to eat the thing that I already took a bite of hasn't changed even after she has grown up. I moved towards another group while pondering about such things. Shimokawa. Yo, what's the matter, Soma? Shimokawa put on his guard, perhaps because he wasn't used to being called out by me. He was chatting with Ueda and Nokai just as usual. But since their friendship with Yamada had deepened along the way, the latter was also sitting together with the trio. Firstly, thank you for your hard work. And thank you for protecting Sakura. Was doing no such thing. I just did my job. I heard that the battle over there was just as fierce as ours. And you fought on such a battlefield without backing down at all. That's already plenty enough reason for me to express my gratitude. I see. Sorry, but I'm not used to being praised like that. Shimokawa averted his face, seemingly not sure of how to react to such praise. I guess that's the adorable side of him. The same goes for you, Nokai. How's your condition? Well, this kind of injury ain't a big deal. He replied bluntly, taking a glance at Yamada who was eating white-fleshed fish sashimi on the table despite being covered in bandages. That sashimi made from blowfish-like fish looks delicious. Could it be that Momokawa used fish with deadly poison like blowfish as one of the menu items in this celebration? Anyhow, Yamata seemed to be using his body, which was strengthened by his vocation, the heavy warrior, to stop the incoming gargoyle. The scars on his body were undeniable proof of him stopping a few big gargoyles by himself. By the time he descended the mountain along with Sakura and Co., his tattered armor was drenched in his own blood. He had done a really good job in returning alive. Hey Soma, aren't you going to give us something? We put our life on the line, you know? You guys just slept near the end of the battle. Don't screw with us. We are fighting to the bitter end. Ha ha ha, I'm joking. How's your injury? I'm fine. Sakura-chan patched me up with her healing spell. It seems that way. It looks like that moment you're crying in pain was a lie. Don't tell him that. You should thank me for pulling you out of the trench. Oh, shut up. Don't forget that I'm the one who applied potion on your wound. Ueda and Nokai started their little bickering that livened the banquet. Though my initial impression of them was bad due to the matter with Kotori, now I feel that they were reliable comrades after we fought back to back during the Orochi's subjugation battle. Maybe the reason we shouldn't be trapped in the past is because a future like this exists. Oi, Asuna, Nakajima. You've finally come, Soma. Yo, Soma-kun. Then I visited the pair of teachers and students, Asuna and Nakajima. Good job, guys. No, I had to rely on Soma's hero power near the end. I felt ashamed of my own immaturity. What are you talking about, Asuna? The front line would have collapsed without you. Ah, my bad. It's my fault that the seal broke. No one will blame you for that, Nakajima. I mean, no one expected Orachi would shed its skin. Nakajima was blaming himself because the 3 heads were released from their seals. But just like I said, no one here expected such a situation. That's why no one blamed him. Moreover, you came running in person to us. Your participation lessened my burden. That's only natural. Class Rep, the leader of the sealing unit, ran to regroup with us the moment the 3 heads were released from their seals. That was a brilliant judgment. Otherwise, not even Ryuichi would have been able to withstand the full force of the 8 heads of Orachi. Regrouping with us was the most correct judgment in that situation. As expected of Class Rep, Nakajima's growth has only just begun. Thanks to his potential, he'll only get stronger from now on. It might be only matter of time before you surpass Asuna. What are you talking about? I haven't neglected my training either, and I've been honing my Kenzuki style through combat. On the other hand, you'd better not let your guard down since I might end up surpassing you in a flash. It's okay, I'm a hero. Don't get cocky. Ha 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 ha, spare me please. I headed towards the other group after a small banter with Asuna. Hey Soma-kun, what's the matter, Soma? It's rare to see you coming voluntarily to us. Thank you for the hard work, Nonomiya-san, Yoshizaki-san. Well, it's more like I made a round tour to everyone. Though not as bad as Ueda, Nokai, and Yamata were injured, both of them were in a rather tattered condition too. They'd barely avoided the torrent of light arrows from Yamata no Orachi. Soma-kun. Of course, the same goes for you, Himeno-san. Ain't your treatment towards me kinda cold? Well, rather than calling it you reap what you sow, it is more like I treat you accordingly. I'm glad to see that your wounds have almost patched up. Well, it's thanks to your little sister's healing spell. Does it mean that now you're appreciating the role of a healer after getting injured? I did appreciate her role properly. Since they drank potion and healed by Himeno-san's healing spell when they were injured, there was no particular problem with their injury. However, had Sakura been in that place, she could heal that kind of wound immediately. The wound would heal immediately instead of waiting for it to heal with self-healing. Thanks to Himeno-san, no one is seriously injured. Thank you very much. Yeah, right. I did my very best. Yeah, you really did your best to learn fast heal. Himeno-san had somehow managed to learn the higher version of lesser heal, the fast heal. She had managed to do so after Momokawa forced her to heal Goma over and over again. The fact that Himeno-san managed to learn a new skill by using such cool method proved that such method was effective, though such a method left a bitter taste in my mouth. Ah, Soma-kun. Oi Himino, the glass is empty. Refill it quickly. My bad. Coming right up. Himno-san poured potion into their cup. Should I scold them as the Public Moral Committee's leader? Chill out, girls. I am starting to feel bad for Himno-san. Ain't a big deal, we're patient after all. Yeah, right, this is a nursing patient. Ah, my arm is throbbing in pain again. Just don't overdo it. That matter aside, there's something even worse than this. Have you seen Ryuichi? Despite the full blast banquet, I hadn't seen Ryuichi's figure at all. There was no way he had returned to his room to sleep again. He was the kind of guy who would leave last in this kind of situation. Tendao-kun should be smoking. Near the entrance of the first floor? I see. I'll keep it from class rep today. This is a victory celebration after all. If it was just smoking, he would be back soon. Everyone, since today is the day of the victory celebration, Momokawa-kun is going to open one of the treasured bottle. Seriously. When I looked around, I saw class rep smiling brightly and Momokawa holding a big bottle with his usual cheeky, cat-like face. No way, this guy is actually going to lift the liquor ban. Snap out of it already, class rep. Momokawa, have you forgotten the tragedy from back then? What are you talking about, Yuto-kun? Let it go just this once. Yes, Soma-kun. Not drinking during this kind of celebration is boring. Good job, Momokawa. Momokawa-kun. My mead. Oh crap, everyone is in the mood for a party. And for Ryuichi, who was supposed to be the first one to appear in this kind of situation to leave for smoking, meant that no one could stop this. Well, I guess there's nothing wrong with a sip or two just for today. Not you too, Sakura. I'll use detoxification if something happens. I'll be in your care then. I didn't want to go through those horrible experiences again. Good grief, it was just as I had expected. Momokawa had never been stopped making liquor. All right, has everyone received their glass? Momokawa walked around pouring the liquor into everyone's glass, including mine. Just like the usual class meeting, Momokawa stood in front of the blackboard along with class rep. Well then, a toast to our future. Thus, he led everyone to drink. This seems to be different from wine. It tastes like fruit wine with a mysterious taste. It had a rich flavor and strong alcohol content, yet easily went down your throat. Yeah, this is delicious. No wonder Momokawa treated and called it his treasure. I ended up drinking it all at once, and the same went for everyone. Big brother, the truth is, this is my first time drinking liquor. But it's delicious. Yeah, this liquor is delicious. And then, at that moment everyone started praising the liquor with smile on their face. Ah. Gah. The one who raised an agonizing groan was class rep. She coughed violently as if something entered her trachea, and vomited blood. Class rep. Goo, gah, cough. Class rep seemed to be in agony, coughing blood from her mouth. What in the world is happening to class rep's body? It was as if she was poiso. Could it be? I felt a heavy lump rising from my stomach. The moment I thought so, I vomited blood too. It wasn't just me. When I turned around I saw that Sakura and everyone else fell too. Cough, huff, huff. I couldn't breathe at all. I fell on my knees due to the suffocation. I couldn't say anything. All I could do was barely take a breath and breathe out a breath mixed with blood. But upon raising my face, I saw it. Foo 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 foo. Ha 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 ha. The guy with a girlish face, whose glossy black hair swayed with the wind, was laughing. Ha 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 ha. Momokawa Kotaro. He was laughing like a devil while watching his classmates suffer while vomiting blood. Chapter 242, Traitor 1. What is happening? The first thing I saw when I woke up was a dim ceiling. It wasn't the familiar ceiling, but I knew immediately that this was the ceiling of a clandestine room on the 5th floor of the school tower. At the same time, another spectacle reflected in my eyes. The bright fairy plaza on the 2nd floor. And I saw everyone had collapsed while vomiting blood, alongside the big table filled with a sumptuous feast prepared by Mei-chan. Ha 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 ha. And I looked at that, laughing like a maniac. How did I end up in this place? This Don't tell me. Oh, good morning, Momokawa-kun. Have you woken? That awfully cocky voice came from above me. This was the first time I heard her speak with such glee. So you're the one behind this. Takanashi Kotori. She looked down at me, who was rolling on the floor as she sat on the table in the clandestine room with an extremely elated face. Hey, Kotori has no idea what you're talking about. You're the one who did it after all, Momokawa-kun. Say. What? Don't screw with me, bitch. Takanashi Kotori was obviously the culprit of this mess. Okay, let's sort out the situation. Firstly, I went to sort out Yamata no Orachi's materials before going to the victory banquet. Since there were a lot of materials collected, and even if the core was used to activate the teleportation magic, there was still a big enough chunk left. And just when I was thinking about a lot of options for enhancing REM, Himino came and reminded me that the victory banquet was about to begin. I sorted the materials and headed to the second floor with Takanashi. That was when my memory got interrupted. And I was already in this state the moment I woke up. I rolled on the cold floor of the clandestine room in the 5th floor of the school tower, and my offshoot was impersonating me in the ferry plaza for some reason. My offshoot was laughing maniacally while looking down at my classmate who was vomiting blood on the floor. From a third-person perspective, I did look like the culprit who poisoned my classmates. Do you get it now? Or are you by chance still half asleep? Damn it, I couldn't control the offshoot in the ferry plaza. My line of sight was connected to it. There was no doubt that it was my twin shadow, but I couldn't do anything but watch the situation from my offshoot's perspective. Even though it was my offshoot, I couldn't even control its finger. That offshoot was completely under Takanashi's control. How did she do that? I don't think it was some sort of cheat ability that allowed her to copy the other party's skill with just a glance. Wait for a second, I do remember that once before, my twin shadow got taken out when I fell asleep while monitoring Yamata no Orachi. I thought it got ambushed by the gargoyle, but it might simply have been captured back then. So rather than a skill that copies a skill, it might be more accurate to say that it was magic that hijacks another skill. Since our vision was shared, there was no doubt that it was my offshoot. Damn it, so Takanashi had been hiding my offshoot, waiting for this moment to use it. It was my mistake for failing to anticipate this situation until she showed her true character. But regretting now won't change anything. I refuse to allow this traitorous Takanashi to get what she wants. I had to turn the tables no matter what. In fact, I'm really pissed off right now at this sinister betrayal that was clearly only aimed at me. On the other hand, my anger rose to the point before it cooled down and allowed me to regain my rationality. There was always opportunity rising amid life and death situations. Stopping to think here would only lead to my demise. That's why I calmed down. Seeing that I was still alive meant that there was still the opportunity to turn the table. Fortunately, it seemed there was still no problem on my part. Though I had passed out somewhere around the entrance, I felt no pain, nor did my body feel numb. There was nothing wrong with my limbs either. Well, that might be natural. I mean, if something happened to my body, it would be reflected back to my attacker. Firstly, I stood up quietly while raising my vigilance at Takanashi. I circulated my magical power, ready to blast her with my hexing as I stood up on my feet. I didn't have both my air launcher and the Fool's Cane right now, but I was still wearing my enchanted Gakuren and magic item and the glove for hexing. I wasn't completely defenseless. And I just needed to call Rem, but Kotori has always hated that part of you, Momokawa-kun. You're already trying to fight back, aren't you? Humph, you should look more desperate and pitiful. That displeased face was something that I was used to seeing. She might have wanted to see me falling into panic and desperately begging for my life. That innocent and carefree look on her face was what really disgusted me. But it's futile. Resistance is futile, I tell you. Kotori has planned everything. She must be wanting to enact the cocky act of a certain vampire with time-stop ability after cornering me this far. Yeah, this was an outrageous act of betrayal. And not a spontaneous one, but rather clearly a well-planned one. Since when did Takanashi prepare for this betrayal? Black hair bind. I've told you, it's futile. I did a little test with black hair bind on Kotori, who was laughing like an idiot. Yet it slipped through her body as if it was an illusion. Kotori has clone skills too. But since I've never used projection art, its level had barely raised since I got it. TCH, a hologram, her. Since that was the case, Takanashi's real body must be among the classmates. I think this projection art of hers allowed her to project her hologram, moving and observing the situation. Since it was different from my twin shadow which had real substance, she could use this to appear before everyone to create an alibi. Did she go out of her way to isolate me like this just to talk with me? Then tell me, where's your real body? Close the door. The door of the room closed right after Takanashi said so. This room shouldn't have a door. The door turned out to be a hidden type sliding door, and no one should know about that, and yet. Damn it, you can control the facility of the school tower, eh? That's only natural, right? Kotori is the sage after all. If the Takanashi in this place was a mere hologram, I would dash toward the ferry plaza and detoxify everyone who was poisoned by her, and catch her real body. But it seems she wouldn't let me to do that. I tested the door, just in case, and quickly realized that it wasn't the kind of door that could be opened up forcefully. Now then, Momokawa-kun, since this is a rare opportunity, let's have a chat, shall we? You must have got a lot of things you want to ask to Kotori, right? Seeing that the only door in this clandestine meeting room had been closed, it meant that I was locked up in this place. And yet, the hologram of Takanashi didn't seem to have a way to attack me. Since there was no other way, maybe I should get along with Takanashi's offer and gather as much information as possible. And wait for my chance. You've killed everyone. It's not Kotori. You're the one who killed them, Momokawa-kun. From everyone's perspective, there was no doubt that I poisoned them. I had never expected that she would use my offshoot to put a false charge on me. But everyone's life takes priority here. No one had died from the poison yet, but that was only a matter of time. It's okay, they won't die immediately. Deathstalker is mostly a paralysis poison. It won't kill its victim immediately. They will suffer for 3 days, and die. This bitch actually snitched Deathstalker poison behind my back. Since Natsukawa-san's death stinger was made by this bitch, she must have gathered a lot of it. Fufu, you're not the only one who can make poison, Momokawa-kun. Rather, I, the sage, am more skilled in that regard. That poison's refinement must be one of the skills hidden by this bitch. Takanashi Kotori, just how much power of the sage was hidden by this bitch? She was already on the suspicious list, to begin with, but it seemed I had underestimated her danger level. Good grief, I really have no eyes for people. You planned to kill everyone? Why are you doing this? Even after I said that everyone should work together to find a way to get out of this dungeon together. Kotori doesn't really care about whether everyone is going to survive or die though. But naturally, having no one die is an unacceptable result. Having no one die is unacceptable. Who decides that? It's the god, is it? What a despicable evil god that was. Hey, Takanashi, the sage god who gave you your vocation is actually a world-ending, final boss type of evil jerk. I demand them to convert to the deeply compassionate Ruin Hilda-sama's religion. Hey Momokawa, you know it right? The name of your god. God of Curse. Yes. You must have met and talked directly with that god. Am I wrong? Is something the matter with that? Normally, you can't meet or know your god's name. You must have noticed that no one talks about their own god, right? Based on what she said, that made me a pretty special exception, I guess. I heard from Mei-chan that she heard a goddess-like voice when she was bestowed with her vocation, Berserker. I heard that the same went for everyone. In short, the voice of God sounded like a system message for everyone. However, I was frequently summoned by Lady Ruinhilda to the Dark God realm whenever I received a new dark spell. She praised me, left ominous and cryptic messages, and we managed to have a semblance of a conversation. Meaning that Takanashi had the same experience too. Elysian. That's the name of the god, or should I say, goddess who bestowed sage vocation to Kotori. What about yours? It's Ruinhilda. Remember that name, the name of the one who put a curse on you. Ahahaha, never heard that name. Even Kotori's god has never heard that name before, must be an extremely minor god. They must have been forgotten, right? How much did the gods teach you? Do you know about this entire other world, about us being sent into the dungeon, everything? I'm aware of it. I mean, Kotori is the Game Master, after all. Game Master, otherwise abbreviated as GM, was a role that managed the progress of the game in TRPG. Game. So this dungeon captures stuff. Is just a game for them. Don't screw with me. Game Master. And yet you just look at us fighting to death even knowing that. Yes, Kotori's job is to watch over the progress of the dungeon capture. You are just the lackey of an evil god. Or could it be that you've been brainwashed or something? Kotori is chosen. Just like Soma-kun. So the hero really gets special treatment. Yup, hero is special. Or should I say that it's Soma-kun that's special. So the rest of us is just a foil for the hero. As expected of you, Momokawa-kun, you catch on quickly. Or maybe you've read something like this in manga before. I mean being an otaku and stuff, right? Unfortunately, it's the latter. How many isekai fantasy works do you think I've read? Another common trope was a world that treats summoned earthlings like slaves. The fact that Class 27 was transported to another world was not a mere coincidence. It was all to use all of us. Drawing the worst possible scenario, reality was truly a crappy game. So the difficulty adjustment of dungeon capture, the almost miraculous timing of our meeting, everything is for the sake of raising the hero. Yes, I just need the hero. I don't care about anything else. So that's why you're planning to kill all of us. It hurts Kotori, you know? Everyone in our class fights with all their might in this dungeon, only to fall short and be defeated. Or so it was supposed to be, but now I have to resort to assassination. And everything is your fault, Momokawa-kun. What did I do? Even Kotori still can't believe that you could defeat Yamata no Orachi without anyone dying. Is that statement implying that you knew about why Yamata no Orachi boasted such extraordinary power, akin to a raid boss of unparalleled strength? No matter how much I think about it, Yamata no Orochi's power completely outclassed all of us. It turned out it was created to kill all of us. So you're the one who sent Yamata no Orachi. Kotori doesn't have such authority. That is created by God. Kotori just made a little modification while watching over everyone. Meaning that she couldn't blatantly act in favor of the god. In the first place, the matter about her being a game master must be kept a secret. Then, as Takanashi continued to play the role of a classmate, she had to act without revealing her true intentions. Now that I knew about this, everything started to come together. So you're the one who made Kenzuki push me out of teleportation circle. That was just what Asuna-chan wished. I just gave a little nudge and made that emotion stronger. It turned out Takanashi was the one who owned the mind control skill. Kenzuki did not have good eyes when judging people. She should have doubted her best friend. I see now, so it's not powerful enough to brainwash someone entirely. It amplifies what the person is already thinking, making them act on things they would normally hesitate to do with reason. Raising its proficiency to be able to use it to that extent is a tough challenge. It's a Sage-exclusive skill called idea code, but I wonder if Momokawa-kun can see it. I can pretty much guess that even without appraisal skill, you rely on cheat skills, but it's not like you yourself are actually smart. As I thought, it'd have been better if you died along with Yamata no Orochi, Momokawa-kun. It seems that idea code of yours doesn't work on me, right? The reason I was convinced of this effect was because that skill was used on me. The reason I was thinking about destroying Yamata no Orochi's core with pain return was because this idea code had been used on me, not because of my own will. From the start, I didn't have a self-sacrifice spirit in me, thinking that if I sacrificed myself I could bring victory to everyone. If I alone became a sacrifice, I could save everyone, including Mei-chan and Randu-san. But there was no way my instinct was going to allow something like self-sacrifice. And that was the reason I could overcome the power of idea code. The source of my strange intuition, the feeling that I must take this matter in hand, came from my subconscious self-sacrificing emotions being amplified. But since I came up with a way to turn the tables at the 11th hour, I managed to overcome the impulse to sacrifice myself. Dear me, this is why the people loved by God of this world are troublesome. Yeah, it's thanks to the power of curse and blessing from Ruinhilde-sama that I managed to overcome all crisis so far. That's why I wanted to get a super awesome curse to turn the table on Kotori and save the day. But that wouldn't happen, of course. Foo. Too bad for you, Momokoa-kun. This is a checkmate for you. And that's why you can afford to talk like this, eh? That's right. Keeping it a secret all this time and pretending to be excited or disappointed with everyone else about dungeon exploration is so stressful. It's true that just talking to someone about it can make you feel so much better. So I'm the replacement for the hole for her to yell, and the donkey ears. This is a reference to the story where one yells a secret that the king has donkey ears into a well. In addition, it will be a shame if I dealt with Momokoa-kun without him knowing the reason, right? You have my gratitude for that. Thanks to your boasting, I know everything I need to know. Now then, do you understand how Kotori feels as the GM of this game? Honestly, Momokoa-kun is such an eyesore and a pain in Kotori's eyes. Even though you're supposed to be the mob character who died in the beginning, you survived time and time again and become a thorn on my side. Died in the beginning? So you're the one who gets to decide which classmate dies first. Not really. I have no qualification to decide such small details for the training plan for the hero. I know that since I can see everyone's status at the beginning of the game, and since Momokoa-kun has no talent, you should have died for being unable to adapt to any vocation. Yet, an unknown, measly god called Ruinhilde ended up interfering in the middle. It's Ruinhilde-sama for you. Then I recalled something while retorting to Takanashi, who dared to diss my Ruinhilde-sama. When I was awarded with vocation for the first tea. No, it was after that to be exact. Vocation isn't something that can be given to everyone who uses that magic circle. Failure means death. My class is truly something else, you know. Among the 42 people summoned to this world, only Tokushima-kun died due to failure. So that was the reason Tokushima-kun died in that forest with his magic circle not open. From what Takanashi said, the magic circle that gave us vocation was a risky choice. It seems that the success rate was higher for people from another world like us. But that didn't mean all of us would receive vocation. Someone doomed to fail when the entire class got transported to this world. So there really was a subtle yet significant perk or boost from being summoned to another world. Nevertheless, I could feel the malice of the announcer who told us to use the magic circle without telling us about the possibility of failure. If Takanashi was the game master, then the person who summoned us might be tied with Astria Kingdom. Kotori has no idea what the kingdom of another world thinks, you know? Kotori is just following the god's instruction. So that means our summoning is solely due to that evil god of yours, Elysian, and that the kingdom is truly uninvolved. That's trivial matter. The most important thing is the hero. I admit that Soma-kun was strong, but not strong enough to overwhelm Yamata no Orachi on his own. He had quite a strong ability as a vocation, but it's still within a reasonable range. Does that mean the hero vocation has some sort of perk? Or is Soma-kun hiding some sort of secret? No matter the reason, I couldn't condone a scheme that sacrificed us classmates just to nurture that hero. No, there is. The hero, Soma-kun, has a value worth everyone's sacrifice. Because the gods only seek the hero, and Soma-kun is the only one with that qualification. What a willful god. It must be for a stupid reason, I guess. The will of the gods is absolute, you know? There's nothing else that takes precedence. Man, I never knew that you're such a devout believer of that evil god, Takanashi. Kotori didn't truly believe in the gods like everyone else did. But in this other world, she realized they actually exist. And they chose her. Oi Elysian, you're clearly picking up the wrong personnel here. Give me the GM authority right now, and I'll raise the strongest cheat hero. No, the god chose Soma-kun and Kotori. This is destiny. No one can change it, and no one will be allowed to. I'm surprised. You really did fall for Soma-kun. The only man worthy of Kotori in this world is Soma-kun. Darn, this cocky queen. What a huge landmine of a woman. Soma-kun, I'm not saying anything bad, but if you have to choose one member from your harem, I'd recommend Natsukawa-san. Our easy and adorable thief would be satisfied as long as you gave her sweets. The other girls were simply landmines. That's why Kotori is genuinely angry. Momokawa-kun is just too much of an eyesore. From my perspective, isn't it Soma-kun's fault for being unreliable? After all, in a hero development scenario, it seems that if Soma-kun led the charge, casualties were guaranteed. On the other hand, while my plan wasn't a huge success, it ultimately resulted in 0 casualties and a great victory. I don't think it's even worth comparing which strategy was superior. You don't understand. There's no point in saving a bunch of weak classmates. In short, the rest of us were sacrifices chosen by that evil god. It is precisely because you sacrificed those lives that it has meaning. There is no meaning in a sacrifice that doesn't die. It is the tragic sacrifices that awaken the hero's power. In other words, my actions hinder the awakening of a new power in the hero, which could be called an awakening. I didn't want to die. I didn't want anyone to die either. And my intention was considered as rebellion against Goddess Elysian. That's why no matter what Momokawa-kun did, you're just a hindrance. Takanashi gazed at me with utter contempt and declared, "Shaman can't become a hero." Chapter 243, Traitor 2. Gu, Momokawa. As expected, Soma-kun. You can talk even after being poisoned by death stinger poison. I finally managed to prop my body up while fighting against the poison that was eating into my body. The others were still groaning in pain, twitching non-stop on the floor due to the effects of the poison. I was the only one who was strong enough to prop my body and speak to Momokawa. Tell me why. Did you betray us? You are the foolish one here. Why did you even trust someone like me? Of course I trusted you. Through our time together in this school tower, I truly came to reassess my opinion of you. Momokawa killed Reina. There was no way I could forgive him. But I suppressed my grudge and worked together with you to defeat Yamata no Orachi. I, and everyone else, did our best. But the one who tried the hardest was you, for sure. Was that a lie? All the effort you've put in, all the trust you've built, everything. Since I couldn't defeat Yamata no Orachi on my own, it's just a matter of choice to work together to defeat it. Momokawa slowly walked towards me, with no sense of guilt, and the same nonchalant expression as always, like a stray cat. Isn't it natural to get rid of you? Once you serve your purpose. Bam! I got kicked in the head and collapsed back onto the ground. Though it's just a childlike kick from Momokawa with no real force behind it, it's quite painful for my body, which was ravaged by the deadly poison. Could it be that he held a grudge when I beat him to pulp during mock combat training? Do you really think that such a thing is allowed? Allowed? Who allowed who? Listen, Soma-kun, I'm a shaman. A wicked profession that curses others. It's absurd to expect any proper sense of ethics from me. Is that so? I can't simply agree with that. I have been saved by your curses. Delicious meals, hot baths, and a warm bed. Living comfortably in this academy tower was all thanks to you. Yet, was that just a trap to make us let our guard down? Besides, anyone would prioritize their own survival in this situation, wouldn't they? Have you forgotten that we're in a life-or-death survival game here? Even so, you showed us a way for all of us to be saved. Why? If you had followed through with that, we could have all. Well, I think it's a reasonably plausible theory myself. Thanks to that, everyone stayed completely off guard in the very end. Yes, there was that much hope in your words. If we all come together, we can escape the dungeon as a whole class. Everyone believed that, and you were the one who made us believe it by accomplishing just that. But I want to get out of this place as soon as possible. With my powers as a shaman, I can live however I want even in a medieval fantasy world. Momokawa, you should be able to guide everyone to leave this place. Sorry, but I refuse. Momokawa kicked me again while looking down at me with cold, piercing gaze. After this, there's no stopping to go all the way till the deepest part of the dungeon. It seems the heavenly gate can accommodate 3 people. Too bad, though I'm going to use it for myself. Why you? You're going to betray Futaba-san too. Ahahaha, I don't need that butterbar. I don't care even if he kills me. I had long since known that you regarded me as your enemy, after all. But that shouldn't be the case with Futaba-san. Do you understand how worried she was after you disappeared? Futaba-san was ready to stand against all of us to support you. Yet, you actually regarded her as nothing more than a disposable pawn. Momomo Kawa, you can't do anything even if you're glaring at me like that. Even if you're a hero, your power does have a limit. And you better not expect reinforcement either. Momokawa's cold words smashed the last bit of hope remaining in my heart. I banished Tendao with teleportation magic when he was smoking at the entrance of the tower. Do you know that the teleportation circle in this place can actually send you to various places you know? Damn it, Momokawa's first target turned out to be Yuitsu. If it's Ryuichi, he might be able to identify the poison in the liquor right away, and even have poison resistance skills. That's why Ryuichi was banished first. I had never expected that Momokawa could use teleportation circles better than Takanasha-san, and he declared with confidence that the next part was the deepest part where the Heavenly Gate was located. How did he know about that? Just how much does Momokawa know that we don't? You're really an idiot, Soma-kun. The only one who doubted me until the end was Takanashi. You should have trusted her. Takanasha-san was talking about this. She warned us not to trust Momokawa at that crucial moment. But after we managed to take down Yamata no Orachi without losing anyone, I completely let my guard down. I had completely forgotten her warning. The warning from the sage was spot on. This is the last chance, so if there's anything you want to ask, now is the time. Though, with the poison spreading, you might not be able to speak much longer, you know. Momokawa's laugh resounded again. Amidst his fallen comrades, whom he had trusted, he stood alone, laughing, looking like a demon himself. Am I going to die in this kind of place? Killed by him? However, no matter how much I regret it, my body was overwhelmed with the pain of the poison, leaving me completely powerless. Damn it, what kind of hero am I? Unable to do anything and lying here in defeat at a time like this. If I don't at least strike back, I won't be able to rest in peace, even in death. Unforgivable, truly unforgivable. It's not just Reina. Momokawa betrayed everyone. Unforgivable. Goo, cough. Nevertheless, the condition of my body deteriorated with each passing second. Damn it, now even taking a breath had become too painful for me. My body aside. I could barely lift my finger at this point. Grabbing sword aside, I couldn't even stand on my feet anymore. It couldn't even be called a meaningless, futile struggle. The last thing I could do was simply reach out as if seeking something. The outstretched fingertips could only manage to twitch slightly, even if I couldn't move anymore. At that moment, I had a certain premonition. The light shining on my fingertip section. It's not like I want to be a hero either. I just did everything I could. My top priority was surviving. And for Mei-chan's sake too. And now, I really did my best to ensure that none of us was dying. It didn't have to be a hero or brave. I didn't seek fame, nor did I care if anyone recognized my hard work. All I wanted was for everyone to survive. It doesn't matter what Momokawa thinks. It's only natural to eliminate something that's getting in the way. They really caused a lot of trouble. Have you been living all this time in the fear that you might get caught? That must have been quite a burden. Hey, the thought that I won't be hearing your cheeky voice much longer is a little sad. What kind of plan is that? Even if only you and Soma-kun survive, if you want to kill me, one of you will have to die. Kotori never said it has to be now, you know? My shadow, who was controlled by her to poison everyone's drink, was currently chatting with Soma-kun. My shadow was speaking with such convincing acting that it seemed like Soma-kun might snap. Why is that? The real me wouldn't talk in such a sarcastic tone. Why did he fall for it so easily? This is why harem protagonists are such a pain in the ass. However, there must be a reason why he did this. No, there must be a reason. To direct all of Soma-kun's hatred towards me. No, that is way too convenient. The reason might be to buy some time. You're going to use everyone again, eh? I don't need everyone, but I'll make sure to keep the necessary people. Of course, That includes Asuna-chan. After all, she's Kotori's best friend. Takanashi spoke boastfully with a carefree laugh on her face. Behold, Momokawa-kun. We're about to reach the good part. Firstly, Kotori, who saw through Momokawa-kun's evil plot, has secretly prepared the antidote for this kind of situation. Oh, trying to steal the spotlight, eh? So, first I'll heal Soma-kun, then Sakura-chan, and then Asuna-chan and the class president. Oh, no. It turns out the antidote runs out here. So she's trying to imply that she was suspicious of me and prepared an antidote just in case, yet she didn't have enough antidote for everyone. Did she hit her head or something? There were too many coincidences to the point that it started to look suspicious. If it were me, I'd definitely be suspicious. This bitch only brought the bare minimum of antidote so that she could legally kill everyone else. Or, you should at least save Natsukawa-san. I don't need her anymore. Properly speaking, she's supposed to be killed in action during the Orachi subjugation battle and become the key to awaken Soma-kun. He already unlocked his Sword of Light and Shield of Light, right? That should be enough. At this stage, having just the Seraphic Aegis is far from enough. He needed to unlock his third power as well. It turned out she could see the skill tree of the hero. It seems my existence was deemed a nuisance by Takanashi since I hindered the hero's growth to some extent. As expected of the game master, she overwhelmed the rest of us in regard to information advantage. So, you plan to survive with just those members. There's no need for Momokawa-kun to worry about what's gonna happen after that, you know? You're going to be executed after all. I see, so that was her goal. The problem is that the one who's gonna kill me wouldn't be able to do so, thanks to my curse. Foo, we just need to tie you up and leave you in the open, that way the monster will come to eat you. Indeed, that was the best way to kill me. The skill to drag the other down with me was something that could be understood at a glance and serve as the shield to protect myself. But for Wild Monster, that was the last-ditch, self-destruct measure. Rest assured, I'll watch properly until they eat the last of you, Momokawa-kun. If I'm going to be executed, I'd prefer living armor. It seems like it would deliver a fatal blow aimed at a vital point in one strike. I'd rather offer you to the Goma. You raided their village, committed a massacre, and even conducted mock human experiments. It seems like retribution, right? Well then, you'll end up dying in a worse way than being tormented and killed by the Goma, Takanashi. Such cheeky tones. Do you think you can even last for 5 minutes, Momokawa-kun? Now then, it's time for the antidote, declared Takanashi with a gleeful smile as if she was a judge who delivered a verdict. And then, when I turned my attention to my knockoff that was kicking the fallen Soma-kun gleefully, I noticed that Takanashi, who was lying at the edge of my field of vision, suddenly started to move. She's about to use the antidote, huh? I wouldn't be able to regain control of the clone. Rem was not present at that location either. No one could stop Takanashi's ploy. However, Takanashi was surprised, even though she tried to suppress her voice. Both Takanashi's hologram and the real body in the plaza. It was as if something beyond her expectation had happened over there. Unfortunately, there was nothing I could do. The problem is who? Who stole Takanashi's thunder? Giveable. The particle of light was dancing in the fairy plaza. That divine brilliance was released from someone who slowly stood up. I won't let you to do that, Momokawa. Soma Sakura stood up, along with the rising particle of lights. How can Sakura's saint power awaken at this kind of timing? Was Sakura-chan's awakening such a big deal? Takanashi's real body lying in the square stopped searching for the antidote and fell silent. But the illusionary version of Takanashi in front of me was shouting. What do you mean, Takanashi? Tell me in detail. Shut up, shut up. She got flustered just by that kind of interruption in her plan. So much for someone with sage vocation. I wanted to rile her up, but I focused my vision on the shadow in the fairy plaza. It seems that your despicable poisoning did not affect me. As the saint, I have been granted the power to save everyone. Sakura pointed at my shadow with the dramatic flair of a detective revealing the culprit. Though I wanted to shout at her that the one who was poisoning them was Takanashi, who was pretending to have collapsed behind her. It can't be. Are you telling me that the power of the saint can neutralize Deathstalker poison, and that Takanashi bitch was intentionally using my shadow to probe around? It might look like my shadow had lost its cool, but that might be the real state of Takanashi's mind right now. Oh holy light, dispel the evil power. Malignant purification. When Sakura raised her right hand in the air, dazzling white light burst forth. This magical sensation felt like healing magic or the effect of drinking a potion. I could feel a powerful magical energy being emitted even from my shadow. It seemed that the brilliant white light had a restorative effect on the body, but it felt different from simple healing. However, despite claiming to dispel malignant forces, the wave of light did not cause the shadow clone, which was a form of curse, to vanish. Thanks to that, I understood the effect of Sakura's malignant purification. Ugh! Sakura, this is... Huff! Huff! Does the poison get purified? Although they looked barely alive, Soma-kun and class rep managed to stand up before everyone. You are... The other classmates also started to move, groaning like zombies as they did. It seems that the antidote worked on everyone who was poisoned, but... Why did Mei-chan remain motionless? Don't tell me that bitch Sakura intentionally left her out. Don't worry, everyone. I removed the poison in your bodies with the new power of a saint. I see. Thanks a lot, Sakura, you're a lifesaver. Sakura used that opportunity to cuddle with her big brother, but Soma-kun, who might have regained his strength, stood up. Then his expression turned 180 from affection to his little sister to one that he showed toward his sworn enemy. The table has been turned, Momokawa. Damn it. This is impossible. My shadow shouted unnaturally like a small-time villain's wail. Well, it was impossible to turn the table at this point of time with just my offshoot. Humph, Sakura might have overdone it, but that won't change the fact that Momokawa-kun was going to be executed. Though not everything went according to her plan, Takanashi didn't completely lose her composure as she spoke to me. Well, because there's no way to resolve the misunderstanding after this. No matter how I think about it, they will come to kill me in rage. I mean, their killing intent was so great that I could feel it even from my shadow. Despite having no weapon in hand, Soma-kun pointed his right hand toward me, and something flashed from his hand. There was no injury, but I knew the condition of my shadow immediately. It seemed to be a light arrow grazing my cheek. Shadow, eh? Where's your real body, Momokawa? Soma-kun was definitely enraged, but he didn't lose control. Instead of going straight for the kill, the first thing he did was make sure to inflict light wounds to confirm whether I was the real deal. Soma-kun, the real Momokawa-kun is still inside the school tower. Don't let him escape. Takanashi's real body, who barely managed to stand on her feet while pretending to be miraculously healed by Sakura's antidote, screamed at Soma-kun. I see. At that moment, my shadow's field of view was completely interrupted. A perfectly executed headshot with offensive magic. Soma-kun, you're seriously trying to kill me, aren't you? Thus, everyone rushed to this place in anger immediately. Yeah, right. The school tower was big, but not the perfect place for hiding. It's like I was playing hide and seek against 17 people. Open. The door of the clandestine room opened up as soon as Takanashi said so. If the door stayed closed, no one would be able to get in, which would be problematic. And Takanashi definitely wanted to avoid any suspicion that she tampered with the Academy Tower's functions. Thus, I had been biding my time. For the time, she opened the door again. Reem. The moment it opened, I shouted at the top of my lungs as I leapt toward the stairs. Chapter 244, Traitor 3. Reem. Takanashi, if you really want to kill me, you should take the risk and choose to confine me to death in this clandestine room. That way I would truly be locked in this room without being able to do anything but waiting for my death. Yet of all things, you let me out just because you want to see my miserable end after being executed by my own classmate. That boorish nature and worthless resentment would be your downfall. Or, I found him. Wait right there, Momokawa. I quickly dashed out from the clandestine room, running down the staircase at full speed toward the entrance in the first room, but my classmates seemed to be way faster than me. That voice was definitely Ueda and Nokai. Momokawa-kun is heading toward the first floor. Everyone catch him. Himnose screamed, following right after that. My classmates who believed in Takanashi's remark started searching through the school tower. However, they gathered immediately as soon as I leapt. Wait, Momokawa-kun, you are. Sorry, class rep, I've got no time to explain in this kind of situation. I ran down at full speed toward the first floor while sending a sidelong glance toward class rep who was looking from the ferry plaza of the second floor. Thanks to my Gakurin that had been enhanced, meaning that it was a kind of magic item right now, my speed increased a teeny bit. Thus, I managed to arrive at the entrance that was left open faster than everyone. You've come, Momokawa, said Somakuen, who had been waiting for me with an imposing stance and his beloved sword in his hand. Given how sneaky and despicable Momokawa is, I fully expected him to be the first to run away. My instinct isn't wrong, after all. Momokawa, it turns out you really are an evil shaman. You cannot escape anymore, Momokwa-kun. At the entrance, Sakura had also been waiting for me with her bow drawn, and Asuna with her sword. And the black-hearted traitor Takanashi Kotori had also been there with her usual crocodile tears. Oi, Momokawa, damn it, how dare you betray me after all the trust one put in you, Momokawa. The rest of the classmates quickly gathered together, surrounding me from all sides, a checkmate. The ones who stepped forward were Ranju-san and Shimokawa. Sakura and Somakuen aside, even I would feel disheartened if you two looked at me with the same kind of gaze as those siblings. What are you doing? Catch him quickly. The opponent is Momokawa-kun. He might be up to something. The ones who arrived first in the middle of the entrance were Yamada and Nakajima. Both were barehanded, but they were strong enough to catch me even with that. I wouldn't be able to resist even with my enhanced Gakurin. If that happens, it will lead straight to execution in the heat of the moment, so I can't afford to be caught yet. Guga. Right at that moment, my Rem had finally appeared. Led by Dark Knight Rem, Arachne, Alpha, Minotaurs, and every single offshoot of the strongest Rem who survived the Yamata no Orochi's subjugation battle surrounded me from all sides as if to protect me. I had suspected that Takanashi excluded Rem from the very beginning. I had confirmed that all of them were safe, but the moment I woke up, I had confirmed that I was locked up on the first floor. TCH, resistance is futile. Give it up, Momokawa. The one who said those words was Jurameri Kombi. They were teeming with rage since they thought that Tendakuin also got poisoned like them too. But those two, along with the other classmates, hesitated to pounce on me since fully armed Rems were ready to intercept them. All of them were well aware of Rem's strength. Only members of Soma Harem who were waiting in the first floor were armed properly. No one wanted to challenge Rem unarmed. Well then, with this, everyone but Mai-chan had already gathered at the entrance. Even if we were currently in a deadlock, this situation wouldn't last for a long time. Now was the best chance to say what I had to say. I'm not a traitor. The real traitor is Takanashi Kotori. Here I thought that you were going to beg for your life. You mustn't frame others, Momokawa. Just how rotten can you be? I ignored the Soma siblings yapping and continued on. Sage and special vocation. In short, she's the game master chosen by Goddess Elysian to observe us as we advance through the dungeon in accordance to God's scenario. There was no time for a quarrel. I had to quickly pass this information. I didn't care even if they didn't believe me, but I'm sure that someday they would realize what I said was true. The God's purpose is to raise Somakuen, the hero. We are merely supporting characters for that goal. At some point in time, such as a boss battle, we are meant to die tragically and spur Somakuen to awaken his hero's power. We are sacrifices for that purpose. Don't screw with me. Do you really think I'd believe such nonsense? Yamata no Orochi is a special boss prepared to kill us for sure. But since no one died during the subjugation battle using my plan, Takanashi lost her patience. Thus, I'm marked as a hindrance to the god's plan. That's why she poisoned everyone and pushed all the blame to me. Somakuen. Don't be misled, Kotori has no idea about what he is talking. Yeah, I know, Takanashi-san. I was confined inside the clandestine room until just a while ago by Takanashi. And my offshoot that you saw in the plaza was my twin shadow that was hijacked by her. The culprit behind everything, and the one who gave you all the poisoned drink, is none other than Takanashi. She's also the only one with the antidote. Give it up, Momokawa. I've had enough of your nonsense. Somakuin readied his sword. He could be trying to interrupt my explanation. I've the proof in my hands. Somakuin was startled upon hearing my declaration filled with confidence. I knew that no one was going to believe me in this kind of situation. His line of sight wasn't wavering at all. He was truly wary of me. Nevertheless, he was surely interested in the proof in my hand. I've recorded my conversation with Takanashi from a while ago. Lies. When Takanashi was shouting loudly by herself, I took out the piece of evidence from my pocket. This is something that only class rep and I can carry while in the school tower. The thing that only Kisaragi Ryuko aka class rep and I could carry in order to receive a suggestion box, the cell phone. Thus, I have always carried it with me. It's too dark since I recorded it from my pocket. But I think you'll be able to at least hear the conversation. Takanashi might have got the sage vocation, but the person herself wasn't really smart, even worse than third-rate villain. She had no idea that I had reached into my pocket while she was occupied with her acting of using my offshoot. My flip phone could transform into a camera by twisting the upper part after it was flipped up, and then changed to video recording mode with the press of the switch. It was a neat feature that allowed me to start recording without even looking at the screen like you would with a smartphone. Though, this was my first time ever using this function. But after confirming by glancing into my pocket that it was in recording mode, the voice recorded here was unmistakably the truth, the undeniable proof. Somakuin. I knew that Somakuin, no, the attention of all the classmates was focused on me when I raised my black flip phone, an undeniable piece of evidence. Right in this moment, I'd planted a seed of doubt in everyone's memory, the fact that I might not be the traitor. But Takanashi. Yes, the most important factor was betting on that possibility. As long as it wasn't zero, this fact would be discovered sooner or later. I was currently in an extremely disadvantageous situation. Nevertheless, once, as long as I could explore, oh screw that, as long as I could negotiate. Crack. The flip phone in my hand suddenly broke into pieces. By a light arrow. No need to listen to him anymore, big brother. That cell phone is a trap. Sakura didn't seem to be controlled by Takanashi's idea code. This girl shot without hesitation. She destroyed valuable physical evidence that could reveal the truth with a very personal and emotional assumption. I never expected her to act so impulsively, even I couldn't predict it. And thanks to her surprisingly superhuman archery skills, she managed to bypass Rem's guards and hit her target precisely. Breaking the evidence means you must have something to feel guilty about. H, I don't know what kind of curse you've set, but I won't fall for it. Don't be deceived by him, big brother. Ah, that's right. She always pull everyone into his own pace like that. TCH, losing the ace of the evidence video makes negotiation and persuasion impossible. In the current situation, I can only be seen as trying to cover up by saying absurd lies for my own protection. Won't you trust me? Is there no one who will trust me? I turned around, looking at my classmates. Their expressions were filled with anger, fear, as if they were staring at some unknown monster. But what kind of face did I make right now? I defeated Yamata no Orachi, after all. I worked so hard for everyone. In the end, I even risked my own life to destroy its core. Even I have no idea what kind of complexion I had right now. I was trying to stay calm and think things through to find the best solution to get out of this worst predicament, but, inside, a whirlwind of emotions was swirling and turning into a chaotic mess. I felt like I could cry at any moment, but I also wanted to scream in anger. I seriously thought about the plan to escape together and vowed to the gods that I would make it a success. I fell into Takanashi's trap, got framed with false charges, and instantly lost everyone's trust. Properly speaking, this was a truly hopeless situation. I thought they were comrades I could entrust my life to. After the defeat of Yamata no Orachi, I had come to feel that way. I am not the traitor. The true traitor is Takanashi Kotori. Please, trust me. Give it up, Momokawa. You've betrayed everyone's trust. No one is going to trust you anymore. Only Somakuen's cold voice resounded in the entrance. And then, that answer was the consensus of Class 2 to 7. None of them said that they trust me. Wait, Momokawa, I trust you. Randu-san. It's not like the traitor is really Momokawa, and despite relying on him, you guys are shameless folks who easily abandoned him with a flip of hand. Everyone in the class was really surprised by her angry remarks. Rather, I might be the most shocked one. In this situation, I must say, what reason was there for anyone to believe my side of the story? I believe in Momokawa, and Takanashi is the suspicious one. Randu-san, I know that you're a dullard, but I had no idea that you're this stupid. Thank you, Randu-san. I love you. Hadod I Dathiat Albadiah, activate the teleportation magic. The moment I muttered so, the teleportation circle in the entrance started glowing brightly. The pronunciation was weird, but it was recognized properly by the magic circle. By the way, what I said was activate, coordinate, select. Everything was taught by Yamajun. Surprised, Takanashi? I can use this teleportation magic too. I didn't miss the moment when Takanashi wore a shocked face when I activated the teleportation circle with ancient language. As if she said, "How did you?" Well, that was natural. She must have thought that I couldn't decipher ancient language. That's why she allowed me to run all the way till the entrance. You did say I banished Tendakuen with your hologram, but I knew that was half of the truth. Takanashi was indeed the one who had banished Tendakuen, but that meant I could do the same thing. Takanashi, you might have been hiding this fact for so long, but did you know that this teleportation actually has many other functions? Randu-san, if you really trust me, I want you to go with me. Having made up her mind, Randu-san stepped forward immediately. Oi, Kyuko. Wait a second. The one who called out to her was her friend, Jurameri Kombi. Don't stop me, Yuri, Marie. I'll go with Momokawa. Are you insane? Yes. You remember how we almost died a while ago, right? I choose to place my trust in Momokawa. At least it's much better than actually staying if it turns out that Takanashi is really the culprit. Calm down, Kyuko. Do you understand what you're saying now? What are you going to do if Momokawa is the culprit instead? In that case, I can only curse my bad luck. I mean, the same goes for you guys, too, you know? If Takanashi turns out to be the culprit, then that means she'll try to kill you too. You've got to be really careful too, you know? But when Randu-san rebutted, now it was Jurameri who looked confused, akin to a resigned face instead. Maybe they already knew, after being friends for so long, that Randu-san wouldn't back down no matter what in this kind of situation. Randu-san didn't say anything and walked to my side. Anyone else wants to go with me? If possible, I want to take my Chan too, but don't screw with me, I won't let you go. Somakuen finally readied his sword, exuding an intense determination to not let me escape. Absolutely do not let him escape. If we let him go here, he'll come back for revenge. The voices of the classmates stirred with unease upon hearing Asuna's cry, filled with hatred. That sounds really bad indeed. Maybe it'll be for the best if we catch him, right? Yup, if Momokawa is really the criminal, he might curse us to death later. Those totem pole trio bastards apparently really thought that I was going to get my revenge. They're being too carefree despite being small fry. Well, they might feel threatened since the culprit poisoned everyone. To begin with, I didn't think my words alone were enough to convince them. Rem, do it. Brrr. Kisha. Minotaur's Rem raised a war cry and started charging towards my classmates, who tried to drag me out from the teleportation magic circle. Almost at the same time, Arachne Rem unleashed a full burst of spiderwebs to bin everyone's feet. Now that it was clear that the only one I had to kill was Takanashi, none of Rem's except Minotaur's were holding a shield. Since Arachne Rem's thread was her most reliable weapon, she wasn't equipped with any weapon. In exchange, she became the luggage carrier. Stop resisting already, Momokawa-kun. We can still talk about this. Class rep shouted loudly during the confrontation between Rems and our classmates. My bad, class representative, as long as I don't stop everyone. There was no room for negotiation. Not to mention that my position was now in jeopardy after Sakura destroyed my cell phone that contained the important evidence. In the first place, Takanashi was the worst traitor who tried to poison all of our classmates to death. The stage for discussion had long since passed. No need for discussion. Either she died or I died. This was a battle to the death between Shaman and Sage. Dark Knight Rem's head, her helmet got decapitated along with a sharp sound. As expected, she couldn't stop Somakuen, who was equipped with a sword. Dark Knight Rem was equipped with a great sword and a tower shield that could barely stop Somakuen for a dozen seconds. But since Rem used living armor as her base, she could move just fine even after losing her helmet. Yup, time's up. Well then everyone, you better be very careful. Because not even I know where I'm going to be teleported this time. You surely don't want to accidentally get teleported with me, right? The teleportation magic circle shone even brighter before it got activated. Hearing that, the other classmates aside, even Somakuen hesitated to step forward. You cannot escape Momokawa. I'll take you do. Alpha. Alpha leapt out to block Sakura. Yes, Alpha, who was made from a boss raptor, had a conspicuously red fuselage, but she wasn't the preferred method to escape from this situation. KUH, you little. Against Alpha, who leapt while raising a ferocious war cry, even Sakura was forced to change her target to Alpha. On the side, both Asuna and Somakuen also held their sword aloft. Though Alpha was cut down in no time. She bought enough time for me. Damn it. Wait, Momokawa. Dazzling radiance filled the entrance as I finished the transfer process. Somakuen, who killed Alpha in no time, glared angrily at me, but I ignored him. The one I was glaring at was the one who fell as low as becoming the pawn of the god on top of knowing everything, the foolish sage, Takanashi Kotori. I shall return. I'll return and save my chan and everyone. Takanashi had also glared back at me amidst the fluttering lights. Her round eyes didn't just contain pure anger like Somakuen. Her poisoning plan had failed after she got too elated, resulting in her failure to capture me. Surely, no one might trust me in this kind of situation, but the same could be said for her. How many people were going to trust her now? Do you think everyone is gonna trust your innocent act for now? Takanashi, you will never get any repose again, ever. Now you may tremble in fear, waiting for that day to come. Wash your neck, Takanashi Kotori, for I will curse you to death. Chapter 245 Reunion with another classmate 1. We entered the ruin after barely managing to defeat the Trent with the assistance of the spirit. The park-like hall inside the ruin had a water fountain with a fairy statue. Kanako called it the fairy's turf. Kanako and Binio, even the spirits, were nervously observing the seemingly safe hall that was dominated by the fairy's reputation when it suddenly glowed brightly. Too bright. The mysterious flash that appeared out of nowhere, along with a circle that looked very much like a magic circle, receded a while later. My vision returned after the bright flash of light receded. There was a familiar figure wearing a familiar gakuren standing on top of the lawn. Definitely my classmate, and a student of Shiromine High just like me. Momokawa. Hayama-kun. You're alive. Oi, why are you under the assumption that I am dead? The one who stared at me like a cheeky wildcat was the shortest boy in the class, Momokawa Kotaro. Though we rarely interacted with each other, at this point, I felt really emotional due to my first meeting with my classmate ever since I arrived in this other world. His androgynous, baby face that was rumored to be more popular than half of the girls in our class that was already filled with beauties to begin with, became more adorable at this moment. My bad for the misunderstanding. I just thought that there might be no other surviving classmate at this point. Is that you, Hayama? Whoa, it really is Hayama. You're alive. Whoa, what the heck is Randu doing here? Appearing from behind Momokawa, peeking her head from the huge black armor behind him was Randu Kyuko. Being in the same middle school, working together as committee members during the freshman year of our high school, I was more familiar with her than Momokawa. She might be a flashy gal outside, but once you talk to her, you'd know that she's a really optimistic and easygoing girl that makes you feel at ease. Naturally, before the class biggest boobs, your eyes wouldn't help but focus on her chest. Does that mean Momokawa is teaming up with Randu? Rather than teaming up, we have no choice but to go with just the two of us. Oi Momokawa, show more gratitude to me who chose to trust you. Why yeah, you have my deepest gratitude for THA. Guwa. She hugged Momokawa's small body, burying his face into her twin melons. Wow, they're so big to the point of being able to bury someone's head between them. The heck, rather, are you guys by chance in that kind of relationship? Well, you can say that my relationship with Momokawa is more than friends, right? WTF, does that make Randu a Shotokan? No wonder I'd never heard rumors about her being a frivolous girl despite being a gal. Even though she could get along really well with Jurameri Kombi, who had a university student boyfriend. Hey Amma, I get this feeling that you're thinking of really rude things just now. Enno, what are you talking about, Randu? I'm an understanding guy. I'll give a blessing to the birth of a couple. Everyone had their own preference, after all. In that regard, my type was the royal road, a graceful Yamato Nadeshiko like Soma Sakura. And flashy girls like Randu were not within my range. Boo ha ha ha. I guess Randu-san and Hayama-kun get along really well with each other, said Momokawa as he managed to escape from between Randu's twin melons. Could it be that the reason he remained composed was because he was used to that kind of treatment? This Shota bastard has climbed the stair of adulthood, eh? Hayama-kun, you're not thinking about something rude, are you? Right. This guy is so easy to read since what he thinks shows on his face. Wait a second, it's supposed to be a poker face, right? I mean, I'm the cool guy of Shiromine's basketball club, right? Anyhow, let's hear about your situation first, Hayama-kun. You're not thinking about becoming our enemy in this kind of situation, right? Uwa, Momokawa deliberately changed the topic of the conversation. You're that kind of guy, unexpectedly stubborn. Even though your appearance could make a stranger mistake you for a lowly. Come to think of it, what have you been doing until now, Hayama? You haven't come to the school tower. What is this school tower you're talking about? Are you guys, by chance, attending a magic academy in this other world of sword and magic? Sorry, but we're not in a situation where we can afford to do something like that. Since our side of the story is going to take quite a long time, let's hear your story first. Hayama-kun. I see, various things must have happened to them. And the Momokawa, who always made absent-minded faces during class, seemed to be no more. This guy must have experienced a lot of crises after being thrown into this dangerous place overflowing with monsters. Well, I'm not one to lose when it comes to the number of predicaments I've been through, you know? Why are you suddenly competing with me? Give it up, he's just that kind of guy. Then, in response to your expectations, let me tell you. Since I arrived in this other world, it's been a continuous series of intense battles and harsh survival. A truly relentless week. Rather, please listen to me. I mean, humans really are supposed to interact with other humans to get some peace of mind. Let's start with how I persevered until I became the last person left in that crumbling classroom. So Hayama-kun was the last one, You're the first one to fall, right, Momokawa? I mean, I saw you getting knocked by Futaba's rear. Man, you can say that it's the crossroad of fate. Please listen to my story. Section. I see, spiritualist, is it? After I told them about my long, one-week adventure, Momokawa asked that question with a serious look on his face. His sharp eyes became even sharper at this point and way scarier. His pressure rivaled that of a boss character. But that Kanako and Binio over there aren't sacred beasts. Sacred beasts? You have no idea, Does that mean you haven't learned that skill yet, Hayama-kun? Tiny spirit manipulation. They're still extremely small and young. But don't forget that they're really close to you. Now, listen carefully to everyone's voice. Spirit summoning formation. They'll come when you call them. Your heart is tied to them no matter how far apart you are. Spirit language comprehension, basic. It's just a little bit, but you can talk to them. Put your guts and call them up. Your feelings will reach them. Those were my 3 basic skills. Spirit medicine. You will get assistance from the spirit of the herbs you know. Next was that skill which I learned when I gave first aid to Kanako. Ever since then, I have learnt one skill after another. Green ring summon the spirit of the flower. They might be small, but they can boost your power. Bond of fire, the hot and passionate reinforcement of fire. The tiny ember will eventually turn into a raging flame. Clear droplet. Everyone resides within every single droplet. Even the tiniest droplet exists for you. Summoning thunder. Thunder comes with a BM. Thanks to those skills that I have always been indebted to the spirit for their assistance. Skills such as green ring appeared when I was picking herbs, the bond of fire when I started a bonfire, and clear droplet from the water spirit came out when Kanako, Binio, and I were drinking water. Though they were pretty plain skills, I noticed that the power of the spirit rose by the day. And the most awesome skill among those was the summoning thunder. This was the skill that I learned when the lightning spirit residing in my smartphone went all out and summoned a thunderbolt to kill the Trent that occupied this ruin until a while ago. Well, even if they've become a skill, this wasn't the kind of skill that I could use whenever I wanted. I couldn't use this skill unless my smartphone was charged enough. Nevertheless, this offensive magic was my trump card. I see. You must have a hard time, Hayama-kun. Why are you pitying me like that? Because I also have miscellaneous skills just like you. Oi, don't call my spirit skill useless. I mean, most of my skills had questionable effects, neither sword nor magic. But I'm really glad that my vocation is spiritualist. And the reason I survived so far and could save both Binio and Kanako was definitely because of the spirit arts. I mean, even if I got sword-related skills, I don't think I would have been able to use it properly. The other spiritualist that I know can use a super powerful summoned beast called Sacred Beast. A summoned beast. Beast that is summoned from the magic circle to attack the enemy and has strong defense, even against ambush. What the hell is that? In Guard of Flame, Remudian of Thunder, Seiram of Water, you can solo the boss with just 3 of them. Woot. Seriously, dude, what the heck is that Sacred Beast? They sound super strong. Oi, God of Spirit, whose existence I've never seen, where's my Sacred Beast? Even if the vocation is the same, luck, talent, and ability play a big factor, huh? That's like on a whole different level. I had never expected that there would be another spiritualist like me accompanied by a super powerful summoned beast. The only spirit I used was the stickman-like spirit. Despite being the same spirit, I realized from their name that the spirit I used was the weakest kind of spirit. If what Momokawa said about the sacred beast was right, those sacred beasts must have considerable status among the spirits. It was hard to imagine that. Well, it's inevitable even if you lament about your lack of skills. The most important factor is actually how to utilize the skill. In this case, I think Hayama-kun is more skilled. Ah, really? Yes. I mean, you're accompanied by a monster despite not being a summoner, said Momokawa as he pointed at Kanako, the bear, and Binio, the dog, whom I had introduced during our conversation. Well, it's mostly thanks to them that I've managed to reach this far. They're my reliable comrades. Rather, are you sure that bear is really a bear? He's not a cartoon character, right? Taking advantage that he was a docile one, Randu started to fluff Kanako without the latter's permission. There might be a zipper around this area. Pipugagaga, stop. Stop groping him, Randu. You're making Kanako uncomfortable. Awesome, he really has no zipper at all. He's a real-life cartoon bear. Randu ignored the annoyed Kanako and stared intently at him with a curious face. She really was moving at her own pace. My bad, Kanako. Despite how she looks, she has no ill will. Let her do as she pleases for now. Can he understand your words? Rather than understand, he talks normally. Right, Kanako. Pugugugu, I speak with relight. Ha! Nope, all I heard is Kanako groaning. But that might be due to the effect of Spirit Language Comprehension Basic. Seriously, dude. To be exact, it allowed him to understand the voice of the little spirit, but the Spirit Language Comprehension Basic apparently allowed him to understand Kanako's and Binio's conversation, too. Seriously, dude, that was pretty awesome. Come to think of it, I just assumed that everyone could understand what Kanako said since no one else besides me had heard Kanako speak in broken language. Anyhow, I get the gist of Hayama-kuen's situation up to this point. Just for confirmation. You really have been here less than a week in this dungeon, is it? Yup. Look at the date of my smartphone. The date is exactly 1 week from that day. I opened my smartphone and showed it to Momokawa. We were caught up in the mysterious, otherworldly summoning on September 20th, the day after Respect for the Aged Day. Naturally, the date on my phone now showed September 27th. Thanks to the electric spirit, I could constantly auto-charge my smartphone. If not, I wouldn't know how many days have passed. I see. It looks like Hayama-kuen ended up getting thrown into this world much later because he stubbornly stayed in the classroom until the very end. Really? Then how many days have passed since you arrived in this place? It's been around 3 months for me. 3 months? You must be kidding me. Ain't you a literal veteran here? This means that Momokawa was a true veteran who survived in this dungeon for a whole 3 months. I suddenly felt embarrassed for acting like a seasoned veteran of otherworldly survival after just 1 week. So, from what you say, does that mean you guys met another surviving classmate? I mean, that's how you know that there's another spiritualist other than me. Why are you guys not going with the other? From the way Momokawa talked, it was clear that he knew a lot more about this otherworld and the abilities of vocation than I did. Having survived here for 3 months, I could imagine he'd been through a lot. But now I was starting to wonder about the other classmates as well. And since this world was really dangerous, I wouldn't be surprised if some of my classmates died. Now, it's our turn to tell you our story. But shall we have dinner first? You must be famished, right, Hayama-kuen? Come to think of it, I haven't eaten yet. I forgot to prepare dinner since these two appeared out of nowhere. Now that he reminded me about it, I felt hungry again. Then, I'll prepare a lavish dinner as a symbol of our reunion. Momokawa revealed a confident smile as he spoke. I see now, as expected of a 3-month veteran of otherworld survival. Does that mean he was an expert in survival cooking? However, I was also becoming a sort of an expert in preparing and cooking the fish caught by Kanako. Now let's see the extent of Momokawa's cooking skill. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 246 Reunion with Another Classmate 2. What in the world is this? Kettle. Randu replied curtly while creating one kettle after another. Randu's vocation was geomancer. According to Momokawa, she was a truly versatile spellcaster who had both offense and defense. Rather, I'd been wondering why Randu couldn't explain her own vocation. Anyhow, Randu freely created the kettle-like thing from the ground of the plaza. The way she did it was indeed a very earth-why magic-like. Hey, you're not thinking about cooking with this dirty-looking kettle, right? It would collapse the moment we filled it with water, turning it into mud. Rest assured, my witch's kettle is cleaner than poorly made cookware. And then, the moment Momokawa touched the kettle Randu made, it turned pitch black in the blink of an eye, then into porcelain. Awesome. What kind of magic is that? I'll tell you about that later. By the way, Hayama-kuen, do you have an allergy or aversion to a certain kind of food? A healthy Chad like me isn't picky about food. What about Kanako and Benaiwo? Same goes for Kanako. Though he prefers meat. Benaiwo likes raw meat. Though Kanako could judge whether something was good to be eaten or shouldn't be eaten by himself, Benaiwo's palate was closer to that of a dog. Thus, as their owner, I had to be very careful when it came to their diet. Some said that you shouldn't give chocolate or onions to dogs. What humans find delicious might be unpalatable for their pets. So, it's an order for 2, is it? Yup. Too bad we can't make most of the food without my chan. Momokawa and Randu started rummaging the chest they carried with them while chatting lightly. Rather, what's with that chest? Hey, why do I feel that box kinda looks like a treasure chest? It's a treasure chest. The real deal. Of course, this place is a dungeon, after all. Man, the dungeon of another world is awesome. It was as if we were in the GAR. Wait a second, this place is a real dungeon? Say, Momokawa, I've never expected that you could take so much during such dire moments. 'Cause I need good materials for when push comes to shove. I wish that such moments never happen, and yet," said Momokawa as a shadow cast on his visage. He took out a leather bag from among the numerous items he stuffed into the chest. The thing he took out was a fatty, lean meat. Why did he store raw meat inside the treasure chest? Could it be that it could act like cold storage? I had a lot of questions, but more and more questions kept popping up as I saw Momokawa do the preparation and lost the timing to ask the question. Momokawa started cooking on top of the stone table Randu made. He was clearly using a shiny, new-looking cooking knife that had been seemingly just taken out of the store and a beautiful-looking wooden chopping board. After he skillfully minced the vegetables that he took out after the meat, he placed them inside of a huge bowl. When he poured water into the black kettle, it boiled up in no time, even though he wasn't using fire. He threw the ingredients into the kettle, added white things that looked like salt and pepper, and finished it up by adding a mysterious-looking sauce. The figure of a Momokawa cooking kinda reminded me of the figure of an only child who had no choice but to cook by himself since his parents were too busy with their work. Yes, it was as if he was cooking inside a home kitchen instead of doing survival cooking in the wild. It made me feel like an idiot since the only thing I could do the best in this 1 week was grill fish with a bonfire. You have everything from the ingredients, flavoring, even the cookware. Appearance-wise, they all seemed to be homemade. Nevertheless, I doubt there'd be something like a supermarket in Japan where you could buy anything in the dungeon of another world of sword and magic like this. That's why he must have collected all of that by himself in the span of 3 months after being thrown into another world with only a gakurin and bag. Just what kind of magic did he use to be able to gather these kinds of ingredients? Momokawa, is it ready? A bit more, rather. You've already eaten during the victory celebration, right, Randu-san? I'm famished again since so many things happened at once after that. Geez, can't be helped I guess. But don't expect too much from the taste. Randu, are you sure it is all right to leave everything to Momokawa, who only uses a kettle? He's clearly going to mooch you. The cooking finished in 30 minutes. He did say that we shouldn't expect too much in terms of taste, but awesome, a normal food tastes just right. Yes, just your usual food, said Momokawa, who prepared 3 dishes like no big deal. The first dish was a steaming vegetable soup served from a kettle. The second dish was the main dish, a thick lean meat steak. The third dish was bread. Yes, bread. How did you have bread? We got lucky and found wheat flour by chance. In my case, I don't think I could bake a loaf of bread even if I found wheat flour. This soft and white bread was as delicious as the bread found in a bakery. My mom's attempt at making homemade bread with a home baking machine turned into a mess, though. Well then, let's dig in. Momokawa said let's dig in and started eating as if this level of cooking was normal. I swallowed nervously as I looked at the meal before me, a proper modern meal after a week, with slightly trembling hand, gripped knife and fork. I quietly whispered let's dig in, and started digging into the medium rare steak, which still had its meat juice dripping. Ah, yummy. Yummy. This is too yummy. As for what was so tasty about it, it wasn't just salt, it was also that there was a proper steak sauce. Though I could easily procure meat by hunting, it was another matter when it came to spice. Not to mention that I didn't even know the recipe to make a proper sauce. This steak wasn't something that I could enjoy in survival mode. This steak was the taste of modern civilization. Puga. Yummy. Jaja. So yummy. Kanako roared the moment he took a bite of the steak. That was only natural since this was a properly seasoned and cooked dish. I mean, this, Momokawa's properly made special steak, could be compared with frozen food. This was a taste that you could only get at a proper steakhouse. Hey, Kanako just roared, will he be alright? Yeah, he just shouted yummy. That's a relief. Rather, this is Jaja meat, huh? So you know about Jaja. According to Kanako, it was something like a deer that he used to hunt. I see, so you really can have a proper conversation with him. Hey, so you're actually doubting my conversational skill being just one way. This isn't some dumb pet owner bragging, I can talk to my dog. Isn't this the first time you've cooked since our first meeting? We ate snake back then. Ain't eating snakes like a template of survival cooking? So Momokawa is a veteran through and through. I saw snakes in the forest many times before, but I never caught or ate them. I mean, it's not that I was reluctant or anything, it's just, if they were poisonous, that'd be game over for me, right? The soup is just as delicious. This soy sauce-like flavor was especially comforting. I knew that it wasn't soy sauce, but I appreciated the effort of trying to make it as close as possible to soy sauce. And this soup had various vegetables. I've only eaten 1 or 2 vegetables that were guaranteed by the tiny spirit as edible plants, and I'd been worrying about my unhealthy diet lately. Somehow, I kinda feel bad for receiving such a feast. Not only did he treat me, he even gave the cooked dish to Kanako, and raw jaja meat to Benaiwo. Even I knew that this wasn't something that could be shared nonchalantly in this kind of situation. Don't worry about it. How about some dessert too? It's just apple, though. Having dessert alone was already a luxury. He took out something like a red apple from the treasure chest, and handed it to Randu along with a fruit knife. It was as if asking her to at least peel the apple while he did the cooking. Surprisingly, Randu peeled off the apple with familiar movements and served it as if she was used to this. There wasn't a clumsy attribute at cooking at all. It's sweet and tasty. Being able to eat sweets is luxury. I voiced my impression as I ate the apple. Darn, I wouldn't be able to go back to eating just the fish roasted on a bonfire after eating something as tasty as this. This bastard Momokawa is definitely a devil who came to corrupt my survival spirit. While the amount isn't that much, we do have sugar and honey. I'll prepare some simple sweets too. It sounds like you have everything, Momokawa. He might even be able to live fairly well in this place. I mean, despite the survival environment, he had achieved the minimum standard of modern living. Honestly speaking, I underestimated Momokawa. I did say that he was 3 months senior to me when it came to survival life, but I never expected for him to achieve such a standard in mere 3 months. Not only did he have seasonings for the meat and vegetables, he also had cookware and dishware such as plates, cups, knife and fork. Not to mention that he solved the problem regarding fire and water with a knife that could produce fire, and a kettle that produced water. Given the same time, I don't think I would be able to achieve the same standard of living as him. I might have no problem with fire or water thanks to the spirits, but that's it. The fact that I reunited with Momokawa in this place was akin to a miracle. Perhaps the other classmates were just as good as him. Looking at Randu made me feel that she might be able to do the same things as Momokawa. I see, this must be a honey trap to make me say that I want Momokawa as my bride. And if he prepared a bathtub too on top of that, I might accidentally propose to him. Well, jokes aside, this is seriously amazing, Momokawa. We really are indebted to you for this treat. The current me had nothing to offer as a deal. If I had to say, it would be the fish caught by Kanako from the river. However, that was the result of Kanako's hard work, not mine. It's not a big deal, Hayama-kun. I want you to decide to follow us or not after hearing our side of story first. The heck? Does that mean you have special circumstances? Unfortunately, the situation is more severe than you imagined. So, brace yourself for what you're about to hear. Thus, Momokawa told his story. What happened to him in the 3 months after he was stranded in this world. How he ended up appearing before me. He told everything in chronological order. Section. Thus, we barely managed to beat Yamata no Orachi. Honestly, I still couldn't bring myself to imagine Momokawa rallying the 18 surviving classmates together to defeat the last boss-like giant Kiju called Yamata no Orachi. I mean, not when the current me was barely surviving from the ambush of the Trent. Even if he said it was a monster whose size rivaled that of a mountain, no matter how many dinosaurs or dragons I've seen, I can't really imagine such a monster. However, I didn't think that Momokawa's story was a lie. I mean, not when we already had a special power called Vocation, or monster that varied from Goma to dragon. And though I was a literal newbie, I already knew that there was a teleportation magic circle that could teleport people in a flash to another location. There was no contradiction in Momokawa's location, and most of all, he had no hesitation when he told his story, and there was a real feel in his story. However, Even though everyone has grown so much, to the point of being able to fight such a dangerous boss, I'm just doing trivial things. Ain't the level gap in this dungeon a little bit too much? The classmates who arrived in the school tower had been through all kinds of trials along the way, after all. At that point, they had pretty much developed their own style, and their abilities were only refined further during the life in the school tower, and might grow even further after the battle against Orachi. Still, being left alone is way too much. Damn it, I wish I could fight along with everyone. I mean, it feels like I'm the only one excluded during the preparation of the school festival. According to Momokawa, everyone was working together to defeat that super raid boss, preparing every single possibility that they could think of, fighting back to back, and finally defeating Yamata no Orachi. Yet here I was, missing a super big event in my entire life. In short, while Momokawa and co were forging enchanted weapons to defeat that super boss, I had just started using a lighter to light a bonfire. It felt like his side was the people of the ancient Roman Empire, while my side was still the primitive Japanese who made earthenware with a glee. Oh come on, it's not your fault. I mean, you arrived later than everyone, and wandering in the forest outside instead of entering further into the dungeon is pretty much making you an irregular. Thanks to that, you met us here. I had never expected that the magic circle note that I tore in anger would turn up to have the compass function to guide us through the dungeon. Moreover, Momokawa had also started from the forest just like me. Had I walked straight, I would have found the entrance of the dungeon immediately. Since his starting point was pretty much the same as mine, I should have been looking around for a while longer since the entrance to the dungeon was practically right there. However, the first one I met right after stepping out of the forest was Kanako. Well, I pretty much didn't care about anything else after that. But man, how did it lead to only you two being teleported to this place despite achieving such a feat? Are you by chance eloping? Well, something like that, I guess. No, it's not eloping. Be quiet for a bit, Randu-san. I'm about to tell you the important part. After some lover skit-like conversation between Randu and Momokawa, we're finally back to the main topic. Seriously, dude, are you forcing this single dog to eat dog food? The subjugation of Yamata no Orachi happened yesterday. The problem happened just today, just before we teleported, to be exact. According to him, they held a victory celebration after they subjugated Yamata no Orachi. The chef, Futaba-san, went all out and prepared all kinds of delicacies. Then, Takanashi betrayed all of us. Are you referring to that Takanashi Kotori? The lowly big boob of Soma's harem? I mean, she didn't seem to have that kind of personality. Whenever there's an incident in the class, the culprit was either Tendao, Higuchi, or even Yokomichi. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised even if they suddenly got arrested. Takanashi's vocation is sage. She is a supporting character who uses her ability to decipher the ancient language to use the facility of the dungeon or alchemy. But her real goal is to train the hero, Soma Yuto. Say what? The reason behind us being summoned to this world and for the goddess Elysian to give hero and sage vocation is because she needs the hero to do something for her. The sage Takanashi knows that the goddess gave special treatment to Soma-kun, the hero. Wait a second, which part of that is related to us? Our classmates are the sacrifice. When formidable enemy like Yamata no Orachi appeared, we, the hero's comrades, were supposed to die to allow the hero Soma-kun to awaken his true power. Daffuk, ain't that a fricking rigging match? Or should I call it staged? Something like that. Takanashi's role in this place is to act as the supervisor without getting too involved, making sure that the plan goes according to that shitty goddess wish. However, something unexpected must have happened. Yeah. Yamata no Orachi, the super raid boss that was specially prepared, was supposed to cull most of the classmates who survived up to this point. However, since we banded together and managed to subjugate it without any of us dying in the process, the cornered Takanashi ended up having to use underhanded tactic. At this rate, all 18 people would escape from the dungeon and the hero's power wouldn't fully awaken. In short, things wouldn't go according to the god's plan. So, what did Takanashi do? She spiked the booze used in the victory celebration with poison. Pea poison. Seriously? This ain't some kind of Korean drama, you know. She really did it. My body is paralyzed, but I'm saved since it was a slow-acting poison. I managed to retain my consciousness since I've a poison resistance skill, but thanks to that, I could hear her boasting happily about her secret. I see, damn, that's kinda like the plot you see in drama. The culprit finally revealed herself and boasted to the victim who was about to die. So, how does that relate to Momokawa and Randu being saved? Contrary to Takanashi's plan, that incident awakened the saint, Soma Sakura's power. She cured everyone with extremely amazing detoxification magic. The heck? Why does that sound like some drama plot twist? That's the truth, though. She shouted some kind of spell, and her body suddenly glowed brightly. The healing magic looked so divine because she was a saint, Even with Randu's childish vocabulary, I could pretty much imagine the spectacle. Well, it was Soma, an unbelievable beauty after all. It would make sense for her to be the saint who heals everyone with her radiant, divine healing magic. In fact, she was truly perfect for that role. That saved everyone's life. But it ended up with me being framed as the culprit who spiked the booze with poison. Since my vocation is shaman, I was also using poison in the fight against Orachi. You must be kidding me. Takanashi escaped the crime in the last moment. Since I was cornered in a situation that forced me to be unable to properly explain the situation to everyone, I had no choice but to escape. So, how does that relate to Randu tagging along? I mean, I'm the only one who chose to trust Momokawa. Wow. That's the power of love for you. Though Randu spoke with a triumphant face, I knew from hearing the chronological story from Momokawa that this was a tough choice. When everyone else thought that Momokawa had spiked the booze with poison, Randu alone chose to trust him and eloped with him. Meaning just how much Randu loved him. You're such a good girl, Randu. May you be happy with him. I'm really grateful for Randu's trust in me. I mean, I'm prepared to return even if I have to do so by myself. Come on Momokawa, you still have Remchan. But I left everyone. And though the Dark Knight somehow managed to get into the teleportation circle in the last second, she's already beyond repair, said Momokawa as he looked at the plain, huge armor with a forlorn look on his face. This so-called Rem might be referring to Momokawa's familiar one. The scarred black armor stood in silence, headless, without helmet. It seems this fella had been keeping Soma Yuto in check till Momokawa escaped with teleportation. Though only the armor part was damaged, I've been wondering if this armor could really move on its own. I couldn't really be sure about it since I've never seen this Rem move. Can Remchan really not move anymore? Maybe because Randu really adored it, she kept patting the headless armor. The armor didn't even twitch. However, as long as this armor remains, I just need to gather necessary material to rebu. Dowa. Suddenly, Randu screamed like someone who saw the climax scene of the horror movie. Perhaps her hands were suddenly bitten by the armor. Not that the armor had a mouth. I mean, all Randu did was peer into the empty armor. Hey, what's the matter, Randu-san? TT. There. What is there? There's someone, inside the armor. Randu, I knew that you're competing with me for the number of failing marks, but did you finally lose it? Randu's eyes were brimming with tears as she pointed at the armor. She was serious. As expected, even Momokawa was intrigued by it. What are you talking about, Randu? What's inside the armor? If this was some kind of prank, I would give her a thumbs up for her surreal act. Thus, when I peeked into the armor just like Randu while thinking about that, there really is someone in there. Chapter 247, Takanashi Kotori. I was inside a pure white space. Honestly, I thought that Takanashi Kotori was dead. Then, I heaved a sigh of relief knowing that it wasn't hell. It seems that committing a few indirect murders was far from enough for someone to be sent to hell. Sup. Suddenly, I heard a mysterious voice. More like the voice seemed to resound directly in my head, a strange sensation that should be impossible in reality, but I somehow understood that it was possible in this space. Meaning that there was no way Enma's judgment was going to fall on me. Wake up. As if the tuning of the radio had finally matched, now I could hear that voice really clearly. It was the voice of a young woman. I've never heard that voice before, I'm sure of it. Wake up, O chosen child of wisdom. She spoke in an exaggerated way. I was just a slightly wise girl. I wouldn't go as far as call it wisdom. I'm not wise. The humans of this world are just too stupid. Currently, the world is once again on the verge of being enveloped by darkness. Whether now or in the past, the world has always been overflowing with chaos and evil. Has there ever been even a moment of peace recorded in history? In every era, conflict has always arisen between humans in one place or another. However, Kotori then recalled again that this place was not the Earth. Yes, after the classroom collapsed, my overly enthusiastic, self-proclaimed best friend, Asuna, hugged me tightly and together, we plunged into the darkness. And by the time I woke up, I had already been inside this white space. At least, I've confirmed that the darkness beneath the collapsing classroom was another dimension altogether. Meaning that since I'd fallen into it, my body was no longer on the Earth. In that case, the one who spoke directly in my head was most probably the existence called God in another world. Use your brilliant mind to illuminate the darkness. At that moment, I felt as if my head was split open. I screamed GYA inside. Whether there was actually a sound or not was not my problem. However, my head, my brain, was jolted, quite literally. A vast amount of something, formless, yet something that I can understand, information. Yes, this was information. A vast amount of information was poured directly into my brain. I literally connected directly with God, or should I say, the divine will, via telepathy. I see. Slowly, as I was starting to understand, enlightenment dawned upon me. The pain receded, replaced with laughter. I see now. Ha 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 ha. Kotori, is the world, the vocation, the magic, the enemy, even the god. Kotori is chosen, miraculous talent, the destined aptitude. Those who connect with the record, divine will, would gain every single wisdom in this world. Thou shalt guide the hero, as the sage. I understood everything. What was gonna happen after this? And what I had to do. Thus, my answer had already been decided. Yes, as the goddess Elysian wills. Section. Thus, Takanashi Kotori started the dungeon capture as the only one among the members of Class 2 to 7 who knew the inside out of the dungeon and all of its functions. Since she was special, there was no need for her to do anything in particular. She just needed to act oblivious like everyone else, and there would be no problem. All according to the script written by Goddess Elysian. However, the script written by the goddess started to go awry slowly, but surely. At this rate, the hero wouldn't be completed as the god desired. That's why she manipulated the event slowly behind the scenes. It was a perfect plan. And her sage skill made it possible. And yet, how did this happen? Takanashi Kotori barely managed to swallow the scream-filled curse back into her throat. Damn it, Momokawa got away. Soma Yuto muttered in vexation with the sword of light in one hand. The glowing teleportation circle had slowly lost its glow after sending the people standing on top of it to another place and now returned as a mere entrance floor. Oi, ain't we basically gonna get screwed by Momokawa? That guy's definitely going to get his revenge. Well, since it's Momokawa we're talking about, ain't we gonna get killed by his curse? The shaking voice of the totem pole trio had only made me even more irritated. How did this happen? Kotori. And then, I was called. Though fuming with anger, I turned around and put on an appearance of someone who was purely trembling in fear as I replied to class rep. Is something the matter, class rep? Momokawa-kun said that you're the culprit, though. So cruel. Are you doubting me? Why you have such a horrible misunderstanding, unbelievable, it hurts my heart. Kotori was crying as if to say that. Crocodile tears were the basic yet most effective weapon for a woman. And it was also Kotori's best weapon. I'd used this method for a long time. Ryuko, you're not buying what Momokawa said, right? That's right, class rep. Why are you buying that guy's lie? My feeble, sympathy-inducing act instantly summoned a knight who would protect me. Asuna and Sakura raised their voices immediately, standing in front of Kotori to protect her from class rep. I understand your anger, but I ask you two to calm down first. Stop it, Ryuko. After everything that's happened, you'll be in a dangerous situation if you're siding with that man. Fui. Why do you not trust me? I'd never thought that acting as a pitiful crybaby was foolish. It was hesitation and shame that cast doubt to the act. Though my face was a sobby mess, my heart was calm and composed. I also wanted to believe in Takanasha-san. That's why there's one thing that I needed to confirm. With a determined gaze behind her glasses, Ryuko pushed Sakura aside and stood in front of the sobbing Kotori. I want to check if you really prepared the antidote. Curse you, Momokawa, and your blabbering mouth. My anger flared in my heart, which calmed down for the sake of putting on a pitiful girl's persona. However, that anger only lasted for a second and calmed down again. It's okay, there was no problem. Rather, it was thanks to Momokawa saying that I could prove my innocence that the request from class rep was a windfall. You are. G got it, class rep. After crying a lot, Kotori, who had calmed down, finally allowed class rep to do a body search. The antidote was inside a small potion bottle. I deliberately created a standard potion bottle and adjusted its size so that it could be concealed this easily. Okay then, Takanasha-san, I'll start now. Though not used to doing it, class rep checked Kotori's body thoroughly in order not to miss anything. She started to imitate body search, starting to check from feet to upward, not missing the pockets. Despite some hesitation, she touched my underwear to check the unnatural bulge. Naturally, she also checked the cleavage of the unnaturally big boobs that is unbalanced with Kotori's small frame. It seems there's nothing. Sorry for doing something that raised doubts for you, Takanasha-san. Yum. It's okay, I've no choice, after all. Class rep seemed to be satisfied with finding nothing on Kotori's body. That was only natural since the antidote was kept in dimension, space magic. Space expansion, second tier, creating subspace with magical power. The depth, expansion, and classification was set at minimum, but it was possible to control all of those parameters. Though it was a magic that Kotori learnt in case of emergency, space expansion was really a convenient skill. However, the effort needed to raise its proficiency was no joke. Thanks to that, I could throw the antidote into the deployed small magic circle without anyone noticing. Are you done, Ryuko? Yeah, I just want to make sure. At least we can rest assured for the time being. Kisaragi Ryuko was a nuisance. I thought she was just a strict class rep, but she seemed to be influenced by Momokawa. She was the kind who would avoid doing anything that would cause discord at the beginning of the dungeon capture. And yet, the current her could go as far as wanting to confirm a fact from a neutral party's perspective. She's growing into a rather troublesome character. Maybe I should get rid of her as soon as no. I had to lay low for the time being. When class rep started doubting me, the others might also have some doubts about me. I shouldn't be careless now that everyone is united under the banner of being betrayed by Momokawa Kotaro. Anyhow, he spilt all the truth in one go before he fled. The other classmates might take what he said as a desperate excuse, but the same couldn't be said for class rep. She definitely noted what Momokawa said. If I made a blunder here, she would definitely investigate me first. Do you know where Momokawa is teleported to, Takanasha-san? Sorry, but Kotori really has no idea. After pretending to calm down, I checked the teleportation circle after being asked by Yuto. The problem was I had no idea what kind of teleportation circle Momokawa had used a while ago. I mean, he used random teleportation of all things. Just because it was called random, it didn't mean that the teleportation circle would send them to a random place with equal probability. Naturally, there were also some restricted places, such as the Heavenly Gate, which was the finish line of this dungeon. Random teleportation had limited benefits, but it could be activated immediately using ancient language decoding beginner and magic circle decoding first. However, despite being low rank, getting these two skills was rare. Kotori believes that only her vocation, Sage, had both of them. Moreover, I doubt that Ruinhilda of Shaman, who must be a small fry god who was so trivial that they didn't even have an official god seat, could give those two skills, or skill with the combined effect of the two. In that case, he might have deciphered it on his own. Momokawa had been working diligently to decipher the ancient language, but the answer Kotori gave him was a mix between true and false. Even if it was just a basic level, Kotori doubts that he could activate the teleportation mechanic with just that information. But, as I thought, Momokawa hid his power from us. He can control the teleportation circle. He also said that he sent Tendao to somewhere. Just in case, let's check all the places. Can I ask you for that, Takanasha-san? Why yes, don't worry. Kotori will do her best. Thanks, said Yuto as he patted Kotori's head. By the way, I hate when someone pats my head, but Yuto was the only exception. He was the only man worthy enough to pat my head. Well then, let's go. Even though Kotori knew that it was a futile attempt, Kotori still activated the teleportation circle just to get along with the story. For now, the available areas were a resort area, the underworld, the desert, and a ruined palace. And just as I had expected, there was no sign of Momokawa in those areas. It seems we've lost track of Momokawa. After scouring every single one of those areas, the classmates sat in exhaustion. Ryuko then spoke. Let's get some rest today, everyone. It had only been one day since they defeated Yamata no Orachi, so they had yet to recover. And Momokawa's betrayal was a huge blow on top of that. However, their heightened tension and spirit must have passed after they saw Momokawa escape right before them. At that point, all of their exhaustion came back at once to them. You're right. Though I don't think I'll get a good sleep tonight, we have no choice but to get some rest. Sakura agreed with Ryuko. They seemed to realize that there was nothing they could do anymore right now. The other classmates seemed to understand that point too and returned to their respective rooms with heavy steps. Ryuko, big brother, may I talk with you for a moment? Sakura suddenly called out to the two. Only those two were called, but Asuna, Minami, and naturally Kotori too tagged along to Kotori's place. Is Futaba-san okay? Everyone knew that it wasn't just a genuine concern of her well-being. Futaba Maiko. Vocation Berserker. The strongest woman in class 2 to 7 whose strength rivaled Yuto and Ryuichi. And then, she was the most trusted aide of Momokawa Kotaro, his partner. Her body is okay. Sakura's detoxification magic should work properly. I can heal her body with magic, but the same can't be said about her heart. Shiromine Academy Class 2-7, attendance record, total, 41 students. Boys, 22 students. Seat number 1, Azuma Shinichi, Summoner. Boys Class Representative. Died versus Tendao Ryuichi. Seat number 2, Itoseiji, Thief. Died in the first author's fight. Seat number 3, Ueda Yohei, Swordsman. Archery Club. Seat number 4, Uyama Daisuke, Pyromancer. Karate Club. Killed by the cannibalizer, Yokomichi Hajime. Seat number 5, Kusaka Hiroki, Knight. Soccer Club. Died in demon sword-wielding boss Goma fight. Seat number 6, Saito Mosoru, Warrior. Archery Club. Murdered by Higuchi Kyuya. Seat number 7, Sakurai Tuya, Archer. Archery Club. Killed by Futaba Maiko. Seat number 8, Seitu Yuya, Aeromancer. Murdered by Higuchi Kyuya. Seat number 9, Shimokawa Junasuke, Aquamancer. Seat number 10, Tsujino Takashi, Heavy Warrior. Judo Club. Killed by Futaba Maiko. Seat number 11, Soma Yuto, Hero. Kendo Club. Disciple of the Goddess Elysian. Seat number 12, Tokushima Yudai, Baseball Club. Died mysteriously in the forest because he was unable to withstand the strain of being bestowed with his vocation. Seat number 13, Tendao Ryuichi, King. Seat number 14, Nokai Shouter, Warrior. Seat number 15, Nokojima Haruma, Sword Mage. Art Club. Seat number 16, Hayama Rewrite, Spiritualist. Basketball Club. Seat number 17, Higuchi Kyuya, Thief. Died versus Momokawa Kotaro. Seat number 18. Hirono Kohei, swordsman, soccer club. Died in the second author's fight. Seat number 19. Momokawa Kotaru, shaman and disciple of the curse god Ruin Hildesama, literature club. Seat number 20. Yamakawa Junikairu, cleric, drama club. Died after receiving an attack from one of Reina Ai's guardian beasts. Seat number 21. Yamada Genki, heavy warrior, baseball club. Seat number 22. Yokamichi Hajime, cannibalizer, girls, 19 students. Seat number 31. Reina Adelheid Ias, spirit master. Died versus Momokawa Kotaru. Seat number 32. Ijima Moyumi, swordsman, murdered by Higuchi Kyuya. Seat number 33. Kitauji Rurika, swordsman, cooking club, murdered by Yokamichi Hajime. Seat number 34. Kizaki Akane, pyromancer, volleyball club, suicide. Seat number 35. Kisaragi Ryuko, cryomancer, girls class representative. Seat number 36. Kenzuki Asuna, dual wielder, kendo club. Seat number 37. Seitu Aya, archer, died in a fight with a horde of Goma. Seat number 38. Shinohara Emi, aquamancer, illustration club, died in a skirmish. Seat number 39. Soma Sakura, saintess, archery club. Seat number 40. Takanashi Kotori, game master, sage, apostle of the goddess Elysian. Seat number 41. Nagai Yukiko, cryomancer, literature club, murdered by Yokamichi Hajime. Seat number 42. Natsukawa Minomi, thief, track and field. Seat number 43. Nishiyama Minori, aeromancer, brass band. Died in the second author's fight. Seat number 44. Nonomiya Julia, knight, tennis club. Seat number 45. Hinajuku Soyo, shaman, archery club. Died after being hit by an arrow from a living armor. Seat number 46. Himino Hairi, succubus. Seat number 47. Futaba Maiko, berserker, cooking club. Seat number 48. Yoshizaki Maria, warrior, tennis club. Seat number 49. Randu Kyuko, geomancer. End of volume 11.